awkward stance.
Well, I think we're gonna actually go and play a game or two of Dead Drop real quick before
but you know
we
what they say, a small
go
head
back to
matches a
Apex.
small.
Just to let them know we're there.
A Persian god with sensual dark manes. More like a grizzly bear crossed with Troy Polamalu. You know, if Hagrid decided to take a seat in a gaming chair. You know, I once saw a picture of Esfon and thought it was a before and after photo for a weight loss program. Turns out it was just two different angles of his double chin. But let's not forget the piece de resistance. The long hair that somehow manages to look bald. A true miracle of follicular confusion. I can't believe I'm looking at a rejected Ken doll with a Johnny Bravo hairstyle. You're a gap-toothed wonder, ain't ya? Oh, look at Florida Man Jesus over here, thinking he's all metal with his backwards baseball cap. And let's not forget about his nickname, Moist. Clearly, he's had some unfortunate encounters with the Sahara Desert down there. As for his smile, well, I can only imagine it matches the dryness of his companions. We've got ourselves a middle-aged man who's one step away from making the FBI's most wanted list. Balding, Captain Morgan Beard, and those Sennheiser headphones screaming, "I'm a depressed porn director." I mean, seriously, let's talk about those thin glasses perched on his nose. I bet he needs those to see his non-existent love life clearly. A skinny, constipated bunny man with Mickey Mouse ears wearing a Playboy tank top. And let's not forget the moody vibes and the drastically elongated Mickey Mouse ears. Is this a sad boy whose mom abandoned him in a Disney gift shop? Where do I even begin with this half-wit? Those bird lips of his must be the envy of every feathered creature out there. And that hair. It's like it's trying to escape from his face, but who can blame it? I mean, who wouldn't want to distance themselves from such a gobshite-looking Andy? At least he'd found his true calling as Andrew Tate's little lover. Looks like a caveman that got de-thawed, brown hair and all. We've got a guy who's rocking a white hoodie like it's his full-time job. I mean, come on, does he think he's the messiah of laundry or something? Oh my god, Chad, what am I looking at here? A mop-topped Muppet with the motor skills of a 2-year-old? And that squished face on a way too small head? Who knew extra chromosomes could be so fashionable? I mean, who needs Austin Powers when we've got his slow younger brother right in front of us? Ooh, what the heck is that monstrosity? Looks like someone raided a thrift shop for their fashion sense and ended up with a rejected 80s action figure. And that grin? It's like Borat on a bad but horny day. She looks like a drunk cow. 1/10 would not bang. And let's not forget those Lincoln sideburns. A true fashion statement from the 1800s. But hey, at least he's got a beard, just not on the chin. Oh, don't worry, I'm not done yet. Let's talk about the alien fire truck with a fetish for English guys in jars. Now that's a combination you don't see every day. And of course, we can't ignore the fact that I'm apparently so boring that someone had to create a virtual version of me. I guess my real-life antics just weren't cutting it for them. How about the description of my voice as a screaming fire truck? I mean, I knew I had a unique vocal range, but I didn't realize I was reaching siren levels. And let's not forget that I hide behind some e-girl pixels. But in this picture, I'm hiding behind a furball pseudocat. So this Comico technician, let me paint you a picture. Imagine a blindfolded monkey trying to operate a nuclear reactor. Yeah, that's about as confident as they are. I wouldn't trust them to change a tire, let alone deal with the intricate technicalities of a high-tech streaming setup. And their problem-solving abilities? Non-existent. They're more likely to accidentally set the whole place on fire than to actually fix anything. If it isn't our favorite screaming man-child, XQC. I have to hand it to him. He's really mastered the art of talking a mile a minute without actually saying anything of substance. It's like he's the king of making noise without making any sense. But hey, at least he's consistent in his incoherence. It's almost admirable in a completely baffling way. Well, what do we have here? A Koopa Lord with a gash for a...
Okay. Jam, a man of fortune, and Jay must seek my fortune. Henry Hayward, 1994.
That's not funny. He's just so stupid. Like, obviously.
I'm eating, bro. I'm eating. Are you kidding me? I'm not even playing, clearly. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, like, obviously.
What the fuck? Bro. Seriously? This is how you have to play? Congratulations. do that. Hello, are you guys friendly or not? Were you the guy that just killed me while I was eating my sandwich? Why are you saying, who are you? I didn't announce my name. How the heck do you know that's me? What the fuck? Why are you Why are you doing this to me? What are you doing? You can see my name through the walls? You have wall hacks on? You have wall hacks on. Yes, yes, yes. Clearly. Yes, there's no way you can see my name without having wall hacks on. Because I can't see you right now, sir. I'm looking up. I'm looking at the direction you're coming. I'm looking 360. I see no names. I see no names. I'm not going to shoot you, but don't... That's not my name. Well, you just said you saw me, so...
I did. I'm right here.
I don't know, but they're not coming at me because that's not me. You guys are assholes. That's the type of shit you need to do to play the game. Fucking assholes. Who's in that game with me?
What's crackin'-lackin'?
Who's in that game with me? Why are those guys such assholes?
Was not me.
Not I.
Not I either. Were they yelling at you? Being very rude and mean? Hello?
Possibly Spicy Dingle.
No, they were just playing games, pretending like they were going to be friendly, and then they snuck up. They thought that it was me, but they snuck up on some other dude and fucking
That's
jacked
fucked
him.
up.
This is like what all these people in Dead Drop do. This is everyone in this chat plays that way. They go on loot runs. They fucking loot themselves up. They try to get an artificial advantage on everyone. This game is no longer fun. Nobody else wants to come play this game anymore.
Did they happen to tell you to get good too, or no?
Do you think you're ninja, or you think you're being cute, Mr. Memester?
I'm just asking you a question.
I don't know. Did you read the book, or are you just throwing it out there?
I have the book. I could show you.
You
on my
read it?
stream right now.
Why don't you read it to me right now? I'll listen to you while I play.
know
How about
what?
that? How about that, cool
You know
guy?
what? Go-
How about that, cool guy? You want to be that guy? Cool.
I was gonna tell you the question.
You're gonna
Answer
tell
your
me to
question.
get good. You're gonna tell me to get good. You're an offensive asshole.
Jeez, I wasn't.
Oh,
even
what?
thinking
Jeez,
that.
what? What do you mean? You just told me to get good, and now you're gonna be like, jeez? Back it up, big
I
balls.
said-
Come on.
I said, did they?
Give me more
ask you
content.
to
Feed me,
get-
brother. Feed me.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you think this isn't being live streamed right now, you dumbass? Clip it. Fucking send it out. Ship it. Thank you for the money. Monetize to
I
hell.
asked you if.
No, you
they
told me to
asked
get.
you-
No, yeah. No, you know what you were saying there, dude. Don't try to twist it and spin it now. You want to pervert the situation? Just. Why can't you stand behind what you did?
I'm literally telling you exactly what I did.
Yeah, you tried to fucking say some sly backhanded insult by way of calling someone else. Did they do that to you? Instead of just saying it yourself, and now you're trying to hide behind it. As if you were hiding behind those guys. What are they, your shield now? Cool, bro. Cool. You're awesome.
To answer your other
You are
question,
awesome,
if
bro.
you allow me-
You are exactly the type of person that
Eventually, I'll get to your second question.
I
if you
don't
allow
care
me.
about your. Do you think that do you think I care about your opinion at this point in this conversation,
I'm
sir?
just
I mean,
answering
how
the
dumb are
question
you?
asked me.
Yeah. Okay.
I have not read the book. I
You
read
guys
part
in
of
my
it,
game?
and I do have the book. I've only read part of it. I am in your game, yes. With Milkweed.
Maybe you should read it before you tell other people about it.
What do you mean? You asked me if I had it. I didn't even bring it up.
What? You didn't? You're the one who said, didn't they? Oh my god! What? I can't have a conversation with someone
I
incompetent.
said,
You are
did
so
they-
incompetent. I'm out. I'm out. Goodbye.
Okay. Everything's gonna be all right, Scrap. I promise you. Life does get better if you allow.
Do
it.
you think that I'm twisted right now, bro? I've got a big smile on my face. I clipped it. I shipped it. I'm happy with this situation. You're the asshole in this, not
Chris,
me.
thanks for
It
that
doesn't
gift,
matter
bro.
to me.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
thanks.
be the bad guy if need be. I could
Yeah,
be
no,
bad guy.
I'm the heel, buddy. You can't be the bad guy. I'm the one in black.
Okay. Then what am I?
You're just an asshole. You're just a regular pawn. You're just one of those fucking NPCs in the rest of my world.
Yeah, if you want
Thank
me
you
to
for
be that,
living
I
in
can
it.
be that
Goodbye.
for you. Okay, bye.
I don't need you to be anything. I didn't
And
want
he's
you to
back.
be anything. I literally just fucking came in here and asked you if you were part of that game, and then you tried to be a dick about it. And so now I'm going to be an asshole back to you. Congratulations. That's how it goes. Welcome to the real world. You treat people poorly, they're going to treat you poorly back.
GG, hater. Whisk, what you got going on, brother? Unbelievable. What's up, cat?
Are you friendly? How do I heal up in this game again? Fuck me. I hear you above me trying to stalk me. Impressive. So impressive. You're the guy who killed me while I was eating a fucking sandwich, bro. Sweaty little bitch.
Stop complaining.
What do you mean stop complaining? You killed me while I was eating a sandwich.
All you do is complain.
I was eating a sandwich, you little bitch. All you do is complain. Is that really all I do? No. It's not. Stop complaining. Well, I guess we're leaving this game. This game got no one on it again. What a shitty game. What a shitty ass game. What a fucking shitty experience for your gaming people who paid for that game.
Well, they didn't. This is not a bit for the show. I did not tell them I was going to do this. This is my personal Harry's handle. Like, advice is, okay, maybe we aren't being spied on exactly, but also, if Vern and I have a conversation about waffles or something.
This place is something else. Let's go.
You guys all know what it is. You all know what's going on. Let's just get right into Linus Tech Tips situation, which has obviously been going on for a while, but it just got brought to the mainstream by Gamers Nexus, and the backlash has been pretty terrible. So Linus once said that you should judge a company based on how they respond to criticisms. I guess we know what kind of company LMG is. Linus didn't sell his ethics, he auctioned them off. All this stuff just saying it's drama and feeding off of it, this is more serious than drama.
This is something we feel is desperately needed, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. And it is not simply drama.
There's a reason why this video has 2.9 million views in just a day. This is a feeling that many people have had about Linus Media Group and how they're handling their company, but it hasn't been expressed properly. And Gamers Nexus just put words to what, like, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people have been thinking for quite a while now. This is a wake-up call to what content the community is watching. As well, judging by the fact that Linus LTT channel, which usually uploads daily, did not upload today. It probably means this is also a wake-up call for them. Maybe a time for them to step back and reflect. That does seem to be what they're doing. Now, this is the next day after filming the other parts of the video, but LTT has posted a What Do We Do Now video. And in this, they talk about how they're going to be taking a week to step back and put a pause on content creation so they can reevaluate the company as a whole. But it seems like they still messed up a few things in this video. For some reason, it was monetized, and they talk about sponsor segments like it's a joke.
With the money we'll make from our sponsor.
Just kidding.
I'm mostly on the product side. LTTstore.com, but definitely one. Like this retro-themed screwdriver. I'm ready for this message from our sponsor.
Just kidding. Again. The T-Brand did offer.
We really don't. This is not the time nor the place to be talking about money at all. And that's because LMG has millions of viewers. This is more viewers than any of us could possibly fathom. It can drastically affect the way that normal everyday people that aren't as educated as nerds that do tons of research on purchasing decisions can influence the way that normal people buy products. And the way they conduct a review can also determine the fate of the product in the video. And in the case of Billet Labs, this was not a favorable video, and it went very poorly as Linus misrepresented the product by installing it improperly, and that partially formed the conclusion of the video that you shouldn't buy it because it's just a bad product and it's $800, so why would you ever buy it? There's still people that will pay $800 for something like that. Now a company like Billet Labs, which is a very small startup company, has to deal with situations like this. They did put out a public statement that it sucks that their prototype is gone and it slowed them down, but it did not stop us. They have pre-orders for it, and they plan to push ahead for the first production run. And they're also working on other products right now. So it does seem like Billet Labs is going to recover. Running LMG seems to be a huge, with great power comes great responsibility thing. And it brings into question if everyone over there, are they capable of living up to that responsibility? Because, and I would agree with this, the community reception to Linus Tech Tips has generally been pretty good.
Linus and LTT, the organization in general, has been a net benefit for the PC industry. I think the good they've done certainly outweighs any issues. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be criticised for those issues, because if they haven't been improving through their own sort of processes, then someone probably should point that out and help them along. I think because of Linus, there's a lot more people now who research their parts and what they're buying.
LMG has also taken some interesting stances in the market. Hey, the starting idea for like laptops and phones and stuff that you have to pay an exuberant amount of money to get just a little bit more RAM on your laptop. Going against the starting idea is also for the community. It does kind of show that Linus Media Group does care about the community. With investing into Framework, Linus has put in a lot of money to take a risk on something that is also consumer focused. Because I'd also agree, even though I don't own a Framework laptop or anything like that, but being able to upgrade the components in your laptop is a much better step forward than just throwing things out all the time. Generally speaking, LMG does at least feel like they are for the community. That's where some conflicts of interest especially come up. Because, for example, when being invested into Framework, is LMG, when they review other laptops, are they changing their other laptops' perspective based on the fact that you would want to push Framework forward because you have a joint investment? And though Linus always discloses this in their videos, it doesn't really change the fact that their credibility in reviewing laptops is kind of down the drain. It's not only that, when you see in videos that information on products is inaccurate consistently, who is doing the spreadsheets and stuff and the bar graphs and didn't see that 300% gains on a 4090 were a little bit off? I don't know what kind of quality assurance testing that they're doing over at Linus Media Group that is so obvious anybody at the company could have noticed that. So it really brings into question if information is inaccurate, it's possibly biased towards companies that they want to have a working relationship with, or is done in a reckless manner. Can we trust Linus Media Group? Is LMG a company that wants to protect the bottom line, make as much money as possible, or is LMG a company with over 120 employees that somehow manages to make these mistakes consistently? That still doesn't give us confidence that they're managing their employees or whatever they're doing as a company properly. And it's pretty damning when you see LMG prioritizing using their experimental automatic mark batch testing from LTT Labs. This is when they show GP reviews recently. All that stuff I'm pretty sure is done automatically, or at least in the live section. This data usually gets back to the that's incorrect. They have to pay comments, or sometimes they don't bother to correct them. According to the new update video, they're supposed to be improving the communication within the company.
Is that we want to spend this time working on inter-department communication and cleaning up our house.
We will also task part of the team with going back through every video with LAMP's data.
So hopefully we aren't getting wrong information, but we'll know when we actually see it. At the moment, it's kind of weird how they rely on the automatic testing when old ways of testing graphics cards, CPUs, have already been in place for a while. Manually, because it's realistically the only way that you know that you're getting your test done correctly. The fact that nothing realistically changed about the traditional way of testing graphics cards and games, yet Linus Tech Tips is prioritizing using the automated one when it clearly isn't ready. They've had mistakes with it over and over again. Why aren't they just using the old-fashioned way of doing this? And Tim had a great point.
Because it's an in-progress tool and it hasn't had all the time and everything, surely that should just be internal for now, and that you should be reverting back to your older, tried-and-true methodology until the new testing is ready to go.
The reason LMG isn't doing this, because it costs more money. It's as simple as it is. You heard Linus say in the WAN show that you would rather not spend another $200, $300, $500 of an employee's time to test things properly. So why do you think Linus is going to choose manual testing of graphics cards instead of the automatic version? Yvonne said this isn't the type of mentality the company is taking on, but if you had to do this consistently, costing more and more money over time, eventually they probably look at their bottom line and say, hey, we need to do the automatic version and not do both of them at the same time. And on top of it just costing more, it also will take more time to test it twice. If any of you guys have seen the consistency at which Linus Media Group puts out videos, started another channel. They've started Game Linked, which it seems like they upload about twice a week on here. So bring that total up to like 27 videos a week. You start to realize why they don't test things properly. What's even more interesting is it seems like there's a joint consensus among many LMG employees that they need to be spending more time on projects and that they're currently moving too fast, pumping out too many videos all the time.
Very rarely am I particularly proud of a video work done.
Been pretty fast right now, and that presents a bunch of challenges in terms of like getting systems in place. I don't really think that's a negative thing. That's just something we have to push through.
I mean, employees 6 years ago were already noticing this.
Compared to the beginning, things are a lot more corporate. It seems like we're a lot less mobile or agile.
And Yvonne also pointed this out in the response video that they don't need to be moving at this pace anymore.
But we aren't fighting for survival anymore, and we don't need to run at this pace. In fact, in some ways, it's our efforts to keep doing more and keep doing better that have created our current situation.
I'm hoping that LMG as a whole can slow down. The fact that so many employees feel like they're being rushed on projects and it took a third party to call out these problems at LMG instead of them being able to realize them internally kind of shows that there is a communication problem.
Did you have any idea how advanced Markbench is right now?
Somewhat, yeah.
Markbench is incredible.
Yeah.
And nobody told me anything.
Not to mention the testing and review errors that are in videos aren't the only communication issues that happen over at LMG. If you guys remember the LTT hack that happened a few months ago,
And any file that doesn't do what you expect should raise immediate red flags. But then, on the flip side, I can hardly blame a sales rep or a video editor or someone in accounting for not being up on the latest in cybercrime.
the reason that the hack happened was because of a miscommunication in the company. This gives a feeling that LMG went from a small, scrappy YouTube channel to one with millions and millions of followers. Yes, they've grown in size, but have they actually grown
Forgot that I'm not
up?
Lifeline.
And all the problems they had at the beginning, are they just being amplified by the size of the company now? It's interesting how Linus himself said that he wasn't built to be a CEO that manages tons of people and makes the hard decisions of being a boss.
I have a lot of weaknesses, and chief among them is that I've just never really had the attention to detail or the temperament that it takes to run an organization this large. I wasn't built for this, and I'm tired. I really can't do this anymore. I'm tired. And if I try to drag myself through another 10 years of business administration, I know I'm going to destroy myself and probably end up killing the company and the community that I love so much.
I need help.
Yeah, Linus was also the same person that chose to have LMG grow to this
I need help. I need help.
massive size. To this way that
I
he
need help.
talked to us as an
you.
audience and wants to appeal to our emotions and sympathize for him.
The delay in communication, the one that prompted the post that you guys just saw, it was less than 2 business days.
Feels a little disingenuous when he chose to take this route. And the way that Linus Media Group operates is in stark contrast to how Gamers Nexus does, which makes it really bizarre that a Linus Media Group employee was trying to call out Hardware Unboxed and Gamers Nexus for their GPU testing.
The difference between us and something like Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed is we test new components, new tests, every time.
Gamers Nexus has a very good reputation in the community to be at least one of the most accurate and thorough reviewers of products, and one of the best journalists out there as well. Although Linus might be saying that Steve did bad journalism, Steve, as an investigative journalist, did a very good job. And there's other recent journalistic pieces that Gamers Nexus has done, like the whole mess of how ASUS was handling their motherboards blowing up AMD CPUs, or how RTX 4090 power adapters were melting. Steve and Gamers Nexus as a whole worked on those pieces, and they did an amazing job in informing the community of what was going on. Saved a lot of people a lot of money, time, and effort. That doesn't make Gamers Nexus perfect. They make mistakes just like LMG, but it seems like Gamers Nexus mistakes are fewer and farther between, and when they do make mistakes, they seem to own up to what they've done. And this can reflect the ideas over at LMG as a whole. Like I said, now for my community, all I can say is the same things I always say. We know we're not perfect, but we wear our imperfection on our sleeves in the interest of ensuring that we stay accountable to you. It really makes you wonder if Linus is just virtue signaling here. Does the company actually believe this, or is this just what they want to say to everybody out there? Then another difference that Gamers Nexus has to LMG is that it seems like they can step back and take some time and reflect on what's actually going on, because just recently the employees over at Gamers Nexus just took a break. But it also was to reflect on all of their testing methodology to make sure their systems are good in going into the future, as well as how they could improve GN, or Gamers Nexus, as a whole. Although it is the best move for them to take a break right now, it took a third party to tell them that they have to reevaluate how they operate in order for them to notice that they do need to step back and look at the whole situation. Just kind of concerning. The real reason over at LMG this is an issue, even if their content is meant to be entertaining to the audience, it doesn't really matter, because what kind of foundation are they standing on? There's no way in hell that any review outlet is perfect. I'm completely aware of that. I'm not sitting here claiming that I'm perfect. I don't review a whole ton of things, but when I do test things, I make my mistakes too.
Good. Oh my God, that's the last one? What the fuck? That's a championship. Oh!
With OBS. When I used OBS, it was taking a huge performance.
I wasn't even Lifeline, everyone.
I messed up, and I had to throw out tons of data, and I had to retest it all. That was like 2 days of my life gone, just like that. It really sucks.
What does OTP mean?
I learned from it, and I'm gonna move on and just do better in the future. That's what I'm hoping is the same thing that's going to help Linus Media Group. That they need to prioritize the quality of their content rather than the quantity of their content. It doesn't matter if you're putting out 25 videos.
It's honestly really hard when people take an internal process error and then they run that all the way to Linus is a thief and wants to auction someone else's intellectual property to the highest bidder.
Meanwhile, hey, can you please let me know the item you won during LTX auction? We've mistakenly lost that sheet and need it for our tax purposes. Thank you.
Look, you're gonna be fine. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Finally, I want to apologize to Billet Labs for auctioning off their monoblock LTX 323. Our processes failed when I was selecting items to include.
No! It's come to my attention that in Billet Labs' Reddit post, they censored the quoted cost of their prototype water block. We were never asked to keep this information private, and given that our sources for the matter were our own correspondence with them rather than Reddit, we didn't know to include the censorship. It looks like our company is under fire for some very serious allegations about our workplace and bad treatment of women. Surely no one in this apology video would make an inappropriate joke, right?
Trying to add additional burden to the other teams. Our goal is 6-9.
Here's our sincere apology video, which is monetized. Hopefully no one... okay. Okay, okay, we've heard the feedback from our community and from our team internally, and monetization has been turned off for this video. Hey, maybe if we mention D-Brand as a segue, they will give us some money from this informative video.
I feel ready for the challenge. Ready for the sun. I'm responsible.
Just kidding. Again. The T-Brand did offer with some cardio.
I'm the jump master.
So former Linus Media Group Madison Reeve put out some very damning accusations about what was going on behind the scenes.
This Maybe Storm situation is an absolute.
Let's land here.
I was not planning on making this video today. This is a little bit of an impromptu. I received a package all the way from Taipei, Taiwan that I kind of knew was coming, but I didn't know what was in it. So basically, you guys know EVGA is no longer making graphics cards. Heck, they're not even in the motherboard business anymore. I've got my EVGA tribute wall, which you guys have seen. I got a custom 3D printed sign that we have made that put together yet. It's going to have LED lighting and stuff in there. But anyway, this came from Vince Kingpin himself. So I figured we would unbox it and we'll kind of take a look at it together because this is going to have some pretty nostalgic stuff in it. I know it sounds really like sarcastic. It's not. I still am sad about it. Although I do have EVGA 4090 on my system, so I'm kind of okay. EK Quantum Surface radiators are available in many size and colors, offering the flexibility needed for any build. With 3 performance categories, including Slim, Performance, and Extreme, EK Quantum Surface radiators can keep even the most demanding components cool. And the multi-port options provide the modularity to make tube routing as clean and as simple as possible, regardless of your case. To see the full list of features, follow the sponsored link in the description below. Alright, so I have already opened it, and then I immediately closed it back up so that we could do this on camera together. So what I got. This is all I saw so far. This is a letter. Now I'll go ahead and read it to you. So this is from Vince. He says, "Hey Jay, hope everything's good with you, man. I just want to say thank you for your. I can hear his voice as I'm reading this. You know, he says, "Hey Jay, hope everything's good with you, man. I just want to say thank you for your support for Kingpin hardware over the years. It's always meant a lot to me. And when you started doing videos about them, many more mainstream enthusiasts were able to understand more and see the value of the extra effort, time, and cost that we put into them." That paragraph alone just makes me feel so validated in wanting to do types of videos that I do. Anyway, moving on. And to have it come from someone like him means a lot to me. It says, "I included some KPX and shirts, hope they're the right size." So KPX, you know, is the Kingpin Extreme Thermal Paste, and it's funny because we were running low on that because I've been using it on everything for like the last 3 years. It says, "I'm giving you 2 special things for any serious collection of this hardware." Now, he knows I'm collecting Kingpin cards. That's what's on the wall. I've had so many people email me saying, "Hey, I've got an EVGA 750 if you want it." I'm not collecting EVGA cards. I'm collecting Kingpin cards. 2 very special PCBs. First one is the only EVT revision EVGA Kingpin 3090 Ti PCB ever. And it was also his last video card. So it was basically like it was a 3090 Ti card that he was working on, 3090 Ti like Kingpin EVT revision. I'm not sure what EVT is, to be honest. But it's his last project on graphics. And he put a sad face emoji right there. See? Sad face. I understand. And the second one is the only KP card that never got released. The 1080 Kingpin. The 1080 Ti Kingpin. I have the 1080 Kingpin. There's only 3 PCBs total in the world. Cheers, fans. So let's take a look. I'm excited to see these PCBs. More stuff to go on the Kingpin wall. So this is just packing spacers. Yay, the big tubes! Thank God. You'd be surprised how much of this we've gone through. So, 5 of them. Holy crap. Oh, so there's that. I'm so excited for that alone. You don't even know. These are the PCBs. And then we got our KP shirts. They're XLs, which will be fine because their shirts are a little on the big side. Cool. I'm not sure which is which. So I'll be able to tell pretty quickly, though, by opening it up. This one is... Oh, and he signed them too. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the 1080. But let me just look at the other board to see. It's just funny because this is what they look like before all the SMUs are put on. They're just big pieces of... Yes, this one here is for sure the new one because you see how this has like this coppery look? Let me show you what the actual like completed one looked like, the 1080 Ti. So it's probably even a very similar PCB layout, and I think that's why he made the show like copper looking. Because just solid copper e-sinks. I know that's solid copper. It's not like copper plated. No, these were actual copper. This was one of the coolest designs in my opinion. It's just mesh everywhere, fans, and copper. But the 1080 Ti, as you can see, came out. This is a 1080 non-Ti PCB. It'd be fun to take the cooler off and compare the layouts. But clearly, the boards were designed but never assembled. That doesn't mean when the 1080 Ti came out, it was kind of a surprise to everybody. We knew it was coming, but that was when we had the launch event from NVIDIA down in San Francisco. And that was all they launched was the 1080 Ti. But this is kind of neat. This will be easy to display on the wall too because it's not heavy. Please. You could still beat someone with this. Their PCB layers and the thicknesses were insane. Also, too, the 3090 Ti. Look at the die size difference between the two. Like, that's technically the die in the center right there, and then that's the substrate around it. Look at the die difference. So, like, the die size overall got bigger in terms of surface area, but denser, which is crazy. So from 1080 to 3090 Ti would have been a fun comparison, just to like show assembled here. But anyway, this is the 3090 Ti. I love how EVGA always stayed very much as close to the same form factor size as possible. They didn't just go gigantic for the sake of going gigantic. But you can see right here, this is what was unique too. It's almost like, so if you guys aren't aware, this is still the 12-volt high power plug. It just doesn't have the sideband. So the 3090 Ti's had this very similar, in fact, identical plug, minus the keying on them, so you couldn't plug an old one into a new card without the 4-pin sideband. So it was kind of where they had started the idea of getting people ready for the small connector. But we had noticed this on our card too, our 3090 Kingpins. It had one soldered in, but room for a second one. It's almost like EVGA knew, especially when it comes to L2 overclocking, which is what the cards were designed for, that one wasn't going to cut it. Again, so many, almost a bullseye in terms of a company that would have done it right. But they made the choice to stop selling graphics cards and being under NVIDIA's thumb prior to any of this ever making it out. It's just nuts. Look at the backside. Look at the pos caps. Like, it's just the density versus like what was back here versus here. But remember, the 3090 Ti memory was it on the front side? It had to be, because these are the pads on the rear. They only see pads here, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, what? Yeah, it is 11. How do you have 24 gigs with 11 chips? Oh, there it is. I was like, yeah, so they were on the front side, not on the back. That's why you can see the pads where the 1080 Ti, I think, had some on the back. But I just talked a whole bunch about how they probably would have had two, but the 3090 only had one, the 3090 Ti, the regular. Kingpin did the two of them. So here's a little bit of a... I love the screens that came on here, too. If you guys didn't know, this is an OLED screen that will show, like, live readouts of power and temp and all that sort of stuff. This is a 3090 Ti Kingpin. As you can see, it came with a 360 radiator. You guys have seen this on the wall behind me. I have never turned it on or used it, period. It still has the plastic on it. So I never noticed it had two 12-volt high power connectors. And here's the thing, it has the sideband in there. It's just the plugs didn't have the sideband. This was like preparation for it. Like the 3080s had the standard one. The 3090 Ti's had this, but they had pulled out from the entire sideband thing prior to the 40 series launch with this card. This was where they were supposed to launch the sideband stuff. Like they pulled out, and then 40 series is where they implemented it, and you all know how that sort of thing. I never noticed it has two. That just seems smart, given the amount of power these cards can pull, especially when they're L2'd. But I never took the cooler or anything off. But this is what basically this would look like assembled. But now, I should start firing this one up. I never even noticed there's two plugs in them. Oh my goodness. Anyway, yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use on our too, because that's just.
The other one ran away in front of that dude.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna trip down memory road here. I keep beating this horse to death upon death. Let's face it, we're sad. We're sad. And you know what? For those of you wondering how the 4090 non-release card has been running, it has its quirks because it was never like smoothed out, if you will, in terms of the software. It's like one thing that is just completely rogue and wants to do whatever it wants to do out of the three fans, no matter what. But you know what? I look at that and I go, you spin up, little buddy. You live your best last life. Okay? Alright. Don't know what else to say. Got some cool shit from Kingpin. Can't wait to see what he comes up with in the future. You know he's not going to stop. The question is, where and when and how?
Enemy over there.
LZRD says, that blue is almost perp.
Need to recharge my shields.
Fence placed. Anyone back at Furia? We'll know.
You're being aimed at. Punching a tunnel.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. We are not alone. Look over here.
Come through my tunnel. Ready?
Portal placed.
Come through my portal.
Got a replicator coming in.
Putting down the fence. The circuit is complete. I spotted an enemy. Enemy in sight.
The ring's closing in 1. We're not very close.
Shield battery here.
LZRD says, far from ring.
Stack and stop here. Level 1. Ring's not close, and we've only got 45 seconds. I see an opponent.
Contact.
Adversary over there. That way. Come on. Setting a fence. The circuit is complete.
Ten seconds. The ring's contact.
I'll squeeze them with you guys.
Ring. Taking shots. Reloading. This time I'm down.
If it makes you feel any better, my fans love you.
Leaving the match early.
Hello, Galaxy. I'm Chris Perillo, and this is my view in Fewer Than Two. X, aka Elon Musk, has now decided that block will no longer be a feature on X. And this was so much of a departure from what I would expect that I had to check to make sure that this wasn't just a rumor. But in fact, it was X'd directly from the X's mouth. So yeah, all the blocking that you've ever done, I guess, wasn't pointless. You'll still be able to block on other networks, assumedly, if only so those apps could stay in the the Google Play Store or Apple's App Store, because you need to have the functionality of blocking in order to be considered for either one of those apps. X is going to get around that. Rules have certainly been bent in the past. Wouldn't surprise me if they bent in the future. I certainly have blocked, but I gotta say, I muted a lot more than I've blocked. And if given the option for choosing the word block or mute, I'm going to use both. Between those two, I would tend to go the muting route. If only because no signal is sent. Like when you're blocked, you're clearly cut off. But if someone wanted to look at what you were sharing, they could easily, find a way around that. But muting makes it such that the person that you're muting is just shouting into the ether. Like they're just doing it and wasting their energy, not yours. What do you think?
Head on the swivel. Bogey landed near me.
Attention. First blood.
First fatality. Let the games begin.
Beginning ring countdown.
It's go time.
Ring's close and we've still got a minute.
Seconds till ring close, amigos. Don't make me carry you.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
Faster, faster!
10 seconds. The ring's close.
Taking fire!
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
Charging shields. Come on.
We're outside the ring.
I'm down. No bueno.
Makova says, why?
Enemy took one. Gotta grab that banner.
Vip Cosmic says, low.
New kill leader. Watch for them. Boy jumping. Reloading. Need some help here.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Picked up
Do I have your
some
banner?
This was a match made in heaven. Well, maybe not for you.
I don't know what to do with those guys when they just run off of me.
romp with me. I'm ready for a match.
So I like to have a little fun. So
The
what?
wind's out there looking for you. It will find you if you let it. Introducing your champion.
Good, I'm the jump master.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know?
Enough lambing around. We drop it. Enemy spotted.
Bad guy over there. Never mind. Let's check out that way.
Let's go over there.
Loud and clear.
Supply bin there.
Beginning ring countdown.
New kill leader, eyes out for him. Sail one. We're all inside this ring.
Let's explore this way.
Do you want to go to that fight?
Contact with hostile.
Making contact here.
Hostile close. Getting shot at. Void running.
Shots fired. And they're hitting me. Using the decoy escape.
They're hurt over here to behind me. The deep one is hurt bad. Yep, there you go. One more, one more, one more. Good job.
Enemy taken out. Reloading. Killed an enemy.
Help John if you need it.
Spotted. I'm taking shots.
Let me know my decoy.
Reloading.
Shots fired and they're hitting me.
Contact the target.
Reloaded. Big up to us. That was
I got him.
one in the squad.
Beautiful work. Beautiful. Bet that care
Lambing, I got
sweet
you.
gear for us. Reloading. Gotta patch myself up.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Patching myself up.
Come on, sailor.
Need to recharge my shields. I'm out of shotgun ammo.
Target's right in front of me.
I'm out of light ammo.
I think this place needs a little more me. Backpack here. Level 2.
There's one inside the middle.
I'm out of light ammo.
I just gave you light ammo, bro.
Bamboozles for the fool. It works, it rhymes. You got bamboozled.
birthday present. Shield now. Enemy over there.
Getting shot at.
Bam! There goes a boozle. Booze? Something like that. Getting shot at.
Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Tubes the clock.
I'm out of shotgun ammo.
Whoa, we got another squad here.
I knocked one, but I'm down. I'm going underneath.
Revive me in a sec. Like a safer second from now.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Stephen J4 says, no ammo.
Pass me that sugar.
What ammo do you need?
1 second. We got this. I need light ammo. I'm out of shotgun ammo.
Light ammo here.
Punching a tunnel.
That's all I have.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Give my shield to recharge.
I'm spotted. Taking fire.
1 sec. Healing up.
I say we move there.
Got one.
Light ammo
I'm out
here.
of shotgun ammo.
Stephen J4 says, no ammo.
Let's go over there.
Stephen J4 says, go back.
I'm taking shots.
Decoy escape deployed.
Recharging my shields. Going to face.
Shot at. Reload. Go on now. Say hello. Recharging my shields.
Some of us aren't inside the ring. Saying.
Attention. Delivery.
Opening fire.
Got a replicator coming in.
I think this place needs a little more. Yeah.
Shotgun ammo here.
Watch yourself. There's another squad attacking. Shield.
Very.
Firing. Wait, how do I know that I'm not the decoy? This is dream within a dream stuff.
Enemy shields broke.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Recharging my shields.
Taking fire.
Down here, 2 on me, 3 on me, 3 on me.
I hope for your sake that wasn't supposed to impress me.
I don't know why you guys wanted to hang there.
Says, no fucking ammo.
Why did you stay? Well, then why did you hang there?
Fact.
No why would you hang there if you have no ammo?
I've got you.
I don't understand that.
Hey everyone, it is Nana Week, and my new children's book, Nana Loves You Publishing, joined Tinkle, 16,000. Oh, that's
Full cash.
Wait a week. Nice. I have 3 children. How many grandkids do you have?
I have 2 grandchildren. One 13, who's going to be a musician too, and an 8-month-old.
Oh, come on. You gotta love that book. Congratulations. You're gonna play the drums for us, but I heard that you had a special request.
I would love to have a drum off with Questlove.
Drum off with Questlove. Now we're talking. These drums perfectly fine for you here?
These are perfectly fine. I have a kit just like this at home that I can go with.
Yep, perfect. Once you get up there, get ready to go. We'll start this drum off. Can I do anything for you? How long have you been playing the drum?
58 years.
No, what's up? But you better bring your A game, buddy.
I hope so. I've only been playing for 58 months.
Dorothea, whenever you're ready, let the drum off begin.
Okay.
Repulsors, check. Stabilizers, check. Base buddy, check. This is your champion. Fights blood in the water to a shark like me.
I say we land here. Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system.
Just don't even. Dorothea, wait. I have an idea. This last one, that was amazing, by the way. This last one, how about something that Questlove himself had a little trouble doing? When Phil Collins was on the show, and we really hyped up that solo from In the Air Tonight. And then when Phil came on to play with us in Quest, I just kind of snuck around and just stared at Quest for like
startled me right
what do you think? Can you do the classic drum solo In the Air Tonight, Phil Collins?
I'll try.
Okay, good. Okay, Georgie. One more time, Joe. Come on back.
Taking contact with enemy.
Add another to the triage pile.
Scrappy DP says, sorry.
Hands up, we're not alone. Making contact with enemy.
I'm on my hands and knees. I'm begging you, please stop making me do this. I can't handle much more. I'm running out of juice. It's like that meme when you nut but she keeps sucking, and it's that clip of Frieza like screaming out in agony as he's getting drained. That's how I feel when it comes to every unhinged decision that Elon Musk makes with Twitter. I can't help it though. I need goofiness like a fish needs water. And there's nothing goofier than everything that keeps happening on Twitter. I've made like 7 videos about it, and I don't even want to, but I can't stop myself. Where there is wackiness, I will be there. When silliness is afoot, I will be there. Which means I have to be here making fun of Twitter again. God damn it, heavens to Betsy, I can't even call it Twitter because its name is now X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. Even its name is the pure essence of lunacy because he changed it to just the letter X. Because Elon Musk's brain is an incomprehensible enigma of cringe. A month can't go by without some other embarrassing fuck-up from Elon Musk with the handling of this platform. So go ahead and reset your days since last workplace-related cringe accident because we're starting again. It has only been a couple of weeks since the last the last nugget of dog shit ideas from Elon reared its disgusting head, where he made the tagline for X on the App Store, "Blaze your glory." Brother, my glory is still blazing. I want it to stop. I am so tired of making fun of this platform and Elon, but I can't stop myself because he just keeps doing dumber and dumber shit. Today, this homunculus goober must have taken some ayahuasca and hatched an unfathomably ridiculous idea, stating that the block feature is soon going to be deleted except for DMs, and then even had the gall to reply to that saying it makes no sense. Well, it doesn't make any sense. He's absolutely right. That makes no fucking sense at all to remove the block feature. So obviously, this set everyone's glory ablaze. Now, I think what he was trying to say is that the block feature itself doesn't make any sense, which is why they're removing it, which is just delusional. And it's also not surprising because Elon Musk is the epitome of delusional. He is, if that word came to life, he is the very incarnation of delusion made flesh. He is a clown that never stops dancing and honking his nose, making me giggle and spit up, forcing me to point and laugh at him while shooting spitballs and throwing tomatoes. Like, I don't want to keep talking about every bafflingly awful decision that he keeps making. You know what I do want to talk about, though, real quick before getting back to this topic? We just made a huge change to my first ever live event coming up on September 8th. So, when it launched, there was only one ticket option available, which was for September 8th, 9th, and 10th, and you couldn't go individual days. That was because we were instructed that that'd probably be the optimal way of doing it, because they've never done individual days at that venue. But after talking with them, we were able to get individual tickets available, so if you want to just go on Saturday or just want to go on Sunday, it'll be $25 for a day ticket, and it'll be like about strazcenter.org. I'll put a link to it in the description. Now, I'm sure I don't need to explain why it's a bad idea to remove the block feature, but I'm going to go ahead and indulge here because I've seen a lot of people defending this, saying, you know, we don't even need the block feature. Elon's right. It is redundant. It's useless. I'll start by explaining that there are differences between muting and blocking. The biggest one is a muted user can still follow you, see you, even quote retweet you. They can still interact with you. A blocked user cannot. A blocked user can do none of those things. It basically just cuts them off, slams the door in their face. And I've seen a lot of people saying that taking away the block feature is actually a great move for free speech because Elon Musk is a free speech absolutist. And I have to say, you are really deep in the brainwashing protocol here. You are lost in the mainframe. At its core, this is taking away a choice you as an individual get to make for yourself. It's taking away one of your freedoms to choose who or what you want or don't want to interact with. I don't see why anyone would consider this a W. Why would you celebrate having less freedoms? It doesn't make sense to me. It blows my mind. I understand a lot of people don't like to think for themselves. Having individuality is scary. It's easier to just exist in a hive mind or an echo chamber. But it's still just ridiculous to me that anyone would think that it's good, that something is getting taken away that's become such a very basic thing. So basic and so fundamental to the internet experience that it's actually one of the terms and conditions for X as a platform to even be able to be listed on the Google Play Store and the App Store. Both of these require a user's ability to block things and users they don't want to see. So if X does remove it, they may jeopardize their position on the app stores, which would be wildly detrimental to the overall health and future of the platform. So this is a decision that could potentially sink X down the line if they can no longer exist on the two biggest platforms that people downloaded. So it's something that I feel most people should recognize isn't good. There's nothing to be gained from losing an ability for yourself to make a choice for yourself as opposed to letting someone else do it for you. One of the main arguments I've seen in support of the block feature is that it's used by people to silence their critics. It's the town square, and you shouldn't be able to avoid criticism and hide in your bubble. And I'm sure to a certain extent there are people that'll block accounts in order to hide from criticism, but it never silences it. That criticism will always exist whether or not that user is blocked. So if we're going to stick with this whole town square shit, this would basically just be like them leaving the town square, which everyone can do. Like, it's super simple to grasp. Blocking an account doesn't just silence criticism or anything like that. And most people, I imagine, are using the block feature on bots or OnlyFans link spammers or like
stand here,
weirdos, dangerous psychopaths on the platform. Like, I imagine the block feature is mainly used against those kind of accounts, especially in
you
the
told me to shut up
where it is
healing
so
you?
much space.
What kind of sense does that make, sir?
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Who's shitting this guy's Cheerios today? He got saved, and then he told me to shut up. 'Cause I tried to heal him. What the fuck?
Take note. There's a new kill leader. Reloading. Heads up. Making it adjusted to my mobile sheet.
Back off, there's other people coming to you, right?
Reinforcing my Evo shield. Got some uninvited busters. Get behind my protector.
Recharging my shields.
Reinforcing my Evo shield.
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline package in.
We should stop this. Shield battery here. Getting some healing.
Recharging my shields. Might be something good that way.
Trying to go back into that fight? For real?
Enemy there. Enemy shield busted.
Up on the mountain over there. Let's get out of here. 2 right here.
Real heroes get back up.
There's no reason to stay in this area and fight here. Just one person now. There's 2 people on fucking 3 different teams. Come on, Grim, you got this, Grim! I see you. Grim Slim Jim gonna make it to the mission. Come on, ride the rope. Ooh, look who's back in the game again. Guess who's back?
Level 1.
Ring's closing in one.
Havoc here. Reinforcing my Evo shield. Quite a journey to the ring, and it closes in 45 seconds. Let's move.
Spam and so many bots. Like, OnlyFans spam has become so commonplace. Any tweet you go to, you are guaranteed to find at least 1,000 that just replies with OnlyFans links. So a lot of people block those accounts so they can't do that anymore. So it's not just poisoning all kinds of discussion on the platform. I don't see how there's a good argument that can be made for removing the block feature. Muting doesn't accomplish the same goal. It accomplishes something similar, but not quite the same. Now, if I may blaze your glory for a moment, I actually would like to speculate on how this idea may have even formed in his noodle, because I do have a working game theory. So, it's become very clear over the last few years that everyone in Elon's life is just a yes man and constantly baby him, powder his little bottom, and make sure that he's always happy and not throwing tantrums. So, I think what must have happened.
So what if the changes coming to the Galaxy S24 series are great, but really not easy to notice? As yes, a new batch of rumors paints a very interesting picture
Sure,
of
I
the
need to
Galaxy
loot up before we
S24
go.
that are coming. It seems the dream iPhone SE is on its way from Apple, and by that I mean major design changes. And it seems Oppo is prepping another foldable this year, and it's actually not the one you think. I'm Jaime Rivera, and it's about that time where I wish I had an extra 5 cups of coffee. Don't even ask me why. This is far enough. There is, again, no official news today, so let's start the video with Apple because we have new reports about the future of the Apple Watch. Okay, so last week we talked about how this new series will only get some minor changes that could be considered more of a refresh to previous models. However, it seems like the big changes will come next when the Apple launches the 10th generation, which, of course, they could be planning to call it the Watch X for Watch 10. Mark Gurman claims that it could be the biggest upgrade in Apple Watch history. Apparently, the company is working on making the Watch X or T case thinner, and for the first time, it will be changing how the wristbands attach to the case. The current system takes up too much room, apparently, which Apple could use for a bigger battery. It seems like a magnetic attachment system is being considered, but that might not be ready for next year when Apple plans to launch it. We're more than a year away from the launch, so there's not that much information available right now, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be hearing a lot of information in the upcoming months. So stay tuned, because it doesn't matter. Now let's talk about Oppo, since we have new renders showcasing the design of the Oppo Find M3 Flip, and there's a reason why you should care. A few weeks ago, we talked about the first renders, but now we have updated images that show some pretty interesting possible changes to these renders. This time, the information comes from the Digital Chat Station, and we can notice that the biggest change is the camera island, which is now shown as a ring housing the 3 sensors and the Hasselblad branding, though I would take this with a grain of salt because it does look pretty small for that chassis. The good news is that we still get to see the 3 sensors, which would be groundbreaking for the camera departments of clamshell smartphones, and the tall cover screen display appears to be the same, and it pretty much just follows the design of the Find M2 Flip in that regard, which means it would have a 3.2-inch AMOLED display with 120 Hz refresh rates. Now, on the other hand, the inner display is expected to be a 6.8-inch LTPO AMOLED with 120 Hz refresh rates. The camera ring will house a 50-megapixel main camera sensor with OIS alongside an 8-megapixel ultra-wide and a 32-megapixel telephoto. The Find M3 Flip is also certified to carry 67 watts of fast charging this time, an improvement over 33 watts. And we also have new details regarding the launch date. And it's just around the corner, because according to Max Jambor, the report claims that we could expect it on August 29th, which is, what, 6 months after the first model? So, I don't know, I'm shocked too. I'm struggling to consider the leak design possible, and also such an early launch, but I mean, stay tuned, because they clearly have competition right now. Moving on, let's talk about Apple since we have new details about the upcoming iPhone SE that are pretty interesting. I know it's been a while since the last time we talked about Cupertino's mid-ranger, but today we have some pretty interesting reports, and honestly, it's shaping up to be one of the best options out there whenever it gets launched, assuming this will happen. It is reported that the new model will be based on the iPhone 14, feature USB-C for the first time.
Thanks.
The report also mentions that it will finally come with Face ID, contradicting previous rumors claiming that it would retain a Touch ID button. Most interestingly, we also hear that Apple plans to add an action button, similar to what we hear with the iPhone 15 Pro and Max. This would be a clear differentiating factor when compared to the base models, because apparently those are going to continue with the mute switch. Finally, it surfaced that manufacturers are currently bidding to receive orders from Apple for the first OLED panels that will replace the LCD panels on the new generation. It is also believed that the iPhone SE 4 will be one of the first models to include Apple's long-rumored custom 5G modem. Now, as for the launch date, it's still unclear, but we'll keep you posted since there was no mention of the size. It could just be that this would be the replacement to the iPhone 13 mini, because otherwise, what would be special or a special edition of this phone? And finally, fourth, the most interesting news today. Let's talk about Samsung and all the recent reports about the upgrades that come to the Galaxy S24 series. Earlier today, it was revealed that Sammy's new lineup is getting an important display upgrade. The report mentions that all the three models will feature thinner and more power-efficient OLED screen. The new panels are expected to be the displays 13th generation to the series. Now, moving on to the camera department, we reported last week that the S24 Ultra will feature a 50-megapixel 3x telephoto camera. Now, according to Ice Universe, the flagship model will feature a 50-megapixel telephoto camera with a bigger 1/2.52-inch camera sensor, which is expected to be the ISOCELL GM5, compared to the 1/3.52-inch sensor we currently have with 10 megapixels on the current model. Thanks to the bigger sensor and higher resolution, the S24 Ultra is expected to high-quality image even in non-native zoom levels of 5x. The report also mentions that this new sensor could allow the device to shoot 8K 30 frames per second from the telephoto camera, which it currently can only do from the front frame. Moving on to the outer body, we talked a few weeks ago about the rumored claims that the Ultra variant could come with a titanium frame, which could make the phone slightly heavier than the current aluminum frame. However, it was reported by Ice Universe that the device will be 1 gram lighter than its predecessor. So I hope that's not an excuse to make it more expensive if you're not getting any evident feature improvements. Though, sure, the durability is welcome. Anyways, in today's question, let us know, what is your wish list for the Galaxy S24 series? Because in my case, if you're giving me the same designs, probably different materials, but I don't know. I wish there was a more aggressive price tag. But that's just me. Leave us a comment down below with a friends, again, if you want to get the news earlier, follow us on Pocket.com and subscribe to our channel for more videos like this one. You can also follow us on social media. Our extended coverage happens on Instagram, and follow me on my personal handles to see me struggle with remaining awake. Please give this video a thumbs up if you like what you saw. I'm Hey Better. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, welcome back to the L1 Show. Today is August 18th, and we're doing robot and nonsense stories for your Friday.
And you're going to want to, if you host websites, you're going to want to dust off the old connections, get in there, and change the robots.txt. And if you believe that that will stop them, I have a bridge that is available for purchase for a low, low price.
OpenAI launches a web crawling GPT bot sparking blocking effort by website owners and creators. Or it's already been crawling for a long time.
I mean, it's a nice idea, but realistically, will they honor that? Especially if a lot of websites start blocking them?
They say they will.
But they'll crawl it at archive.org.
They also say that you can block the IP address, because there's no way there's one IP address.
Right outside the door. Just pick me up. You can get me. Don't even go.
You're going to have a hard time keeping this particular spider out of your stuff. And it's going to be looking it all up.
Every time I go through these folders, I just keep finding these little spiders everywhere.
And I have a feeling that they sort of astroturfed because all the big tech sites ran this headline.
There's 2 here. 2 there.
I don't know why you guys are freaking out. They wouldn't just steal from you.
So weird.
Huh.
Now they got their little black wall up.
Web pages crawled with GPT-bot user agent may potentially be used to improve future models. May.
Absolutely will be.
And Zoom.
3 here.
Wow, they made their fortune by working from home. And now, amazingly, they decided they don't like that anymore.
Zoom contradicts its own policy about training AI on your data.
Wow, that is not what the story was about. I read it. That was the other story.
Yeah.
This is about their terms of service, which says that they get perpetual.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Brian Shroud, joined by my good buddy Tap. Hello. And we're here with another ARC update for you. We're going to talk about a bunch of cool stuff, some performance, some science. I love science. Some science and some tools that you can go download and go play around with. For the first time ever, we're going to kind of make the guts of how GPUs look and work more accessible to all of our gamers. So hopefully we're doing some good. All right, so we're going to talk about 3 different things today. First of all, you know we've been working on our driver since launch. And today, I'm happy to announce that we have re-architected our DX11 driver, and we've improved performance by around 20% across a collection of DX11 titles, which is a big change, a lot of effort, and the engineers have, again, knocked it out of the ballpark. So I'm very excited about that. The second thing I'm going to tell you about is a new way to think about graphics performance that I call a GPU busy metric, and it helps you, for the first time, get a sense of, hey, am I GPU limited? Am I CPU limited? What should I do about the performance of my GPU? That's the science part. That's the science. It's pretty exciting. And the third thing I'm going to show you is our new tool that's called Intel PresentMon Beta. And what that thing does is it's an overlay that you can put in a window if you want, and it really digs into the characteristics of performance, telemetry, it's open source, and multi-vendor. I'll tell you all about it. And it looks cool too. All right, digging in. So a quick recap. In the beginning of the year, we told you about how we had re-architected our DX9 driver, and we improved performance by about 43%. At the same time, we brought the price of ARC A750 down to $249, and it was amazing value. Yep. Right? And also during that time, we showed you charts that look like this, where you see lots of performance improvement, and we said we're going to add this to all of our DX9 titles, and today I'm happy to announce that we are totally done with that transition. All DX9 titles are running on the new driver. That's awesome to hear. So that's like we've kind of completed the one step. Yep. And now we're going to talk about. Maybe we'll talk about another one. Yeah. Now, at the end of Q2, we also talked about how to start thinking about the right way to build a PC for ARC A750. And the idea was you want to get the right GPU and CPU balance so that you don't pay too much for a CPU, you don't pay too much for a GPU, and you get them both working together evenly. And this was the story we brought tens of thousands of data points, more science, into the pages. Yeah. It's all crazy. And that all comes into play today as we go through data. Absolutely. And we also made available bundles that are still available. CPU GPU bundle at $419 and systems starting at $799. So crazy. It's crazy deals, especially today with the prices where they are for GPUs. I'm delighted that Intel is working hard to change that. All right, now let's recap everything else we've done. Since launch, we've had 30 driver releases. 30 drivers is how we make our GPU better, and it's an incredible pace. It is. We've had 57 or more games supported through our Game On Driver program. Wow. This is making sure on day one that our users have the best possible experience they can on that platform. It's a huge effort, and I appreciate all the end-to-end testing for that. We've also had over 70 XeSS games enabled, which is our AI-based technology that renders at low resolution and then uses an AI network to scale it up to get great results, and it improves performance. And the fact that our DevRel and DevTech team have gotten integrated in over 70 titles, it's amazing results. I'm very happy. But that's not it. Since then, we also have been continuously working on our driver. It's a 30 release. A labor of love. Yeah, right. So that before, right? And today we're happy to talk about DX11. Right, we have huge improvements in DX11. I already mentioned it's up to 19%. This is showing the individual data points for each of the games. But think about it as, we're just beginning DX11. There's going to be more games added over time. If you normalize this data, you can see the scaling is between 5 and 30%. And again, if your 1080p.
So the net that are intelligent for DX11 is continuing to improve.
Yep, and this is like we started on DX9, the beginning, right? A subset of games that are important. We'll talk about it in a minute.
Yep.
Right, and you got your average frame rates and your 99th for your smoothness.
Yeah. Now let's show the 99th data. It's not just about average, but having the games get smoother is also equally important. Many of you guys know that we care about this. It shows games between 10% and 50%, and it's just amazing. Now, the reason we care about this, Ryan, as you know, is because DX11 is huge. It's everywhere. Over 1 million players are playing Counter-Strike today concurrently on Steam.
Yeah, it's a lot, right? And if you look at games like Valorant, Overwatch 2, even GTA, right? You still got hundreds of thousands of people playing these games. It's important that we have the best experience that we can give them.
Absolutely, and there's no way we're ever going to slow down, right? More and more DX11 titles are going to get added, and sometime soon we hope to complete a complete transition to the new driver architecture. Right. The summary is, we've improved performance by around 19% for DX11 titles that are supported, and we've improved smoothness by about 20%. Now, one thing I have not mentioned yet, which is kind of interesting, is all of the data I've shared so far is with Core i5.
That's right, using one of our balanced build configurations.
Yeah, now Core i5 is a better price point to A750, better, more natural match. Sure. But it has different ways that you would optimize the driver, different ways you'll see performance. But I do get a lot of questions about, well, what's this look like with Core i9? Of course. So here you go, Core i9 data. What you'll see here is that you do see scaling on DX11 for Core i9, but it's different numbers. And it's different because Core i9 is starting from a higher frame rate because it was able to absorb some of the CPU overhead that was present in our prior driver. So you're not going to see as much benefit on Core i9 with the new driver, and this chart says that, right? It says that with the new driver on Core i5, you get 19% performance improvement, but on Core i9, you get 12%, and that's a little bit hard to understand.
But it's still a good uplift, but it's curious, why is it less on the higher-end CPU than on...
You're exactly right? And it all goes back to the idea that the higher performance CPU was able to absorb some of the inefficiencies that were present in the driver prior releases, right? But that's what we're going to do. We're going to dig into the science of what the heck's going on there, right?
The science starts now.
The science starts now. All right, so everybody has seen charts like this before. This is a frame time chart, and it's how we all look at performance now. You can remember from back in the day. And so in this case, it's kind of the inverse of frames per second. So higher is less good. And so I think we're running between 5 and 10. So it's like 130 frames per second on average. But you can see it's a little spiky and it's a little bit wide. So this is not like a perfect experience. This is showing our launch driver with Core i5. And we clearly have work to do. This is the X11, Overwatch 2, 1080p Ultra. Now the question is, what's happening here? So I want to go to that next click down and explain what you see, okay? This is a view of how the render pipeline works on a game. First, the CPU does stuff. And in this blue section, the CPU has game logic that's doing things like physics, it's doing, AI for the characters, it's managing resources. But once the game has sort of updated its game state, the mouse and the keyboard and all that stuff, then it does what's called render. And on the CPU side, render means you're converting from game state to DX commands that are sort of like graphical states. So think of it as, instead of having a character, you're going to convert that to like draw these triangles, use these vertices.
Don't waste your shit. Where are you going? Why don't you get on the health drone, bro? Oh my god, I got dumbasses.
A game state and a graphic state through DX. Got it. Okay, now DX, when you get to this thing that says present, that's when the game tells DirectX, I've sent you everything you need. Please go ahead and draw that picture. Right. And the game is just completely oblivious to what happens after it says present. It's just going to wait, and that's what's happening. The game is waiting for present to complete, which DirectX is telling the game, I can take your next frame. And that's why the white stuff starts there, right? Got it. Now the cool part is when we're measuring frame time, it's from the present of the blue frame until the present of the white frame. That's sort of like, how long did it take me to render? And we just do that over and over and over, and that's the way we do graphics performance measurement today.
Yeah.
Okay? But there's more going on here, Ryan.
It seems like it. We've only got the CPU highlighted, but something happens on the GPU.
Exactly. So now in this middle layer, that's the GPU. All right, so once you call present, the driver starts getting involved, DirectX starts getting involved, and takes those DirectX commands and converts it to a language that our GPU can execute natively. So think that, we call that kind of a command list or command buffer, and it's like micro instructions that our GPU can process. And then the GPU kicks off and it starts doing what's called a GPU render, and it's doing the mathematics to generate pixels. Okay, and at the end of the day, when the pixels are all done, it's called the duration of GPU render, and that's what I call GPU busy. Once it's done drawing the picture, we're going to do what's called flipping, and we're going to scan that onto the display. So this is the magic behind the curtain of how a game works, how graphics works. Don't go to college, kids. You can get it all here. No, do go to college, but at the end of the day, this is it.
But if we're like, this is I call this a simplified illustration. Yeah. Right? Because there's obviously a ton of other complexity in here. We simplified things. So there's buffers and
absolutely. If you're a graphics engineer, don't comment. Okay, don't put it in the comment. So clearly a lot more going on here. But what I want you to take away is there's two things that we could measure and that we're going to start measuring. Right. One is frame time, which is what we're used to measuring, and this new thing is GPU busy. And I hope already you can kind of see that if GPU busy is roughly the same length as frame time, then you're sort of balanced. If GPU busy is very short relative to frame time, you've got some problems and you've got some opportunities. Yeah. Okay. So let's come back to this picture. This is that frame time thing again. Only this time I'm going to add a new metric called GPU busy, and this is the yellow line you're going to see. So what's happening here in these two boxes is, in the first box, the frame time is way longer than GPU busy, and that means that the CPU is pretty much gating the processing on the GPU. In the middle, you can see frame time and GPU busy are kind of the same, and that means you're more balanced, or maybe the GPU is limiting, but it's much more close to where you want to land. So that's good.
In that first highlight, there's probably like a 50% delta between GPU busy and frame.
Yeah.
Again, you call it opportunity.
Yeah.
To improve, get better, to make performance better.
Get better, right? Now, if you think about what's going on in my original picture, this is how to think about it. In the case on that first box where you're limited by the CPU, the render happened on the CPU and it sent stuff into DirectX and the driver, but for some reason it didn't land and start rendering in the GPU yet. That could have been because the driver's doing shader compiles, it's doing resource management, it's doing some kind of interlocks, could be network traffic, could be multi-threading stuff. There's lots of things that can make it stall out and like not get work to the GPU. So in these cases, you realize you have an opportunity because all this GPU power, all those billions of transistors are sitting there doing nothing. Okay? So let's come back to our picture. Here's frame time again. And now I'm going to show you the difference between frame time on our old driver and frame time on our new driver. Yep, here's old, here's new. Okay, and new, that light blue, you can see it's brought it down. Yep. Right? Now, we would have left the conversation there.
We would have looked at this and said the frame time is lower.
Yep.
That's good.
Yep.
The frame time
I
is
need
ammo
distribution.
Yeah. That's good.
Yep.
And we would have said, hey, we've done our work.
Yep. Yeah. You guys are great. Now, I think that's fantastic, and the driver team would have been happy. But the truth is, there's more that we can think about here. So I'm going to add a new piece of information. This is the new driver again, and now I'm going to show you GPU busy. So if you think about it, GPU busy with the new driver is right on top. And what that's telling you is in that first box,
fuck me, dude.
All that performance that we had left on the table, basically, because we had overhead in our driver.
He's healing up right here. He's tucked in the corner, right in front of me, right in front of me.
So GPU busy is a nice way to get a sense of, am I balanced? Is there bottlenecks? What's going on?
Holy fuck, good job. I can't believe that worked.
What that looks like when you're balanced. You can see the frame time length and the GPU busy are about the same length, and you're in generally a happy place. Now, this is grossly simplified because there is a lot of queuing that's happening here, but just for simplicity perspective, I took it. Okay, all right. So now we're going to dive in on GPU busy a little bit and look at some specific small time frames, right?
Now this is a different game. We're going to show like a different kind of before and after. This is where I think having a metric like GPU busy allows reviewers, enthusiasts, whoever, to go
get the banner.
A bunch of different types of scenarios.
I totally agree. This is actually showing you 1080p low on Counter-Strike 2. And the first thing you'll notice is that GPU busy is very low. It's like 2.5 milliseconds, so very little work on the GPU. And you can see the CPU kind of spiking up there with frame time. This means that your experience is not going to be super great, and that your CPU is still limiting performance. But
I need shotgun ammo if anyone has it.
So there are going to be tons.
It's very high frame rate.
Yeah, very high frame rate, and so it's not surprising that your CPU is gaining performance. Yep. Now, the next picture, I'm going to show you same game, same setup, but we're changing the settings from low.
Anyone see any shotgun ammo?
In this case, you can see the workload of GPU busy went way up, and now the CPU doesn't have such a hard time keeping that GPU fed because the GPU is busy for a long period of time. Yep. Right? So it's a very cool way to start in real time, kind of visualizing, is my system performing optimally? Right. Okay. So that's a lot to touch.
It is, and you said real time. This isn't in
This is a picture. This is a PowerPoint. But you know what? There is a new tool that we're making available starting very soon. This is actually called Intel PresentMon. Now, Intel PresentMon Beta. Yes. Oh, wow. Look at that. Didn't look at that. The Intel PresentMon Beta is a tool that's going to be open source, multi-vendor, and it's going to be available this Friday. Today? Today! Yes, as a matter of fact, today. Yeah, and what it does is it takes a piece of software that we've been doing for a long time. We launched something around 2017. That's a piece of software called PresentMon. And that PresentMon kernel basically is being used by lots of third parties. It's used by CapFrameX, it's used by FrameView, it's used by OCAD. And what we're doing for the first time is we're putting our own layer on top of it to make it available directly to end users.
Yeah, this update makes it what I would consider user-friendly in any capacity, right? For reviewers and software developers, PresentMon has always been an amazing tool. But now you can install it on your machine easily and start to look at that data in real time.
I know.
Not just after chart.
I know. It's a bit crazy, right? So it's got a configurable overlay with real-time graphing. We actually wrote our own mini renderer. So the graphs are very low overhead, and you can make them full screen. They have very little impact on overall performance. It's multi-vendor, as I mentioned. It does include all the balance metrics, so GPU busy, you can see in real time. That is pretty delightful in itself. You can kind of look at, as the scene is happening, am I CPU limited, am I GPU limited? I mean, the conversation, I think, is going to really ramp up. Yeah, we support multi-vendor. I mentioned NVIDIA. We support AMD through their open API. So NVIDIA API and the API we do use to get NVIDIA telemetry. We use ADL to get AMD telemetry, and we're using our own IGCL, thank you very much, to get the Intel telemetry. It's going to be open, so we're posting all the source code on the GitHub repository that is PresentMon, and there's also going to be a download link on your website, right? So it's super, super exciting. Also, for all the people that are using PresentMon today, we're not changing the legacy PresentMon API, so OCAD's not going to get messed up, FrameView's not going to mess up, everybody can do it. Now, I want to make a plug. It's open. We are open to feedback. Any of the other IHVs, NVIDIA, AMD, if you're listening and you want to make a submission, just do it on the open source tree, and we're not trying to make it proprietary in any sense.
What I think would be really cool to look at now is, I want to see the visualizer.
All right, well, let's take a look at the demo. All right, guys, we're here with Intel PresentMon Beta. And up in the right-hand corner, you can see, we're listing just the GPU.
I knocked one out here.
Yes, this is what we kind of call the basic display. It's showing you FPS, and it's also showing you this cool real-time graph. I think I mentioned we wrote our own renderer to do really high-quality graphs with really low overhead. So you can have these things up, and it doesn't affect performance. But this is what you might do when you're just, normal, everyday game, right? Yeah. Now, with a hotkey, Alt-Shift-P, you can toggle through four different presets. This is showing you more of a GPU telemetry, kind of a GPU evaluation-centric view. We have FPS up on the top, average FPS, and then percentiles. So this is showing you the real-time percentile. You don't have to grab things anymore. And it's also showing you GPU busy, which we talked about earlier. Exactly. So in real time, you can kind of say, how is my balance between my GPU and my CPU? In this case, the GPU is rendering somewhere between 4 and 8 milliseconds, and you can see the CPU is about another 2 milliseconds on top of it. So it's pretty close, but not quite perfect. Right. Now coming down here, you can see frequency is kind of changing every once in a while. It's kind of going up and down, and as you come down voltage and temperature and memory, it really gives you a full view of how is my system performing.
And you get to decide, like, do I want all of this information there all the time while I'm playing? Probably not.
Probably not.
There's some geeks that really like it. You can adjust transparencies and everything as you go, but there's other, you can go customize all this, you can as little or as much information.
Let's go ahead and change to another one. This is more like a slightly simplified version, but I think the real power is how do I configure it, how do I play with this. So let's go ahead and jump to that. I'm going to pull up the PresentMon interface. Now this is how you launch PresentMon. You can kind of, coming back to the top, you pick the process that you want to monitor, or you can enable auto-targeting, got a lot of hotkeys.
Good work!
You hit edit, you can actually configure that overlay. In this case, we picked a bunch of stuff. We've got some percentiles, some averages.
Now there's a lot of words on this and fields
and everything from, present mode, sync mode, lots of latency measurements, frequency measurements, telemetry, it goes on and on and on. One thing that's cool though is we also have a histogram. So if you pick GPU frequency, you say, I would like to look at raw, and maybe now instead of a line, I'm going to say histogram.
Now, what is raw versus average?
Oh,
That might be new to people.
It is. So if you think about presentmon, now there's a collection of logic in there that's doing statistics calculations to calculate percentiles, for example.
Okay.
So we calculate average FPS, we calculate 99th and 90th and 95th, but some people really want to see the raw data, no manipulation, and that's what raw is.
So when you have average and 99, you have little buckets that you're doing sampling from, right?
Exactly.
This is
all of it right in the kit and caboodle. So down here, we're starting to generate a histogram of frequency. It's running between 600 and 2400. It's a little bit low, so let me go ahead and lower that bucket size. So we come over here. On every setup, you can click this little setting thing, and you can adjust how the number of bins work, how the buckets work.
Auto scale.
So I'm going to set this auto scale to count, and now we're back here. And now you can see I'm getting this cool histogram that's in real time of my frequency as I'm playing my game. So come on.
It's pretty cool, and we've done a lot of playing around with this kind of stuff, looking at how frequency and utilization and how the histogram view can give you some interesting.
Yeah, and it's got a lot more configurability. If you come down here, go to the main section. There's a section up top here for settings, and this is where you adjust things like how big do I want it to be. I like it to be big, and you can adjust the graphic scaling, which I like it to be big, and now we go down, you can make it more transparent. So this is like a little HUD on the whole screen, and if we go back, now you're starting to see, all right, I've got a bigger thing, it's doing real time, it's on top of my game. This is just cool to me. I don't know. I love this stuff.
It's really neat, and this is something that enthusiasts, gamers, reviewers can all use. Yep. You can capture data with it, obviously, all the performance information that you would want, but if you just kind of want to see what your system's behavior is in real time.
Easy to see.
Really cool tool.
And I think you're going to see us add to this over time, start to get a better sense of what's gating my performance on my CPU, what's gating my performance on my GPU, and seeing it in real time on top of a game just makes it that much better.
Very cool. Let's go wrap things up.
Yep. It was cool, right?
We've got different points of view on how to make the overlay look good, but that's fine.
I could do that all day. I want a special shout out to Mark Galvin and Ray, who did a great job on that software. Really just appreciate all the work they put into it. Of course, Jefferson Montgomery, the original presentmon author, so all good work. All right, so let's summarize. The big news is we're continuing to make our driver better, make ARC A750, A770 better. We improved performance this time by about 20%, 19% for DX11 titles that are supported, and we improved smoothness by about 20% by re-architecting the driver.
Very impressive change.
I'm so excited. Yeah. Now, we've also done two other things. First, we introduced a new GPU busy metric, which I think everybody gets now. It's kind of like, how balanced am I? And we have a brand new tool called Intel's presentmon Beta. It's available today. It's open source. Download it, try it, give us feedback. It's going to be great.
I'm really interested to see what the reviewers have to say about it. Yeah. The community gets their hands on it, what they like about it. Like you said, we're soliciting feedback. We'll make it better, and we'll continue to iterate on the tool.
Absolutely. I'm excited.
Thanks, everybody, for joining us here. Make sure you check arc.intel.com for any other updates that we have, and we'll see you again soon.
Recharging my shields. 10 seconds to reach. Patching myself up. Rings coming in. This won't hurt.
Hello, welcome back to the L1 Show. Today is August 18th, and we're doing robot and nonsense stories for your Friday.
And you're going to want to, if you host websites, you're going to want to dust off the old connections, get in there, and change the robots.txt.
Oh.
And if you believe that that will stop them, I have a bridge that is available for purchase for a low, low price.
OpenAI launches a web crawling GPT bot sparking blocking effort by website owners and creators. Or it's already been crawling for a long time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a nice idea, but realistically, will they honor that? Especially if a lot of websites are blocking them?
They say they will.
They'll crawl it at archive.org.
They also say that you can block the IP address, which there's no way there's one IP address. There's going to have to be a huge block. I don't know if they've announced that or whatever, but you're going to have a hard time keeping this particular spider out of your stuff. And it's going to be looking at all of them.
Every time I go through these folders, I just keep finding these little spiders everywhere.
And I have a feeling that they sort of astroturfed because all the big tech sites ran this headline.
Now you can block OpenAI's web crawler. This is the Verge's version.
I don't know why you guys are freaking out. They wouldn't just steal from you.
That's so weird.
Huh.
Web pages crawled with GPT-Bot user agent may potentially be used to improve future models. May.
Back to this.
Absolutely will be.
Why are we back? Oh.
And Zoom, wow, they...
What? Okay, so that tool is pretty
It's an exciting day. What's up, viewers? Welcome back to the channel. Yes, yesterday we released a video talking about MW2 maps coming back to MW3. It seems we've now later confirmed that with the MW3 release, it will only be MW2 remastered maps, which, you know, kind of feels like a bit of a ripoff. Regardless, though, MW2 being my favorite Call of Duty of all time, it's going to be awesome. And speaking of awesome, we have Scum also giving his reactions on the maps being announced, and giving a bit more critique from a player/creator side.
All 16 MW2 2009 maps are confirmed for Modern Warfare 3. If you text each map's name, it'll send confirmation back. I actually am curious to see what you guys think. Okay, can I propose something else? Let's look at it from a different angle. Okay, don't get me wrong. So we did the podcast yesterday. And I was saying, I don't love it, but I don't hate it. You know what I'm saying? I know everyone is gonna be super excited. Everyone's gonna be super excited when the game first comes out, right? Everyone's gonna be loving it. MW2 maps, all that good shit, right? But the amount of hours that I personally, this is probably not bad for newer generation COD players, but the amount of hours that I've put into these maps already, I kind of want something a little bit new. You know, releasing these 16, great. Fantastic. But if there's no new maps, I'm gonna be a little bit tight. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be a little bit mad. Because like I said, these maps are incredible. Like some of the best maps we've gotten in Call of Duty, right? But it's just the amount of hours that I've already put on them. It's like I just feel like I'm gonna get sick of them so much faster than new maps. Does that make sense? There's a big button there though. If they do put in new maps, then I think it'll be dope. If there's these 16 maps, and then there's like five to 7 new maps that they throw into the rotation, I think that'd be fun. I think that would be amazing. And then obviously, if they push like the old DLC style COD packs where okay, you know, 3 maps come out every season or whatever. I mean, that would be amazing.
So he's definitely excited, but also voices maybe his concerns with playing back the maps that all of us, or a lot of us, have already played before, being MW2. And now that we have further confirmed there apparently will be no longer any other maps besides the MW2 ones, I feel like it's a pretty strong concern to have of a game that was many people's favorite Call of Duty of all time. But you've already put so many hours on those maps. What is the true replayability now as an adult going back to that old Call of Duty title? He also gives further notice like, okay, how is this going to impact it? Someone asked the question, which I'm thankful for because I was not following the Call of Duty esports scene back when I was in 8th grade with MW2 or whatever it was. And so they asked, how has it changed on the competitive side? If we have a year full of competitive MW2 maps, what's that going to look like?
I don't know how I feel about it. I love these maps. Obviously, we're going to have new mechanics. They're going to feel super different than they did back in the day. The movement speed's probably going to be faster. I've heard a lot of rumors about the game. We'll cover some more of those in the second year, but like slide canceling might be back.
Yeah, who knows? You know what I mean? and I go to who's your booking manager? Or who's your agent? Yeah. Yeah. Where are you with? Yeah. UTA. Right. So that's the problem. I think it was the problem. I'm being 100%. So I'm gonna say this out loud. Don't cut this out. Right. My guy at CAA and your guy at UTA are mortal enemies. Here's a story. They are. Did you know that? No. They're mortal enemies. In fact, so there's a photo on my phone. No, it's right. So they used to work together at an agency, and they hated each other because of the temperature of the room. Right? So, like at hot.
How am I just hearing about this? An origin story.
Yeah, this is like
This is real.
thermostat beef.
Because I will tell you.
Thermostat beef. It's about the temperature of the office. What?
You talking?
No, this is
No,
This is real. This is real.
Right, so I have a photo with, because they used to be at Earth, and I was at Earth, and I have a photo with, and I sent it to, and in return.
I mean, let's say the names so we can.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, the two agents are mortal enemies. I'm talking about like Biden and Trump kind of animosity.
Name 3 other really big comics.
At where I'm at?
Yeah.
Shane Gillis. But he's in. I saw him.
No.
Yeah. Andrew Schultz.
Keep going.
Oh, well.
Tim Dillon?
Tim Dillon.
This is all over the fucking thermostat?
Yeah, dude. Temperature of the room. They can't even, because I'll tell me and Andrew. Andrew's at your place. I'm at my place. You know, he's at UTA. And we have a tour
Where you
together
take
right
a
now.
dive to, little guy?
It's been hard.
It's like a year.
It's been hard, dude. I'll tell you
Thermostat. Somewhere nobody knows now.
Why?
Where did he go?
Have I blown your mind?
No. I would,
I do not.
yeah, I don't know. I can't really talk, man. It's,
What I'm saying is,
well, I guess maybe that internal dialogue sometimes is very accurate. When you lay in bed and you play with yourself and you think what people think.
yeah. So that's a lot of it is that. Then Bert, listen. What do you, Bert?
Yeah.
Just look at me now. So I'm gonna fucking thermostat. I know. But let me tell you something right now. A lot of it.
I may not be able to do this podcast now.
It's not as loud. Why? It's because this specific. No, why?
This no, let's change subjects. Let's change subjects.
All right. Whoa.
By the way, dude, the elk's been delicious.
How do you like it?
I made this American chop suey with it, and my wife gave a fucking bad review before anybody even tasted it, and everybody just said, fuck it. Like, she goes, it looks like hamburger help. I've been chowing it for like 4 days. Like, I have respect for that fucking elk that you shot. It's like, I'm eating all this shit. I don't care if it's fucking bad.
Does it make you more aggressive?
What? No, Joe, you fucking lunatic. Somebody gets in my face, that might cause me to get more lunatic. I eat a little bit of protein. You had to beat the fuck out of people for like 3 decades before you could like chill, smoke a little weed, put on your little rascals hat, and just fucking chill. You understand? But this guy is the most testosterone fucking filled dude I've ever met. That's why I love him. I love him. He's like every guy I met in Boston fucking welded together. He's crazy.
The little rascals that will haunt me for the rest of my life.
Oh, and this is what by the way, dude, the elk's been delicious.
Thank you. How do you like it?
I made this American chop suey with it, and my wife gave a fucking bad review before anybody even tasted it, and everybody just said, fuck it. Like, she goes, it looks like hamburger helper. I've been chowing it for like 4 days. Like, I have respect for that fucking elk that you shot. It's like, I'm eating all this shit. I don't care if it's fucking bad.
Does it make you more aggressive?
What?
No.
No, Joe, you fucking lunatic. Somebody gets in my face, that might cause me to get more lunatic. I eat a little bit of protein. You had to beat the fuck out of people for like 3 decades before you could like chill, smoke a little weed, put on your little rascals hat, and just fucking chill. You understand? Yeah. But this guy is the most testosterone fucking filled dude I've ever met. That's why I love him. I love him. He's like every guy I met in Boston fucking welded together. He's crazy.
The little rascals that will haunt me for the rest of my life.
Oh, and this is what you... No,
I never put this on.
no, Junior, crushing it. He's crushing it, man. Come on, you know he is. You're killing it. I love it. I love it.
You don't have to bet off that. I like it. happened to me too. I'll never put this thing on again.
No, you shouldn't, dude.
Stay in the fireplace.
You shouldn't, dude. You're killing it.
No.
We'll keep it on for when the papers come out in the morning.
Extra. You know about it. Donald Trump. Somebody finally built a fucking bed. And then you're gonna start showering more too if you start working out that much. Oh my! I forgot to shower.
No, I'm just not gonna wash my hair, but I'll wash my body. Oh, about the showering! Oh my god, why do y'all take so long? It takes like 5 hours of your day. Crazy.
Well, normal work.
In the old days of computers, when you talked about mass storage devices, you really meant mass storage devices. This 40-inch hard disk drive held about 10 megabytes. On this week's Computer Chronicles, we'll be looking at the newest in mass storage devices. Please join us.
A match a day keeps the doctor away. Just kidding. I made
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. Conference information call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard. Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we're talking about hard disk drives today, and what I have here are RAM cards. This is another way to get some mass storage. This is AMT's 6-pack plus. You can get about 380K on this particular board. This is Intel's new above board. You can get up to 2 megs storage on that board. It seems there are so many alternatives around to hard disk drives that suggests that there are still problems with hard disk drives.
Well, I think the RAM card and the hard disk, those two different phenomena. And the RAM card is really an attempt to expand out that limited amount of memory we have in a 16-bit machine. I think they'll tend to go away as we go to 32-bit machines where the address space is really unconstrained. Now, hard disks, of course, we have the problems in mechanical devices, with the bearings, head crashes, things of that sort. So we have to be very careful to make sure the data is backed up properly and can be restored when those crashes do occur, because they'll start to hear the bearings swirl and all sorts of problems with them. So the problems with mechanical devices are still there.
We're going to take a look at hard disk drives today, and we'll take a look at some of the alternatives, like the Bernoulli box, like tape streamers for backup. We'll begin by looking at an incredible new device that's a hard disk on a card, and it's called the hard card.
Once limited to mainframe monsters, the hard disk has become a desirable addition for PC owners. Early disk platters shrank to 12, 5 1/4, and now 3 1/2 inches in diameter. Small enough to fit completely on a single PC board.
It's the first hard disk drive subsystem that's been designed to be installed and used by the end user. By that I mean, up until now, disk drives have been manufactured for the systems manufacturers, who then go through a technical installation to put that subsystem into their system. With hard card, anyone who uses a PC can install it in about 10 minutes. So it's very easy to install. Another major benefit is it's extremely reliable product. Because we have designed both the electronics and the mechanical portion of the hard disk together, we're able to greatly reduce the parts count. As a result, we've been able to reduce the size of hard card to a single IBM expansion slot.
Sluggish sales of personal computers have led to business failures and pessimistic predictions. But vendors of add-on peripherals, like the hard card, see the slowdown as an opportunity.
Corporations in 1985 in particular are not buying PCs in the quantities in which they used to. And the reason is that they've bought millions of them in the last 3 years, and they've greatly broadened the use of those PCs among their employees. And today they're focusing on how do they improve the productivity of that investment that they've already made. And so in that respect, hard part is natural.
Paradoxically, as computer parts become smaller, users have come to expect concurrently better performance and cheaper prices. But the trend toward smaller formats doesn't always exclude multiple standards.
I think there'll be multiple standards, as has been the history with Winchester disk drives. There are still many Winchester disk drives that have 14-inch media, have 8-inch media, and they constantly increase the performance and capacity of those disk drives. 5.25-inch in recent years has become 100 megabyte, 200 megabyte drives that have been announced, and some of them being shipped. 3.5-inch is the most recent form factor, the size of the disk, and I think capacities will over time increase on the 3.5-inch disk as well. Maybe the next question is, will there be a sub 3-inch disk? And I don't know the answer to that. If there are real benefits, then I can guarantee there will be some.
Joining us now in the studio are Joel Kammerman. Joel is the CEO of Kammerman Labs in Beaverton, Oregon. And next to Joel is Alan Ebright, Manager for Systems Development at Priam Corporation of San Jose. Gary?
Sure, it seems like any serious PC user now has a hard disk. And unfortunately, the technology's been improving, the price has been going down. So, Alan, could you tell us a little bit about the technology?
Well, the current technology in hard disks is that in the IBM PC XT, 10 megabyte hard disks are being shipped standard. In the IBM AT, the higher performance computer, 20 megabytes are standard, disks are standard, and 30 megabyte disks are available. Also, there are add-in disks, other disks that could be placed actually within the CPU of the IBM PC XT or AT.
Now, this particular disk, I guess, is a Cadillac of the line. So
this is the higher end, higher performance, higher capacity disk. This is a 60 megabyte unit format for user data. We've taken the cover off of this unit, which is really the unit. These units are generally assembled in clean room facilities, and once you've taken the cover off, dust and dirt will get into the unit and destroy it.
It was not to do what you thought.
We've done it so they won't have to. Disk is an electromechanical device. It's composed of the actual disk platters themselves. There's 4 in this unit. These are the platters. They're mounted on a hub, which is turned by a motor. Assembly. This is the actual read-write head, which is moved on an arm across the surface of the disk to access the information on the disk. This arm is moved by a small motor. In this case, a rotary voice coil motor is here. In addition, there's a filter on this unit, this black element over here, which, as the disk is turning, it pumps air through the HDA, the head disk assembly, and filters the air to make sure that the thing maintains a clean environment.
Now, we hear about this idea of
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get you up someplace else. Gotta craft your shit.
By the air that's pumped through there. How does that actually?
Well, it's a very critical part of the Winchester disk operation. What actually happens is that as the disks are turned, they pull air along with them in the cavity, and this air is forced in between the head and the disk surface, and it builds an air bearing such that the head to disk.
Well, I'm not going back into the fucking storm, and I'm not gonna stay there to die like you guys did. What do you want from me?
That controls the
I don't even understand.
2748 says it's only first storm.
We're told they're very delicate, fragile things. How delicate?
Nakumu underscore 2748 says, stop being a puss.
And they should be treated.
Dude, you guys died. Talk about being a puss. You got throttled by them. You got throttled by them. So who's the pussy? Come on, bro. Spell it out.
Which help to minimize the problem of
Akumu underscore 2748 says, play like AB.
I know, but I wasn't even there, and I tried to get you guys to leave.
Akumu underscore 2748 says, running just to die.
This is a massive like 6060. Combined with that is our 230 megabyte hard disk subsystems, a 60 megabyte tape backup system. We also have built-in power correction to control access to all your peripherals, a lock and key to control access to your hard disks. We have a surge protector and a built-in filter to control unwanted spikes and noise.
So you just cable this back into your PC and you're ready to go.
Everything plugs conveniently into.
Now, this tape cartridge backup, this is again an issue that people talk about, backup my files, especially when they're 20 or 30 megabytes. And, how long does it take you to back up this particular system?
To back up 10 megabytes of my system takes about 2.5 minutes in a 5x5 mode.
So this is a 60 megabyte system, so you multiply by 6 after you all, which is about 15 minutes.
Okay. Now, what is in terms of the from a consumer standpoint, internally mounted drive versus the externally
What does
mounted
left and
subsystem? What is
rebooted
the
mean?
price difference? Just to give a comparison.
Internal subsystems range from about $399 all the way up to about $6,000 for the external subsystem.
That guy left us. So
needs that amount of
what?
capacity. You talk about 60 megabytes or 60 megabyte series of the AT comes with a 20 megabyte drive. When should the consumer start thinking about needing this amount of storage?
The most common application for high-end, high-performance disk drives is in high-end computers. So more likely a user who's using an IBM NT, which has significantly greater performance than NT, would be using a 60 megabyte disk. Along with the added storage capacity in this disk, you also receive better access time parameters. The disk itself performs better. You're able to get to the data quicker. And when you have more data, getting to it faster is generally more.
And so when a consumer is looking at the drive specs, they look at the seat time and latency, and those are two important factors.
Well, it's a difficult process to really fully understand the specs from the standpoint that when you look at seat time is generally quoted over the capacity of the drive. So you actually have access over 60 megabytes, whereas
3 under you, all the way on the floor.
10 megabytes. Really compare.
Alan, getting back to this backup problem, which is a problem, it seems to me. It still takes 15 minutes, as you say, to back up what would be on that one drive with a tape streamer. Where is that technology? We're getting to some better backup system than tape streamers. Anybody?
Well,
Any help?
The primary thrust in tape and streamers in particular is to get cost out of it. And so
Scrappy DP
that's
says,
been the thrust. You've been able to build a less expensive, reliable mechanical system that will allow you to do large capacity backup. I guess that I feel that 60 megabytes backed up at in 12 minutes or 15 minutes is really pretty good performance. If you compare that to trying to back up with a standard floppy, you'll find that it's very good performance.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. We've been talking about the IBM world. If you own a Macintosh, you had a problem trying to get a hard drive hooked up to it, but then along came hyperdrive. Wendy Woods has a report.
Macintosh owners are raving about the hyperdrive, an internal hard disk for the Macintosh that increases its speed by a factor of 3, boosts its storage by 10 to 20 megabytes, and enables it to run a number of programs simultaneously.
That's a tremendously easy sell. There's no question about it. It's an incredibly popular unit. We probably sell at least one hyperdrive for every Macintosh that we sell here.
Working on a Macintosh. This demonstrates the Mac with the hyperdrive is on the right. You can see the difference in speed. One can't underestimate the importance of the hyperdrive to the Macintosh, not only because it's expanded the Macintosh's capabilities, but also because it's helped the machine gain acceptance in the business community, according to General Computer's Kevin Curran.
As of late, I thought it was getting acceptance in Fortune 1000 companies, companies like Eastman Kodak,
I'm the jump master. I'll cut us a
AT&T,
path.
GE have purchasing Macs and hyperdrives in small numbers, evaluating them as an alternative to the IBM personal computer standard.
One of the drive's biggest selling points has come from Apple itself. Apple decided that installation of a hyperdrive, which takes a technician about an hour, will not void the Macintosh warranty. This is the first time Apple has given a third-party vendor's product this kind of endorsement, a testimony to the hyperdrive's success and its utility. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
We'll talk more about hard disk drives here in the studio in just a minute. First of all, there's another alternative to the hard disk, a rather incredible invention called the Bernoulli box.
There's people up there.
The Bernoulli box at the recent Comdeck show in Las Vegas.
10, 20, 50, 100 megabytes or more, and for some PC users, it's still not enough. One hard disk manufacturer,
There's a whole team,
Omega,
so I wouldn't
it's
go
found a
too
solution
pushy.
to this data hunger by putting disks in removable cartridges and applying a technique called the Bernoulli principle.
The product is based around a 200-year-old concept developed by Daniel Bernoulli
the Swiss mathematician who taught us how to fly airplanes, make curveballs curve, sailboats sail. The same principles apply to the way we manage the diskette interface to the reading and writing device. To accomplish this technical breakthrough, thing that is available to the user is transportability of a high-capacity cartridge, 10 megabytes or 20 megabytes. We offer the idea of exchanging and interchanging data between multiple systems so that users can share mass databases among multiple sites at multiple units within a given office complex. The cartridge, because it uses flexible diskette, is very, very rugged. It is very tolerant of the abuse that is found in most office environments. In fact, we can be mailed across the country without special protection.
The Bernoulli box also features an unorthodox read-write head, meant to overcome the hard disk's most disturbing quirk, the head crash.
We, in fact, are immune
Good
to
word.
crashes on the basis that we remove air from the disk, media, and the head to maintain contact, whereas a Winchester file forces air to separate the head from the media. If we have a loss of power, we lose our head-disk interface. So the pressure that has been removed, the vacuum that was created through the Bernoulli effect, disappears, and the diskette flies away from the head.
The potentially infinite capacity of a cartridge-based system is one answer to the expanding taste for more and more data storage, but at a price. This drive is at least 3 times the price of a low-end hard disk, and storing files on multiple cartridges means switching them back and forth like floppies. Optical disks could present a serious challenge, offering 50 times the storage capacity of one 10-megabyte magnetic disk. As if to please everyone, iOmega and Reference Technology showed off a combined CD-ROM and magnetic storage system.
The dynamics of data can be best managed by the Bernoulli cartridge. Obviously, the huge volumes and the compact size of the CD-ROM play into a different application function. But the two, when they're brought together, then offer even an amplified capability over what either could do separately.
It looks like there's still new approaches to hard disk technology.
I hope so. Yes. Now, let me introduce our new guest to you. This is Robert E. Brown, the president of Landmark Software. In addition to that, Bob's the author of a book on hard disk drives for the IBM PC. And back with us again is Alan Ebright of Priant.
Bob, you've studied the hard disk phenomenon. Are we, in fact, taking over the mini computer world with AT and 70 megabyte systems and things of that sort?
Oh yes, that's certainly the way things are going.
Now, what kind of applications do we see? Like many computers, they use large database systems and so forth that really, let's say, incorporate these disks into the software. What are we doing in terms of ATs, let's say, in hard disks that really are mini computer-like?
Well, certainly database applications that eat up a tremendous amount of space. Program developers have an insatiable appetite for disk space.
Well, would that be in a sense of, as a programmer, for example, let's take that example. Does a programmer really need to have, say, 60 megabytes of data, or does it just happen as you're writing programs, you're backing up files, and just kind of go off into the corner you lose track of?
Well, it's so much more convenient to have all the information you need on the one disk rather than have to be switching floppy disks.
Well, Alan, in your situation, you've seen lots of consumer uses of your disk. What sort of applications do you see?
Well, what you find is that you're able to do new things because of your disk. You're able to do new and different things because you have more storage available, and also you'll be able to get to the data in that storage more rapidly.
What are some of the new and different things?
Application. Well, many of the things that are happening is that system applications are migrating from large computers down into the personal computer environment. In a business environment, a person who does cash management, for instance, would be able to have programs online at his desk where they could do analysis of the cash handling without having to go to a large mainframe production.
Now, was that then, let's say, typically a VAX 750 type of operation?
It's been a much larger computer in the past. So now it's within the control of the individual.
How's this going to affect the new computer industry?
Well, they're going to move up. You have to have more powerful machines to stay out of the way of the supermicro computers that are moving up into the marketplace.
So you think it's more of, say, a business application? I mean, would I, as a home user, be interested in the 70 megabyte drive?
Probably not.
Well,
No, virtually anybody with that caliber of drive has some sort of business use for it.
Tom, any idea where this all ends? It seems mass storage is like money. It doesn't matter how much you have, you always need some more, it seems. Any idea where we can go in hard disk drive technology?
There's really no limit. The rate of change depends a lot on IBM. When IBM was selling 10 megabyte drives in the XT, that was the standard size. Now that IBM offers 20 and 30 meg in the AT, that's become the standard size.
And what, in general, we hear a lot about optical storage, read-write technology, and so forth. How does that affect the whole hard disk phenomenon in terms of magnetic storage versus optical and so forth?
Well, the optical is going to be a wonderful backup medium for one application, but it's still a couple years away from the standpoint of having a price that a typical business user would be willing to pay. And the performance does not appear to be as good as today's Winchesters.
All right, so you get the higher storage densities, that gives you the ability to back up files, and if you use the write once capability of an optical disk, and that gives you basically what we saw in the streaming tape, faster transfer rate.
Hello. Go ahead, Al.
It's also a method to be able to distribute large databases. So with an optical disk, you could begin to have online on your system a very large database. When you have a large database, there's a high probability that you want to manipulate that database, and that'll drive you towards larger internal magnetic disks where you can transfer this large database onto the disk and modify it for you.
So you see it as more of a complementary type of technology than something that is a replacement, say, for magnetic disks.
Alan, what are the technological problems going back to hard disks now in getting beyond, say, the 60 meg level where you are now? I mean, you've got 4 platters, you could have 8 platters, but other than that, what can you do to get more storage?
Well, in addition to adding more platters, you can increase the track density, the number of tracks that you have across the surface. You can increase the bit density, the number of bits that you have around the surface. And you can also modify the encoding method, the efficiency with which you place the data on the disk.
Now, as a consumer, I guess in the past, been worried about the reliability of disk drives. Now you're talking about packing it in tighter and putting more information in the same space. Is this going to affect the reliability? Do we have to worry again about hit crashes and losing data and so forth?
Well, I believe that it helps the reliability from the standpoint of higher performance, higher capacity disk drives allow us to put more drive technology into the unit, better quality read channel, better quality media. Natural course events of getting higher capacity forces better design and it's quality.
So if I buy a drive like this and I put in my AT, can I just sit there and run it? And if I do it that way, how many hours can I expect it to last?
15,000 hours is the quoted spec, and that's a very reasonable number. Greater than that can be expected.
Well, we have about a half minute left. What about the prices on hard disk drives? Are they going to fall the same way floppy disk drives fall?
Well, they've already fallen a tremendous amount. After all, it was only about a year ago that a 10 megabyte drive was selling for $1,000, and now 10 megabyte systems are as low as say $395.
Okay, gentlemen, we're out of time. Thank you very much. Well, it seems like mass storage devices are like freeways. The more you build them, the more the traffic builds up to take advantage of them. Where will it all end? We asked our commentator, George Morrow, for his thoughts.
Like freeways, money is another resource which is consumed as fast as it's created. Now, the computer industry has come to expect that memory density will quadruple every 2 years, a whopping amount when compared with money or freeways. For the semiconductor people, this means smaller geometries and larger defect-free crystals. But for the Winchester disk designers, it means getting 4 times the performance out of the treacherous world of magnetic flux. It means ever finer track densities and having to access those tracks with tricky electromechanical devices, stepper motors, springs, gears, and all the maddening problems with tolerances and mechanical resonances and the like. As if this were not enough, these designers know they have to make all this work, while some reporter from Info World of PC Week drops a drive a foot or so onto a desk in order to prove to his readers he's still on the trail of those problems with drives on the IBM AT. Not an easy life. I think it's time to say a prayer that these designers can keep doing the fantastic job we've come to take for granted. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
Shield set here. Vortex
In the random access file this week, it looks like Apple will be unveiling a new upgraded version of the Macintosh next month. It will be called the Mac Plus, and it will feature 1 megabyte of memory, a double-density 800K disk drive, an expanded keyboard, and greater speed. It will also feature a new SCSI interface to make it easier to connect third-party peripherals. IBM is reportedly planning to cut the price of the PC-AT. The reasons for the cut: heavy AT inventory, softening of demand, and possibly the prelude to a new
I'll have
product.
another drop in
The AT
20
price
seconds.
reportedly will be cut by about 20%. AT&T has announced that it has begun to manufacture new thin-screen plasma displays for portable computers. The AT&T display is about 1 inch thick, weighs 4 pounds. AT&T says it can be viewed under all lighting conditions and within a 150-degree viewing range. Digital Equipment Corporation has announced its newest, fastest, and most expensive 32-bit Super Mini, the VAX 8650. DEC says it runs at some 6 million instructions per second and sells for about $500,000. Business appears to be picking up for Hewlett-Packard. HP plants in California and Oregon will be going back to full-time work after months of shortened work schedules and forced vacations. However, HP workers will be facing a 5% wage cut in returning to the resumption of a full work week. Time for this week's software pick, and here's our reviewer, Paul Schindler.
This really takes me back to my youth. Not real ping pong, of course, but a few years before that when I played my first video game, Pong. It was everyone's first video game, just like Life and Adventure were everyone's first computer games, and Eliza was most people's first exposure to a primitive form of artificial intelligence. In the computer game field, barely a decade old, the term golden oldie might seem a contradiction. But these four are golden oldies, and now they come in a single package. Golden Oldies is the first page-held floppy out of great old computer games. Remember Adventure with its keys and breaks and directions? How about Eliza, whose answers can often be as frustrating as those of any Freudian analyst, picking a word or two from your answer and turning it back around on you? Then there's Life, the biology-based game in which the odds favor death, as they do in real life. The generations move quickly here. Finally, there's Pong, in both the original version and a new color version. I think $35 is a reasonable price to pay for this walk-down menu, which is not copy protected. It comes from Software Country in Beverly Hills, California. Maybe they'll sell it through a special TV offer. We'll see. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Land here.
In our legislative update file, the Senate Armed Services Subcommittee has heard conflicting testimony from computer scientists on whether or not the Star Wars defense program can be adequately supported by the necessary computer technology. Scientists from USC and Bell Labs told the Senate committee that the technology already exists to support Star Wars. However, other scientists said the necessary software could never be adequately debugged since it could never be tested under real battle conditions. One critic also pointed out that the U.S. would be extremely vulnerable to espionage on the software code. The Japanese have come out with a progress report on their fifth-generation computer project, and the report says that progress is slow. The Japanese research team now says the fifth-generation project research may not bear fruit until the late 1990s. The 5G project has been hit by budget cuts and some reluctance of Japanese companies to put their best scientists on the project. However, the Japanese say they have settled on a software format called the Guarded Horn Clause. No clues as to what that means. Meanwhile, computer scientists in Britain say they are making progress on their own fifth-generation project using what they call a functional logic language and transputers. Brits say they'll have the machine up and running by 1988. Finally, the world's first ballet for humans and robots took place last week in Palo Alto, California. The original ballet, entitled featured 9 dancers and a robot developed at Stanford. The choreographer said the robot performed perfectly. Reviews said the robot's performance was expressive, displaying a sensual realism.
What the fuck? I'm not Lifeline? What is this?
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the grant of APIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies.
Apex, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill.
Why am I not Lifeline?
New hardware, software, lighting, the latest computer technology.
Evan?
Because I'm left.
The international standard.
Not cool.
Got some materials.
Today, we're talking about a potentially revolutionary new metric coming to CPU and GPU monitoring. It's called GPU Busy, and it gives us some insight to what happens here in the frame rendering pipeline. Historically, this is an area where consumers lose any visibility, and a new addition to an open source tool called PresentMon will be adding that transparency. And it's also getting an interface with a real-time overlay added, similar in some ways to Afterburner, just with some different metrics. We already use this tool, and so do most reviewers. Just getting updated with a new metric, and that metric has a clear potential to be as big as 1% lows and 0.1% lows and frame time data within the review phase. And frame times were the last major review revolution, so we're due. GPU Busy helps to have a clear understanding of where CPU or GPU bottlenecks exist, and it also opens a floodgate for much deeper future insights that could potentially involve things like GPU memory pressure or other limiters for performance. This will be a technical discussion about how rendering generally works canonically in a pipeline, and it'll focus on the educational aspects of understanding how game graphics get shown to the screen via the CPU and GPU. So, to talk about this metric, we need an expert to help explain the rendering pipeline first, and then GPU Busy. We'll be joined by someone who's talked with me about this very topic 7 years ago, back when he worked at NVIDIA. And although he's doing engineering at Intel these days, Tom Peterson is ultimately an enthusiastic engineer who can help us understand how the pipeline works and what GPU Busy does. Before that, this video is brought to you by Squarespace, and visiting squarespace.com/gamersnexus will give you 10% off your first purchase with them. We've built a number of our own websites with Squarespace, including our recently launched gamers.nexus site, where we list catastrophic PC hardware failures to inform subscribers of those failures. I built this site personally in a couple of hours by using Squarespace's Fluid Engine to move blocks around visually until I liked it. We also built our store website with Squarespace using its built-in e-commerce tools, and of course we built a website for our CEO Snowflake because she demanded our audience know who really runs the show. Get to the core of your idea and spend less time on web design by signing up at squarespace.com/gamersnexus or click the link below. We have a pretty quick discussion. So there's some engineering topics, but it all relates to games and a view of the pipeline.
GPU Busy is big. So what we're showing here is how does a game frame get generated? And it's pretty simple, right? You start here when you get a new frame started, and the first thing that happens is like game logic. You're doing physics, and you're like manipulating I/O, and you're calculating what does the new game look like. And then it does something called a CPU render, where you're converting that like game view of the world into commands that DirectX makes. So it's like, compile the shader, use a texture, move some geometry, here's some pixels, and then once that's all set to the kind of DX pipeline, there's a command called present, which is the last thing the render does. And once present's called, then DX runs, the driver runs, it does its compiling, all that kind of stuff. And once all the commands are generated by the driver stuff, it sends it down to the GPU, which actually begins to draw pixels, all the mathematics. Now, the next thing that's happening is the game begins the next frame after a period of waiting. And it'll do that.
We'll talk more about this in a little bit.
Well, this is the key thing, why is it waiting, right? And then similarly, why is the render so long? And the key thing is this frame time is measured between these two presents. And PresentMon already reports that as milliseconds between presents. At the end of the day, there's a lot of interesting things happening in this wait, and there's a lot of interesting things happening in this render. But the key thing is, how does the render compare to the frame time?
And let's bring it back one step more basic to just frame times. When we present a bar chart, that typically shows frame rate. So we'll show average, we'll show 1% lows, 0.1% lows. Frame rate is an abstraction away from the base metric of time.
Yeah, this is the computer generating a frame, then it's waiting for the GPU to draw the frame, and then the frame goes on the screen. You just do this over and over and over, and that's what the motion of a game is.
Then the new stuff, I think you have.
Yeah, let's go on to the slide.
And we're going to come back in detail on all this stuff in a minute. But give me the preview.
Okay, the preview is blue is what we're all used to. Blue is frame time. This is showing you Overwatch 2 1080p. And people are used to, like, things that are going up and down and jerky like this are not good because that's generally micro stuff or it's kind of like a jerky feeling. But now I'm showing you GPU busy. It's interesting because GPU busy is how long is the GPU rendering. And what you would expect in the perfect world is something more like this, where the CPU and GPU are about the same height, nice and tight. That means the CPU is not gating the GPU. But in this case over here, the CPU is doing something. We don't know exactly what, but it's definitely causing the GPU to be less busy. Right. And that's not great.
And this tool is, so this is part of PresentMon, which is already publicly available. It's open source. Intel is, I don't know, the only contributor, just the main contributor. But
I'm not sure if we're the only one. It is public. There are other contributors, but Jefferson Montgomery's been working on it for years. He's a great engineer. It is open source. People can take a look at it, and we're going to continue that on.
And that's actually what I think most reviewers at this point use a version of PresentMon to capture frame data when we're benchmarking games. So basically, Tom's update here is, hey, we're taking this thing that everyone's already using, we're adding to it.
Making it better.
Yeah, and so this GPU busy metric, a simple way to think of one of the most immediate uses as an end user, if you're really into stats and things that you have no control over, but you want to understand why performance is the way it is, you could think of the gaps as giving you some insight as to where might a particular type of bottleneck be occurring.
Yeah, exactly.
I think is the simplest.
It is, and then you can take action to try to make this look better. Like, sure. If you see the GPU line, we'll talk about this in the presentation, but when it's not balanced, that's not the end of the story.
Right.
Yeah.
And to also go baseline. So I asked you this question earlier, but the idealistic, perfect world version of these two lines. What?
There's no perfect, but the way I like to think about it is, in general, when you have a decent-sized GPU load, you should expect this to be basically on top of each other. Right? You don't want the GPU limiting the CPU. You don't want the CPU limiting the GPU. You want it to be sort of balanced. We talked about that in our Q2 balance build update, where we basically did a whole bunch of testing and said Core i5 is the right CPU for a 750. This data will help you understand.
I guess someone's going to go see
a little bit about
like
that in the X11 update. Right? It's 22% faster on the X11, 26% faster per percent. Now, the cool thing is, it's 22% faster on Core i5-based systems, and 1% faster on Core i9.
Yeah, so this is actually really interesting. One of the things we'll talk about with the PresentMon updates is there's some change to ability to identify things like driver.
Absolutely.
Which right now I think is the catch-all. I don't know what's happening, but something's wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to think. But I think this is kind of like a conundrum. Like, why 22% on Core i5, but less on Core i9?
How'd you
so what we
get
did
back
is
up?
updated PresentMon to help people understand it. So it's like the next clip down on GPU performance without getting a doctorate in graphics. All right, so here we go. So this is what everybody's seen before. This is frame time. We know already, we talked about these texture frame times are moving through, and we've got GPU render, and we've got flip. But the key thing I want to highlight is as the game does its stuff, and then the CPU converts it into graphics calls, we've got this weird wait. Now, the wait can happen for a lot of different reasons. It can happen because, DX is doing some stuff, or it can happen because the drivers are doing stuff, or it can happen because you're waiting on a render to free up resources. So digging into this wait is kind of an interesting thing to do. So we don't really know what's happening with the GPU render. It's like when the GPU began its work until the GPU finished its work, but it can be stalled for a whole bunch of reasons.
So what are some examples of, let's go into that, like in GPU render, what really is the GPU doing? What are some examples of game graphics, objects?
Well, the most important thing that's normally happening is, think of it like you're running a shader.
I can't get a
And the way a shader program works is it's just a program that's basically saying, I'm trying to draw out the color.
Why did that dude leave?
And the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to take all pixels and I'm going to run it in parallel, running the same program. But they're all going to get different data. Basically, it's a lot of math that you run across a lot of parallel cores. That's a fundamental thing you're trying to do. But if you're reading a texture, you may not have that texture on the GPU, so you stall to load that texture. Right? Or you may not have
fully all of your resources ready to read so you can stall. Or sometimes there's dependencies between sort of the CPU stuff that's happening and GPU stuff that's happening, and you're stalled waiting on new work. So this is greatly simplified, but it's our first attempt to say there's definitely this thing called frame time, which is kind of a measure of what's happening on the CPU. And now there's this new thing that we're calling GPU busy, and they all could roughly be about the same in a well-balanced system. The whole thing's pipeline, so once you complete the render, you put it on the screen, and while you're showing the new frame, you're rendering the next frame.
So let's talk about file frame and flip. And for this, what does flip mean?
Okay, flip is when you've completed rendering a new frame, you're ready to put it on the screen, but you might have vsync on, or you might have other things happening in Windows, but eventually you want to show it on the screen. And the reason there's a thing is because that's when Windows is going to flip the buffer that's being displayed to your new image. And you can start reusing what you used to be showing. That old image can reuse that buffer. You could have been up right now. It's cool too. So you can imagine the sequence of events is DirectX is doing the translation from the calls, talking to our driver. And the driver is kind of converting abstract commands into things that are specific to Intel hardware. So you can almost think of it as a translation layer between standardized DirectX commands and Intel hardware, but it's also doing a lot of context creation, it's doing a lot of resource management, and eventually it starts work on the GPU by sending commands to a hardware queue. Right? And so this thing just kind of runs its own way. So it can get stopped up because the GPU is so busy from the last cycle that it can't take any work, so in which case you would stall it. It could be stopped because you have to go read from a texture, or you got to go read a shader and recompile it. And that takes a long time before you can begin your work. And so now you're waiting and waiting and waiting for that compile. So lots of reasons why you can wait. And we're going to expose more of that as we continue to build up this tool. You've already alluded to you want lower, and it's kind of the inverse of FPS. Right. So this is showing you GPU busy. Now, the cool part about it is in Overwatch 2, there's periods of times when you are balanced. So you can call this sort of GPU loaded. And then over here, there are times when you are not, and you could call that CPU limited, right? So this whole CPU, GPU limited thing, this is the next click to show you, are you, right?
Yeah, and there are ways to approximate. So the simplest way as an end user is like to open Task Manager or something and just look at the load percent. But it's not always going to tell you the actual answer. Yeah. But for easy cases, that will probably identify. This, however, as a reviewer, this should give us some additional tools to try and explain the results we have, which I think is important because at the end of the day, the raw number is what really matters for how does it perform, but it's nice to try and actually know why.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it also helps to identify like scenarios. Well, CSGO is a great example where we had a frame time plot in a review of the art cards. CSGO was problematic. More recently, when we retested it, and I think it was the February update.
That's DX9 update,
DX9, yeah. It was functionally resolved as compared to launch, especially. And so having tools like this allows us to say, is this a solvable issue?
That's another way to look at it, right?
Or is it, for example, if it's a game issue, you're no longer really reviewing the GPU, you're benchmarking the game.
Yeah, and you can isolate by looking across multiple GPUs or multiple CPUs or maybe even multiple settings, get a better sense of what's going on. All right, so now digging into it a little bit, what is happening in that region where it's misbalanced? In this case, you would normally do game and then render, and now you have a long wait for any one of those millions of reasons. But eventually the GPU starts, and so there's this picture, you're obviously doing some compiling or loading textures, and eventually the GPU starts rendering. Then once the render is complete, the game starts again. And in this case, there's no queuing because the GPU is idle basically, so work goes directly down to the GPU. But this would tell you, hey, there's something going on. It's not running optimally on the GPU. I either have something in the system that's not working, or the driver's got a problem, or the game's got a problem. Another way to look at it is in this case, where this is showing our old driver for DX11 with Overwatch 2. This is our new driver, and you can see right away we fixed a lot of the CPU overhead that was present in the case, where this is showing our old driver for DX.
Those slides are so bad.
11 with Overwatch 2.
this is our new driver. And you can see right away, we fixed a lot of the CPU overhead that was present. But you would normally look at this and say, it just got faster. But you wouldn't be able to really say anything about why. Until now, with GPU Busy, this is our new driver, and there's GPU Busy. Okay, so you're seeing right away that the headroom that was lost, kind of left on the floor, meaning the GPU was not active, it's all been recovered. And now GPU Busy is right on top of it.
Yeah, and this is an example of what you want.
Yeah, this is what you want to see. And this is why, back in the day, we said we still have work to do on the software, and we are knocking that down one by one.
Does Intel have tools that already provided that information?
Yeah, there's a whole, our driver architects and our performance architects have a whole suite of tools that are looking at much more complex versions than this.
Right.
Because if you think this is, I don't want to say grossly simplified, but this is actually happening in a multi-threaded system with multiple different queues and multiple different processes, and that's very complex. This is simplified.
So that's information you already had access to for internal use, like improving drivers.
Yep.
And then is this just hey, we want to present some version of this publicly?
Yeah, we want to up-level the conversation, right? So that people can start understanding, hey, what CPU should I buy and why? Or what GPU should I buy and why? And then maybe, is this game broken? What's going on?
So, simple version of the question, where do you see this going? Because the more in-depth version is, originally, sort of before I was really reviewing stuff, the primary metric was just average FPS. I guess, depending on where you were, sometimes it was image quality. And then eventually, frame times came into the discussion in a big way. So, PC Perspective and Tech Report were front-running a lot of that. And so, do you see the direction you're going with this becoming the next step on that? Or
I'm not sure.
Yes,
I'm really not sure. I think we're going to find that there's a lot of interesting things here, and it's going to expose some inefficiencies. There's going to be some pain. Some people are going to get embarrassed, but there's going to be some hurts. But I do think it's going to make us all better and smarter, better appreciators of the technology. So I'm an enthusiast. So this, for me, is just great. But I'm very curious how it's going to be received by the
Yeah, we'll do, I don't know if we'll do this video or not, but we'll look at the user interface, user interface as well for the public. What's your next one?
Okay, so this is what happens when it looks balanced, right?
Sure.
So again, we talked about wait, and now in this case, the GPU render is happening, and it's taking the full time of the frame time. Now, there's a lot going on here because this is showing you a GPU limited case, and there's queuing that's happening here that I'm not showing because it gets too complicated. But let's just say that when you are GPU busy and frame time approximately the same, that means you're either balanced or you're GPU limited. So now this is digging into the next level. This is showing you 1080p low Counter-Strike 2. And in this case, you can see GPU busy with these spikes above it. This is zoomed in, and it's smoothed by
so what's our scale here? We're at 1/10 of a...
Yeah, so like this is a frame, this is a frame, this is a frame. So it's a little bit misleading because it all looks curvy, but it's just individual frames. But you can see GPU busy is generally flat, and there's still these spikes, so this is frame times. So this is not going to be a great experience. Now, in this case, I would say the GPU load is super light. What happens if I change it to ultra? So in ultra,
So we just moved from what we're
load. Yeah, and so now the load is much more like 6 milliseconds, and you can see the CPU has time to get its work done. So it's just an interesting way to think about how should I tune my system. Now here's both of them at the same time. And you can see the CPU can't quite keep up with the GPU. The GPU's done, and the CPU still has work to do. But when the load gets higher, everything kind of balances out.
Yeah, because typically when you benchmark GPUs, you'll present with the best possible CPU, right? To limit bottlenecks on CPU.
Yep. Why are you using Core i5? Well, we do the same thing. So we use a Core i7 or a Core i9 often when we're doing benchmarking internally. What we found is that's not what end users do. And as you can see right away, all through this presentation, there's huge amounts of optimizations that you need to do on a Core i5 that you would not necessarily see on a Core i7. So for us, we're trying to be more responsive to the community that's attaching to a 750.
So is that, when you say need to do Core i5, are you talking the optimization, you're talking about in driver, GPU drivers? So then is it just a difference of a higher end CPU brute forces fast problems.
Exactly. So if you imagine an infinitely fast CPU, you can have an infinitely inefficient driver. As you have an infinitely lower, a more moderate CPU, then you have to really fix a lot more things that are inconsequential. Or coincidentally, like if you think about the other way, if you have a really low performing GPU, then you're 100% always going to be limited by that GPU, and it hides a lot of the CPU.
Yeah. When we get into the discussion of driver overhead, just to bring that in for a second, sometimes you'll see GPU performance change. Or let's just take the traditional examples. Let's just take AMD and NVIDIA, because Intel wasn't in the game yet when I'm bringing this example up. AMD and NVIDIA traded leadership positions between platforms in ways that weren't created by the CPU itself.
Okay.
So I think our conclusion and some of the other reviewers just sort of said driver overhead, we don't know.
Yeah.
Right? Can you help me understand what is that, right?
Yeah, I can, I think. I'm trying to think if I go back this picture here. Let's go back a couple. Here, okay. So let's pretend that you did the render on the CPU for the game you're doing, like this game, and then you did render logic. Then you got this long wait. Well, what's happening first is there's DirectX, which the game is talking to DirectX, and DirectX has a bunch of processing it does before it talks to the driver. But at the end of the day, it's sort of translation a little bit. And then the driver has a bunch of work to do to get ready to execute on a GPU. Because if you think about it, the DirectX is kind of talking generically, and it says things like, use this geometry, use this shader, use these textures, and then execute, and then synchronize, and then use a different collection of textures. And so it's like this ballet that DirectX is telling our driver. Our driver steps back and says, okay, that's a big load, right? So how about if I do a very fast compilation of the shader and send it down, and we'll start rendering, but then in the background I'll start recompiling so that the next time through it'll be much, much faster. Okay. So if you think about all the work that our driver does, it's multi-threaded, it's doing optimization. It's almost like a JIT compiler, where it's constantly looking for real-time optimizations based on the workload. So that means that this could either be really long or really short, and it could change based on frame to frame. The driver overhead is like, there's a mini operating system that is the driver that basically is looking to find ways to optimize both the work that's happening on the GPU and the work that has to happen in the CPU before the GPU starts.
And I'll leave this part out of the discussion for now, but if any of that is interesting to you to learn more, then probably the next thing to look at would be API overhead.
Yeah.
That would be the next one, which we've done videos about as well.
That's actually pretty interesting. Yeah. So let's go back to where we were. So as you can see, different configurations have different behavior in Presentmon. So let's talk about the new tool. All right. So people are familiar with the idea of Presentmon. You use Presentmon. And today, it's kind of an SDK or a low-end service, and it's available on GitHub, and it's open source. Well, we've taken that and enhanced it. So now we're introducing Intel Presentmon Beta, and it's a beta, but it's an end-user tool that's sort of user-focused for the first time. It's got an overlay, it's completely configurable, it integrates telemetry. So now if you're using like an NVIDIA card, it'll use the NVIDIA telemetry. If you're using an AMD card, it'll use AMD telemetry. It's multi-vendor and open source, supports all the APIs, DX11, DX12, DX9, Vulkan, and command line for folks that are doing command lines. And it does support developers with existing code. So like if you're CapFrameX guy or your FrameView from NVIDIA, we're not stopping that support. It's still available in GitHub. Yeah, so these pictures over here are what it looks like. There's a little configuration UI, and here is the transparent overlay. You can put it as an overlay, you can stick it in a window, but it's super cool. I really like it, and it's taking a lot of the concepts that we've been talking about, percentiles, and now GPU busy, and it graphs it in real time as you're playing a game.
Yeah, so I think the closest analog is probably Afterburner or something where you have the overlay, and you have the Rebatune statistics server.
Yeah.
And hopefully this has an easier name to say than Rebatune.
But Presentmon.
Yeah. So there's more consumer-facing side. If you want metrics while playing a game.
Yeah. There is an SDK for developers, so we've taken all the calculation stuff that's a little bit of a pain to do, and we've built it into a new service. So you can easily get all the classic Presentmon stuff, plus you can get all the averaging and smoothing and sort of standardizing
Do you have a next step in mind? What you have after this?
I do. Okay.
Well,
You know, it all goes back to those two blobs we talked about. GPU busy and that weight.
Yeah.
And so my hope, and I think the team's working on it now, is how can we do something that's going to break those down and be insightful, right? And the way I think about it is we could find the reasons that we're busy or find the reasons that we're stalled. And that would be multi-vendor, right? It would be looking across all vendors. And then do it like a kind of like a vector of delay. And I think that's what people understand.
Let's do if we can do like a hypothetical example of if that's integrated. Can you walk me through? So we have a breakdown of GPU weight. We have either some particularly good or particularly problematic result, and we dive into the metrics that don't exist yet. GPU weight. What do those look like? How can you use that to come to some kind of
what does that do for you? Well, the way I think about it is I want to help two different audiences. One is folks like you and me that want to just appreciate the technology a little bit better and maybe be able to give a little bit more deep review of a particular game and look across CPUs, look across GPUs and have a better understanding. But I also want to help end users by saying, hey, you know what? This game would run much better if you just turn down the textures because you're seeing memory pressure.
Right.
And we can make it very explicit how much delay are you adding because of memory pressure.
So would that present itself as a millisecond number also, each of these things?
It might. I don't know because I would speculate. Right. I think if you think about it might be a vector of reasons that are causing delays during these periods of time, and you could do some kind of like pie chart of reasons.
So you look at spend whatever 60% of the time working on textures, maybe a little bit texture quality.
Yeah, and like we could probably do that in real time, so that you would see almost like and you're making me guess of what this thing's going to look like. But
I'm talking about
But I can totally imagine like a collection of vectors that are sort of showing you where your current bottlenecks and what percentage of time your bottleneck.
So then I guess to try and relate it back to this is everything that's already being launched is useful for us in the review community. The interface is useful for end users, but in terms of I'm looking for everyone watching, like, so why do I care? Great, you can have better reviews. Thank you, but how can I use it? So I guess the takeaway there is for people into like settings, tweaking, tuning. If you bloat a game like Skyrim with a ton of mods or something, you might have
some transparency about what's happening.
Right.
Plus, if you're into telemetry, this is the first time you're going to get calibrated, correlated telemetry aligned with frame information.
This word telemetry too, to just get ahead of. Is Intel taking all this information and sending it to home base?
No.
Okay.
This is just this app does not like spy and communicate. Plus, it's open source. Anybody who wants to can look at it and see what's going where.
Right. Telemetry here, just in the strictest sense.
It's information coming from open third-party APIs. So we're not doing any hacking but MB API for NVIDIA. I think it's called AVL for AMD and IGCL. Intel Controlled Graphics Library for Intel, which is our open API. So anybody can build apps based on this infrastructure. Anybody can do their own overlays. And as I said, it's all available.
Okay, so that's the overview of Present Mono, the tool. And then we are going to do a walkthrough of the user interface and what it looks like on the system. So that'll be a separate video. My team will produce some additional information that we'll put in there as well. But otherwise, Tom, thanks for the walkthrough on this one.
Great to see you.
And we'll see you all in the next video.
TSMC postpones mass production at Arizona fab to 2025. TSMC blames lack of skilled workers for its US chip fab delay. Interesting.
There is a real interesting situation in America going on at the moment. Buy Windows 10 Professional for $15, activate instantly online with Microsoft, and keep it forever. Don't pay full price. Get the best deal from our sponsor, URCD Keys, using our link in the video description below. Full details on how this amazing deal works at the end of the video. You would think that with all the people complaining about inflation and no money, that people would be dying to get good paying jobs. But the good paying jobs are no longer in manufacturing there and technology. And the unfortunate truth is you do not take people who were good at building refrigerators and people who were good at building air conditioners and now make them good at building chips.
Does it take a long time to get trained to work in a clean room?
And it also takes technically inclined people. It takes you don't take a guy who lost his truck driving job at Yellow, which is, have they declared bankruptcy yet? Just out of curiosity.
You think that you would plan for that? I mean, oh, I'm going to build this. Do I have enough people to work it? You think that that kind of would be on your list of requirements?
For those of you who don't know this, Yellow handles, I believe, 11% of all the freight in the United States. They're one of the largest trucking companies in the United States. And they've been around for a very long time, and they are currently petitioning the Kansas District Court to prevent a strike by the Teamsters. If the strike goes down, then they will be forced to file for bankruptcy. And they actually say in here, I believe, Chapter 7, liquidation, meaning they'll just close, and that's it, everyone loses their job. So this is tens of thousands of truck drivers and tens of thousands more people who are involved in loading and unloading all this freight who may very well lose their job next week.
Wow.
This, I don't think we've heard an outcome of this. But let's say, how many employees is it? Is it 30? 30? I'm trying to look. No. Well, whatever the number is, the short answer is you don't take 30,000 truck drivers and suddenly move them to TSMC and suddenly have them making chips. And I'm not knocking truck drivers. I mean, look, we need people to do that kind of work. This is not a disrespect issue. This is not a, truck drivers aren't worthy to go. No. I would love for them to be able to get high-tech, good-paying jobs. That'd be great. It's a different skill set. They spent 20 years doing this. You don't then go do this. Look, let's reverse it. If we suddenly needed 10,000 truckers tomorrow, you would not take a bunch of chip engineers and turn them into experienced truck drivers in a week.
No. You would not.
Would you?
No.
So that goes, it's both ways. I don't think America is focused enough on producing the top tech skill folks. You would think with all the STEM talk, all of the science and engineering talk, we must be overwhelmed with STEM trained people. The U.S. Navy right now is so short of highly qualified people. Why don't you share with everybody what sign-up bonus the U.S. Navy is offering for the best of the best?
You stack them, you can stack up to about $140,000 sign-on bonus. That's a lot. 50 grand here for this, 50 grand for this, 20 grand for this. You can stack several of them together to get up to 140 grand. That's a lot of money. What's that noise?
Alarm clock?
Oh.
Yes. $140,000 enlistment incentive maximum for nukes. On June 15, 2023, Navy Recruiting Command released its 5th enlistment bonus update for fiscal year 2023. They cannot get skilled people to save their life. So they are increasing multiple various caps and bonuses. So it's several different various bonuses that have to be stacked together, and obviously you have to see your recruiter, etc. And yes, enlistment bonuses are taxed, but 6-year commitment, $140,000?
So the question
That's a lot of freaking money.
Why do the Taiwanese have so many specialists and we don't?
China has focused. China, Asia in general has focused hard. Okay. I don't know. It's not okay. smart people in all departments that really are.
None of you scare me.
When you look at the demographics for the schools around us,
Yeah.
because they do break down demographics between white, black, Hispanic, and Asian.
Yeah, they do.
Almost universally, who has the highest test scores, the highest graduation rates, and the most start to Asians. They are 10 to 20% higher. They really are. They focus on it.
They do.
Their parents are focused on it.
Focus on
Their
education.
families are focused on it.
Education is huge. Like we've got a bunch of little mom and pop kind of brain, I don't know what you call them, like education kind of places where you can go to learn math and English, and you always see the Asian people going in and the Asian people coming out, and very rarely do you see
anyone else.
So, you know, they're very heavy focus on education. So, I guess if we were, then yeah. So.
Now we personally are focused on that. What's our daughter doing right now?
Oh, I've got the kids enrolled in a reading program where they learn to speed read and comprehend, and you know, there's.
I was more thinking of the CTE center.
Oh well, yeah, the CTE center as well.
And the dual enrollment in college.
So yeah, we're trying.
How many students at our school are not taking advantage of that dual enrollment program?
A lot.
How old is our daughter?
14.
How many 14-year-olds have college credits? Ours has. And it's not that hard. She should graduate from high school with a college degree. How many of her classmates are doing that? At least an associate's. It is a heck of a head start. If she goes to a four-year university to pursue a STEM degree, how much does that put her ahead of all the other kids going to university to walk in already with an associate's degree? Now, for everybody complaining about student loans, how cheap is it for us to get that associate's degree in high school? Almost nothing. I mean, it's more than the cost of a hot dog.
It's less than $200 a credit.
It's cheap as frickin' chips. I think the most expensive is the textbooks. Yeah, that's the pain. Yeah. But the classes themselves are almost nothing. They're not free. They might as well be. Considering what it costs to go to a four-year university, it's so cheap.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And there's a bunch of stuff available to the kids today that was not available to us.
What would you have done if you had access to all that?
Oh my gosh.
You spent most of your 20s in college.
I did.
You want a refund of your life.
I do.
You did it the hard way. You went and sat in class.
I did do it the hard way. Good question.
Charging battery.
Somebody commented, I think TSMC factories in Taiwan hire mostly graduates with doctorate degrees in engineering. How much does it cost to hire doctors to work in an Arizona lab? More than a little, and less than too much. It costs what it costs.
Doctors in engineering? I didn't even
This
see any of
experiment
that.
will sort out the cable
PhD?
from the incompetent.
How much would they have to pay Dr. Ian Cutters? Throw $250,000 at him and pay for his move, and he might think about it. But he doesn't look okay. But, you know, there's a saying, money talks and BS walks. I firmly believe that whenever companies complain about labor issues, the central problem comes down to this. You aren't offering enough money. Money fixes that. Oh, we need to hire 40 people tomorrow. What? Go do that. Oh, there's just nobody to hire. How much are you paying? We're paying standard rates. Pay more. What do you expect us to do? Just throw money at the problem? That's how you get things done. If you wanted to build the factory faster, if you want to build roads faster, have you seen how slow road construction is? I watched a really good video from a channel called Practical Engineering. This guy's name is Grady. He is a trained licensed engineer.
Oh, yeah.
Great YouTube channel. If you're interested, on YouTube, search for Practical Engineering. This guy, does he not sound, talk, and look like an engineer?
He does.
I love it because...
But it's good because you don't fall asleep listening to it.
And he's not drama.
No.
He's totally... But he's entertaining.
Yeah.
He builds practical models and descripts what slow road construction is. I watched a really good video from a channel called Practical Engineering. This guy's name is Grady. He is a trained licensed engineer.
Oh, yeah.
Great YouTube channel. If you're interested, on YouTube, search for Practical Engineering. This guy, does he not sound, talk, and look like an engineer?
He does.
I love it because...
But it's good because you don't fall asleep listening to it.
And he's not drama.
No.
He's totally... But he's entertaining.
Yeah.
He builds practical models in his garage.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows what he's talking about. Or at least, I think he knows. I mean, I'm not a trained engineer, but he made an interesting comment about roads. He said, it can be frustrating watching roads take a long time to build, or it sits there for a few days and nothing seems to be happening. Most cities and states prioritize cost of road construction over speed of road construction. And so they have a limited number of resources of inspectors and engineers who have to do things at various stages, and they go around from project to project. And there are deliveries of supplies and materials that are staggered such to make them as economical per mile built. We have a lot of roads in the United States, and they're wider, bigger than most other countries. And so they focus on cost of building. When there's an emergency, he made a recent video about a bridge collapse due to a fire. A tanker truck had crashed into the pillar and it damaged the bridge. The crews were out there 24 hours a day. And the way the contract was written is the company doing the repairs got a bonus for every day they got done before the deadline and a penalty for every day after. It gave them a financial incentive to have crews out 24 hours a day, big lights set up the whole 9 yards. The city had one of their engineers on standby, available for them at their beck and call anytime they needed something looked at. There were never crews standing around waiting for something. It's 2 to 3 times as expensive to do the work at that speed, but you get it done in 45 days or 30 days instead of 6 months. So it is possible for them to do it much quicker. You just have to throw those dollar bills at it. Well, if TSMC wants to hire more skilled workers, looking for a Windows 10 or 11 product key, but you don't want to spend $100 to $200 for it, our sponsor URCD Keys provides discounted Windows keys at amazing prices. $15 for Windows 10 Professional, $21 for Windows 11 Professional, and just $60 for Microsoft Office 2021 Professional Plus. These product keys are the real deal. They activate directly with Microsoft Online, link to your Microsoft account, and they work forever. For Windows, you simply go to Settings, Update and Security, Activation, click Change Product Key, paste the key provided by URCD Keys, and in seconds, you're activated with Microsoft. For Office, go to setup.office.com, sign in with your Microsoft account, paste the product key provided by URCD Keys, and then download Office 2021 Pro Plus directly from Microsoft. Remember to use the discount code TD20 to save 25% off the already deeply discounted prices and support our channel at the same time. We have been using product keys from URCD Keys for almost 5 years now without any issues and encourage you to do so as well. What does Marcus Simonis do? Get the checkbook out.
Extended
large mag here.
But 500, they need 500 of them. That's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people in
That's a lot
America.
of people with PhD.
Outbid everybody else. What's the facility? How expensive is it not to have the facility working?
Well, very. Well, without it working, you spent all that money and it's just sitting there idle.
I'll give you an example of what throwing money at a problem looks like. I know a gentleman who is retired now, but he used to work in the oil fields down in the Gulf of Mexico. For those of you who are international viewers, The Gulf of Mexico, which is south of Texas, south of Louisiana, south of Mississippi, and west of Florida, produces 23% of all the oil we produce in the United States. There are 6,000 oil platforms out in the Gulf of Mexico. Tens of thousands of people work out there full time. Many more, actually, because they have ship swaps, but that's not the point. Most of them are your average everyday worker. Some of them are engineers. Some of them are more skilled. But there are the upper echelons of super senior, seen-it-all, know-it-all master experts. There's a guy who lived in Denver, Colorado, but he worked in the oil field 3 or 4 days a month. He didn't want to live there. Been an engineer for many years. He was a master in the field. So his contract was, he was paid a retainer. And if they called him, his call-out fee was $10,000. And his contract required that they fly him on a private jet from Colorado to the Gulf, and then fly him in a helicopter out to the room, and he'd do his thing. It's the old joke where the factory is shut down, the company's losing $1 million every hour or whatever, it's not working, and the guy comes in, he looks around, he taps a few things, he looks at this, he turns one thing, and suddenly the thing's running again. And he sends a $10,000 bill to the company, and they're like, that's outrageous, you were here 5 minutes. Give us an itemized bill, all right? Turning the screw, $5. Knowing what screw to turn, $9,995. This guy is a troubleshooter who fixes problems when the oil rig shuts down. And if you have an oil rig that produces $1 million a day of oil, $10,000 for the best expert on earth is cheap. So, but there are troubleshooters like that who are available on contract, on call, who come out. How expensive is it to have your chip pad not working? Your employees cost whatever they cost, and it just is what it is. You say, well, how are we supposed to make money at that? What competition does TMC have? Who else is building 3nm chips? The wafers cost what they cost. The factory costs what it costs. Apple's not going to stop buying them.
They know what they cost are.
Yeah. So whenever I see something where they go, well, it's just too, we just can't find employees. Get your checkbook out. Pay people what it takes to make it worth their while to come do the job.
All right, you ready for this?
Sorry for the rant. Just, it's a pet peeve of mine. Sorry. Was there anything else you wanted to look at in this actual article before? We'll get to the super chats here in a second.
Looks like they're going to be securing visas to bring the workers in.
Yeah, great. Let's bring foreigners in so we don't have to pay Americans. Don't tell me there aren't 500 Americans you can hire to do that.
I don't know where they were.
There are 340 million people in this country. Don't tell me there aren't 500
And 1% have PhDs, so...
That's 3.4 million PhDs.
Exactly.
Now, they're not all
No, they're
computer
not.
engineering.
But 500 out of...
But why would more people not want to get them if you could just keep bringing in foreign workers? The point is to pay Americans $500,000 to do that job. A $500,000 salary to do that is not unreasonable. But why would TSMC want to if they could bring in somebody from another country for $150,000? And people wonder where the middle class went.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
It remains to be seen how the delay of TSMC's Fab 21 launch will affect its customers in the US. On the one hand, the company can just reroute orders from clients like Apple, AMD, and Nvidia to its Taiwan fabs. But on the other hand, its fabs in Taiwan may be running at full capacity in 2024. Furthermore, clients like AMD and Nvidia may want to produce certain items for the US government in the USA, and delaying them by a year could be a breach of contract.
You have to pay their expertise, not the time. Yeah, you're not paying somebody for the time, you're paying them for their knowledge.
Oops, I killed you on purpose.
I killed you on purpose. Fuck you, bitch.
Hello, welcome back to the L1 Show. Today is August 18th, and we're doing robot and nonsense stories for your Friday.
And you're going to want... What's up, peeps? Hope we're all doing well. Welcome back to the channel. A bit of a situation going down yesterday for one of YouTube's biggest streamers, actually the biggest streamer on YouTube, that being iShowSpeed, as he, during a Five Nights at Freddy's stream, revealed himself to his entire stream. After getting up during some of the gameplay, how the frick do I say this, dude? He was making a joke about wanting to frick one of the characters from the game and started thrusting towards the camera when his hoo-ha came out live on stream in front of tens of thousands of people. Obviously, this being clipped and shown everywhere. A lot of people are already giving their reactions to this as the biggest YouTube streamer. And what is he going to be facing as a potential punishment from YouTube if they decide to do anything about this? And from what has been shown out there, it seemed like an accident, okay? Obviously, a pretty big accident. You feel bad for the kid and what his next response / apology / whatever is going to be next, as all of the memes have been starting around iShowMeat. That's probably like the nicest one I've seen so far. Others actually giving their reactions. We had Asmon saying that what if, actually responding to the idea that maybe this was an idea for a Kick deal, which I highly doubt. I highly doubt that this is a publicity stunt to transition from one platform to the next and to join Kick. I can't believe that would be a thing, but it's still funny to think about.
To be fair, he achieved that. Like, this is going to be probably the most famous Five Nights at Freddy reaction ever. People are going to be bringing this shit up in 5 years.
And he just went too far with it, leading to just this disastrous wardrobe malfunction.
Like, if he never has kids, whenever his kids go to school, the other kids at the school will make fun of his kids for what he did on that stream, even if it's 15 years from now.
Now, a lot of people have also started saying that, maybe this was a calculated plan and he's about to announce his signing with Kick now that he can't stream on YouTube, assuming he does get a strike for this. And I have to say, that's a pretty interesting theory. Because
I get that. If he got the dick out, just dicks out for Kick, I swear to God, bro. Imagine Speed gets the strike, and then Kick tweets out #dicks out for Kick with like a picture of Speed with those little green things on his face.
And then you would voice critical response saying, yeah, probably not going to be a publicity stunt, knowing full well that he would be exposing himself to thousands and thousands of minors on his stream. And again, you'd like to think this would not be something on purpose. Didn't seem like it was on purpose either. The fucking penis jump scare. Like, I don't think this was a plan. If it was, this could lead to, huge trouble for him, actually, I would imagine. He knows his audience skews on the much younger side of things. A lot of the iShowSpeed audience is young, and a lot of those kids were probably watching this stream, especially considering it's Five Nights at Freddy's, which is predominantly a kid's property that they really resonate with. So, I don't think the idea would have crossed his mind, good content would be exposing myself in front of all these viewers, many of which are minors. I highly doubt that was a thought that crossed his mind. Now, of course, the fact that it still happened is awful, but I just really don't think it was a plan. Of course, the overreaction to the jump scare is a plan. That was definitely something he decided he was going to do. At the end of the day, also seemingly like an accident, but it does matter what YouTube is going to do, because certainly everyone has covered this by now, tons of big headlines around this, and I do believe that Speed already has a couple of strikes on YouTube
I'm not sure if YouTube will give him a third strike and what that means for the future of his channel, but I highly doubt that everything would come crumbling down to an end because of an accidental nudity moment. We'll see if he posts an apology. We'll see if YouTube posts any statements, or, you know, what I think is going to happen. I don't think anything's going to happen from all of this, and then we'll slowly move on, and he'll just have to deal with the jokes for quite some time after revealing himself to everyone on stream. So what do you guys think about this? Till next time. We got some big stories coming out here too. Drink up. Catch you back here sometime soon.
I want to talk about the Jonah Hill and Sarah Brady incident. And in addition to pointing out how and why Jonah Hill's behavior was
using stems in your DJ sets is becoming the new standard, and if you don't want to be left behind and sound like a beginner forever, you have to master this new style of DJing. Wait. If you're a new DJ, let me first explain why EQing is dead. So usually DJs use EQs to isolate and highlight specific parts of their track, like it's a cappella and instrumental. What DJs offer now have an insane new feature which allows DJs to isolate specific elements of a track.
Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air.
So in this video, we'll cover everything, from getting started with stems on Rekordbox DJ and Serato DJ with any DJ gear, to setting your software on the best settings, and to learning a couple of pro DJ techniques. Now, unfortunately, most people won't even reach the end of this video and even take action. So if you manage to actually listen to all these points, especially the application part, you'll be at a huge advantage to take your DJing to the next level. So let's start with Rekordbox DJ. First things first, make sure you have the latest version of Rekordbox DJ. Next, go to Preferences, then click Extensions. Then click Enable the Track Selection function. Now at the Deck section, you now have the drum, vocal, and instrumental part mute buttons. So by default, these buttons enable you to mute specific parts of your track. If you would like these buttons to solo specific parts of your track, you can enable that as well. Now, how do we enable these functions on a Rekordbox DJ controller? Well, usually for controllers other than the FL Extend, you'll need to map these functions on your controller. But fortunately for you, since I'm a glutton for pain, I've painstakingly done the hard work of remapping the most popular DJ controllers for Rekordbox DJ. You can simply download the mappings below, along with the video installation guide to get stem functions on your Rekordbox DJ controller. With the mapping installed, your Rekordbox DJ controller can now do this. Getting started with stems on Serato DJ is a breeze, and there are 3 important steps to ensure a seamless stem mixing experience. The first step is to enable stem mode on your controller. So to enable stem mode, make sure that you have the latest version of Serato DJ installed. Then, go to your settings and navigate to the DJ Preferences section. Here, select Replace Pad Mode with Stems and choose a pad mode you would like to replace. And now you can play with your track stems. The second step involves analyzing your tracks for stem mixing, and there are two methods to do this. The first method involves analyzing your track stems in real time as you DJ. However, I only recommend using this method if you have a powerful laptop to ensure a smooth performance. To enable this feature in Serato DJ, go to your DJ Preferences menu and select Analyze Stems. The second method, which is also my preferred way of preparing stems, is to analyze your tracks before DJing. To do this, simply drag the tracks you want to use for stem mixing to the stem crate. This ensures the smoothest stem mixing experience. Keep in mind that stem mixing on Serato DJ is both CPU and memory heavy. Therefore, when analyzing tracks for stem mixing, ensure that you have enough disk space as stem files are about 5 times the size of MP3s. Finally, the third step is to understand what the stem pad modes do. Now, the top 4 buttons here mute a section of a track.
This is the top pickup! This is the top pickup! This is the top pickup! Oh,
The buttons below, on the other hand, smoothly echo and fade stems away. Among these buttons, the vocal echo and instrumental echo are the ones I always play with. Now that you've set up your software, it's time out to know how to integrate stem mixing into your DJ sets like a pro. One of the biggest mistakes beginner DJs make is stem mixing with low quality audio. Since stem mixing involves extracting stems from your songs, if the original track already sounds bad, the extracted acapellas and instrumentals will sound even worse. So it's important to use high quality tracks.
put your hands up in the air, 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 put your hands up in the air.
DJs typically use MP3 tracks, which can range in quality from 128 to 320 kbps. But when dealing with stems, it's ideal to use uncompressed, lossless audio files such as WAV files, because they typically have a bitrate of 1411 kbps at 16 bits, which means they sound way superior to MP3s. Now, pro DJs like myself download all high-quality tracks from DJ record pools. And you can think of DJ record pools as huge libraries of music where DJs can download all the tracks they could ever use. And the DJ record tool I use is Crate Connect. And the main reason best making mixing significant ensure that a form culture is simple, moving, but the most significant. Now with your browser section prepared, the next step is to grasp the fundamentals of mixing in key. The easiest way to do so is by mixing up, down, or between the keys of the current song. For example, if you want to mix a song in the key of 2A, then you can mix it with a song in the key of 1A, 2A, 2B, or 3A. Now let's load the song and press the key sort button. Since the current song's key is 2A, we can mix it with any of the songs here. A common problem I often encounter when mixing isolated vocal stems is that they are often weak in volume. A pro tip to address this is to increase the track's mid frequencies and activating a reverb or echo effect on it.
In the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
Stem mixing is an amazing tool for creating mashups on the fly, and my two favorite ways to use it involves proper song structure and knowledge. So the first way I mash songs together is by mixing the next song's build-up section with the current song's chorus section. Now, in order to make this a mashup, it's ideal that the build-up section has a vocal part that we can isolate and layer over the current song's chorus. The first step would be to isolate the vocal section of the build-up in the next song. Once you reach the chorus section of the current song, trigger the isolated vocal section of the next song. As the tracks blend together, gradually isolate the stems of the current song.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
Another variation would be to mix the intro section of your next song with the chorus section of your current song.
in the air, put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. In the air, put your hands up 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 in the air.
Now that you've learned how to optimize the sound of your stems and understand where to mix your tracks, it's time to delve into the art of showcasing and manipulating your acapellas to elevate the quality of your mashups. The first approach involves scratching, typically by combining the isolated vocal section of the next song with the beat of the current song. To achieve this, with the vocal section of your next song already isolated, trigger it when you reach the chorus section of your current song and then scratch the vocal section. Once you're ready to blend, let the vocal section of your next song play out with the current song. And once you're ready to transition to the next song, gradually deactivate the current song stems.
What's your open experience with Grutch? I think, here's my take on it. I think he believes what he's saying, right? I think he has gone out there. I think I'm legit, like he was a 14-year veteran of military and National Reconnaissance Office, and I think he went out and he talked to enough people, and he believes it. I don't think he's out there like spinning a yarn and is worried that now he's gotten over his skis and he's said too many things now. But I don't know. I don't feel like it's petty. And maybe the difference between us is I spent a lot of time with the government, and the government is sometimes can be really dysfunctional, and it goes back to keeping a secret. The idea that they could have this what essentially is a covert action campaign, to spread this information about what they actually know, right? When the easier thing to do is just to have the program, if it's the U.S. government's development of technology, right, and we're doing this, to have the program and just keep your yap shut about it, not go for a disinformation campaign, not try to muddy the waters by doing this, because in a sense, you're just creating more conversation around it. You're creating, now there's a little bit of a, movement within Congress to say, we have to do this, now we have to, so they're going to look perhaps for a misappropriation of funds, right? Because they're not going to pursue like the UAP issue necessarily, right? But they might be interested in pursuing misappropriation of funds. So if you're running a program, if it didn't, again, going back to the idea that it's a U.S. government thing, if you're running a program, that's the last thing you want to do, is because you're doing this program to avoid government oversight. You're not going to create, this alternative narrative that, could generate the sort of publicity or the conversation, particularly up on Capitol Hill, that causes them to then start looking and saying, well, where is money being spent? Right. Because there is a trail, and that could cause a problem.
What are your instincts when you look at it? If I'm looking at it, I'm saying something's wrong. It seems like bullshit. What are your instincts?
I think I would like to say, I don't think we're going to get there. My instinct is to say, how do we solve this, or how do we come to some sort of logical resolution, as opposed to saying what is it right off the bat. My instinct is to say, all right, if the all domain anomaly resolution office has 800 cases, then tell us what those 800 cases are. Let's work our way through them, or have a little bit more transparency about working through those cases. Again, you'll probably whittle them down, right? When we were doing Black Files, we were going around talking to people about, various sightings and things. You're basically just crossing things up, going, okay, that was this, that was this, that was this. You find some pretty mundane answers, but you whittle it down to maybe one or two things that you can't explain, and then you can investigate those and say, okay, all right, let's dig further on these. But right now, it's just like all over the map, and they've got so many cases, and they just got to lump it all together. Are they doing that to obfuscate and create, this situation where it does seem like bullshit? And
I don't know, but I think I'm not willing to shut the door on saying that those handful, those few sightings that where we do have technical data, we get video, we get radar lock, we get gun camera footage, whatever it may be, that can't be explained. I'm not willing to close the door and say, well, it's is it because who knows? Maybe China's doing the same thing. We're leading the hypersonic race right now. Great, but they've got another program, and they're responsible for the tic tac, right? So we have to pursue it, and if that leads us to the doorstep that says, oh, that's a U.S. government program and they've developed the technology, okay, fine. But I realize that, I'm not willing to close the door on saying it could be something else, it could be otherworldly, right? Because I just don't know.
Could be.
It could be. I just don't know.
There is that problem of the infinite nature of space, which seems to actually be getting bigger.
Yeah, there was a good way of putting it that my wife, who's a whole lot smarter than I am, tried to explain it to me, and I can't put it. But she had heard a program at one point where the person explained it like, okay, imagine how vast the ocean is, right? And how we've explored the ocean, but then you look at space and how immense it is, right, compared to the ocean. Right. The amount that we've explored in space, right, is equivalent to like a wine glass full of ocean water. Right. So you take a wine glass full of ocean water, you look at it, and you go, there's nothing there. Right. There's all those life forms. There's all those fish in the sea. It's kind of like, and then you think about space, and you think about what we know, what we don't, and how we imagine, like our limited capacity to imagine what life outside of Earth could look like.
Right.
So yeah.
But when you hear talk of like crash retrieval programs,
yeah, that keeps taking me back, and it's to this whole idea of if there was a crash retrieval and reverse engineering program like David Grush talked about that had been in existence for decades, somebody would have opened their yak and talked about it. Other than Bob Lazar, and they would have had some better specifics, right? I mean, that's always the thing. It's always where it falls down. Well, I haven't seen it, but I talked to somebody who knows that it exists, right? And I think maybe it's because we're dealing with a program that actually want physical evidence, right? We want to actually see it before we believe it. But that really hasn't happened yet.
What's one of the things that's fascinating is the narrative has shifted so wildly from it's completely preposterous to credible people like David Fravor and Ryan Graves and all these different people that are talking about multiple sightings, things that completely defy our understanding of what a vehicle is capable of doing, hovering completely motionless in 120 knot winds, all the whole, whatever that thing is, the cube inside a sphere that they keep seeing over and over again.
Right. Almost hit one of the aircraft.
Yeah. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. And then they land. So I think, one of the good developments out of all of this, and one of the things that may eventually lead to transparency, right? Because it will provide an avenue for these sightings, whether it's commercial or military pilots, as an example, to report it, right? And to be more, and for the government to take it, perhaps, again, it depends on whether it's a big conspiracy or not, to investigate in a more logical manner and in a more detailed manner. So I think just, again, the sheer fact that we're talking about it, which then takes me back to the idea that, if you're running a secret program, you don't want people talking about it. So you're not going to muddy the waters with a false narrative if you don't have to.
Right.
If your concern is that someone's getting close to the truth and you got to do, okay, then maybe so. But,
Do you think it's also possible that there are patriots that do think that the American public deserves to know about this information and they have been sitting on it for a long time? That people like David Grush and all these various people that are coming out and more apparently are wanting to come out.
Yeah. Well, interesting thing with Grush is, look, he said something during the hearing, right? He said, I can't talk about that. I can talk about it in a skiff, right? In a sensitive, secure environment. All right. Well, if I'm, one of the people on that subcommittee, I'm going to say, you know what, to my staff, schedule, a skiff meeting with Grush. Get him in here. Mm-hmm. And let's, have him talk classified shit.
Right.
So that would be the next logical step in all of this.
Have they done that yet?
I don't know. I mean, it's
What he said, I've talked to you about in a skip, is have people taken him up on that?
Well, you'd have to ask him.
Right, and they wouldn't tell him.
And they wouldn't tell him. Therein lies part of the problem, because if he sits there, but if he sits in the skip and continues to kind of say, well, okay, you guys aren't clear to hear this, and I can't. All right. Then you got to start questioning, what he's actually got or what he knows for sure, rather than just having this witness interviews and sort of secondhand information. But I'm much more. I guess the point is I'm much more interested in the direct sightings than witness interviews. Right.
Right. And the thing about him is he's not really a witness. Right. He hasn't had any personal encounters with anything. Right. He hasn't had personal encounter with a craft. He hasn't seen a retrieved craft. He hasn't seen the biological entities. These are all just programs that he's been made aware of that he felt like people needed to know about.
Yeah,
and that's the narrative.
And again, not to disparage anybody, right? I mean, look, he's, if in fact, somebody leaked his medical records, which it looks like, did happen, right? Then that's pretty bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody needs to figure out what the hell is happening.
Let's see this. The information from Grush, who said he was unable to discuss specifics on what he told the Pentagon's watchdog arm. Lawmakers want to sit down with the former official in a sensitive compartmented information facility, a SCIF, to get additional information from him. The group has been blocked, however, by officials that have informed them that Grush doesn't currently have security clearance to discuss the issues in a SCIF, according to Burchett. We think that we'll get there eventually. It's just frustrating. I'm ready to go, and the American public are ready to go, he said. Luna argued that the SCIF with Grush could help lawmakers better understand the type of legislation they need to write regarding UAPs. She said she supports legislation that would declassify information on the phenomenon. So there seems to be some issue of secrecy and what's possible to discuss or what's legal to discuss.
Well, but yeah, the government casts a very wide net when you're talking about classified information, right? I mean, the government has overclassified information for decades and decades, right? And you've got secret, top secret, code word, and they tend to just hoover everything up and classify it, right? And then it takes fucking forever, right, to go through that process of declassification, and because nobody wants to put their neck out at that point and say, yeah, let's declassify this, right? Once it's in that pot. But the question is, great, you're saying, you can talk about it in the SCIF. Well, damn it, then that's the next. That's what the subcommittee should be doing. Right? That's their job, right? If they're curious, right, and if they're sincere about trying to get to the bottom of this, and that's theoretically their job, then they should. Because again, going back to the main thing, and people can say, well, why are you wasting your time on this? But you can always circle back to the top line, which is it's for national security purposes. We want to know what the hell's going on,
right?
And so. Yeah, we'll see. I guess that's the question that should be thrown at Grush, or should be thrown at the subcommittee members.
I'm also shocked at how few people care. I feel like people are so overloaded with information today because of social media and because of the news cycle. People are so overloaded with information that this barely registered on people other than UFO nuts.
Yeah. I mean, there was a surprising amount, I thought, anyway, of sort of mainstream media coverage. It wasn't particularly deep, right? It just kind of covered, okay, it was a hearing. And I think they did it because, it's UFOs or UAPs, right? And so, they knew they'd get some clicks on it if they were putting it online or whatever. And they didn't pursue it, like it's been any, I haven't seen any stories that talked about the follow-up with Grush. There were a couple of stories talking about the fact that perhaps his medical records were leaked.
And the medical records showed what? That he had some sort of a psychiatric condition. That he had an event or something like that.
PTSD. I think he, some suicidal depression issues.
Standard stuff with military veterans.
Yeah. He had done his time in Afghanistan. Yeah. Right? And so that doesn't. Yeah, it means nothing. And except the fact that it shouldn't be out there. Right. Those records should be damn well private.
Well, not only that, isn't that what we want? Why don't you shut your little dick?
Is that me going on?
You. Yeah, that's why your phone rings.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that little switch on the side.
Thank you for my idea.
Isn't that what you want from? I mean, that's the whole purpose of providing these services for veterans. That when they do have suicidal thoughts and they are struggling with PTSD, that they get help. I mean, the idea that they're shaming him and saying that his report is not credible because of this seems
It's
ridiculous.
bullshit. Yeah.
It's totally bullshit.
Yeah, and he said he's come out since and said, look, I did seek help. I'm in a better place. And he was happy that people were talking about it. They should be talking about it. Look, we lose a shocking number of veterans to suicide, right? And it's disgusting that we don't, that the government doesn't work harder,
I'm away from
right?
this.
More effort. I know a couple of people who do amazingly good work at the VA in terms of counselors, right? They're not managers, they're not executives. They work with the veterans every day, right? And it's incredible what they do. But overall, as a government, our assistance, right, to veterans. I mean, you look at the number of homeless situations. It's pathetic. And so when he talks about it, it's good that he's talking about it, right? I think that transparency helps, and he clearly views it that way too. And he said, look, I don't have any problem with discussing it, but we should be concerned by the fact that somehow his medical records were put out there. And then, some people will look at that and go, well, is that the government's effort to discredit him? Or is that somebody's effort to discredit him? I don't know why anybody else would. Why would you do that?
There's only two kinds of people in this world. Me and everybody who isn't me. Which one am I? Well, I'm me. Some of the best stories ever told involve a main character who refuses to give up in the face of adversity and insurmountable odds. But none of these stories ever involve esports, because insurmountable doesn't even begin to encapsulate the impossibility of surviving in the esports scene. It is just an infinite void of sadness and financial ruin. And you know what I say to that? Cannonball, I'm coming in willingly. That's right, Moist Esports is here to stay, and we've got some really interesting ideas to try and innovate in the space. So, we're getting a little experimental here. We're doing one of our outrageous watch parties live in person. So we're turning it into like an event, kind of like a Moist Fest to a certain extent. So we're going to be watching our Apex team take home the World Championship trophy in September, hopefully take home the World Championship trophy. Fucking fingers crossed, and I'm lighting incense every day in order to get rid of any kind of bad spirits out there that might weigh us down. And we thought it would be fun to do that with a live crowd to share in the hype and excitement. If you've ever watched any of our watch party streams, you know things get unhinged quick. We devolve into lunacy fast. It gets absolutely wild, and we thought it'd be really fun to do that with a crowd of people that are also energetic and excited to be watching as well. So it's kind of like a live sports event where everyone's getting excited for the home team.
Where even did that come from?
And that's kind of the whole idea behind it.
Where?
So let me just go ahead and show you a little promotional teaser. This is the venue we're going to be using, and we made something a little goofy to announce it.
He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming.
What's the deal with salt shakers? Fill them up. Where does it all go? Yeah, check this guy out. It's fucking incredible. Come on, boys. Remember what Keanu Reeves said? Get in. No, you came into my house. You sucked my... Yeah. Yeah, you all got to recognize him. Right now, boy, that's a lot of sight. Fuck you. You fuck me. Yeah. Come on. Let's go. You suck.
Recharging my shields.
Conjunction, what's that function?
Tickets are available right now. You can click the link in the description below to get taken to them if you're interested in attending. It'll be a 3-day event, and hopefully it'll be a lot of fun. Again, this is just us experimenting, you know. We're back in college here, and we're getting a little experimental with ourselves. So, yeah, we've been in the think tank ideating on some real big picture ideas, and this is the one that we've cooked up that we think sounds like a delectable dish to serve. So we're excited to give this a try. Also, the event is only for ages 18 and above. There's going to be a full service bar as well, so you'll get ID'd there. You'll need to be 21 and above for that. It's not going to be, you know, strippers coming out of the stage and, you know, getting fucking hog wild or anything, but it's definitely going to be content that is not suitable for younger audiences, which is why it's only 18 plus. It should be fun. We're really excited for it, and like I mentioned, esports is a space where you go to financially die. We've seen time and time again over the last decade these absolutely massive organizations backed by huge venture capitalist dollars still go belly up. These VC-backed orgs have more money than Scrooge McDuck did. The amount of balloons at their disposal would make Captain Barbosa puke. They have tons and tons of money, and yet still they end up tits up. Because in the esports scene, you're just constantly burning money. It's just vanishing right in front of you without ever seeing anything come back to you. It's just being flushed down the toilet, and the toilet never refills with that money. So, even with all of the money in the world, these orgs still end up going defunct a lot of times, or end up in huge financial trouble, like pretty much all of them are right now. It's just stayed stagnant for so long with orgs not really doing anything new or interesting to try and make this space grow in a way where it can be more sustainable. So, that's what we've been really brainstorming on and ideating on for Moist Esports. How can we do things different and make it more exciting and more fun and maybe down the line actually profitable to the point where it doesn't just have to be completely sustained from my piggy banks? A lot of them do. We also have merch too. But there's so much more potential in the scene than just that. So our primary goal with
Champions!
Just through any means necessary, find profit, nickel and dime everyone that joins the org and go through these predatory contracts or shady exchanges to try and make a buck off of it. It's truly our mission to make the esports scene more exciting and grow it in a way with Moist Esports where the money comes from the content and not on the backs of players doing deals for the org or taking their revenue that they've earned or anything like that. It's just doing it in a very different way. And we think that the live watch parties could be a really fun idea. So if it goes well this time around, maybe we look at doing it in more than just...
For those of you interested in the Linus Tech Tips and Gamers Nexus drama, but don't want to watch a 44-minute short film, followed by a novel, followed by a 12-minute follow-up, followed by an apology video, and then followed by a 20-plus Twitter thread where someone claims about inappropriate working conditions and sexist comments, then you've come to the right place. Now, before I start explaining, to be clear, this isn't drama. If you've ever purchased consumer tech, like a gaming laptop, computer parts, a gaming console, mice, headphones, etc., then you need to pay attention. The review videos that you watch before you buy those products come from these creators. So, let's get into it. Linus Tech Tips had a convention in his hometown where he extended a private tour of his facilities to the content creators that showed up, I being one of them. The creators were welcome to stream or record the tour, and one of the creators uploaded a video where one of the tour guides said this.
Charging battery.
Us and something like Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed is we test new components, new tests every time.
Now, who is this tour guide? Presumably someone on the labs team at Linus Media Group. Which, if you don't know, Linus announced almost a year ago that he spent a lot of money investing in facilities in order to test computer parts and other consumer tech to help get better results for his product group. Now, I don't know what prompted this person to have an ego about benchmarking and testing because inherently it's not that cool. And on top of all that, it's not a competition. The point of testing a product for a review video is to give potential consumers a better idea of what it is they're going to get and overall help them make a more informed decision. Throwing shade at other channels in the industry and implying that you're better just makes you seem egotistical, cocky, and probably insecure. What could have simply been said is that we do a good job. Because I assume if that had been said, it would have prompted Steve from Gamers Nexus to keep his 10 strong and make a 44-minute video detailing why Linus Media Group isn't doing a good job. As a matter of fact, he more or less implied that they were doing a shit job. And for those of you who are confused, when I say Linus Media Group, I'm referring to Linus Tech Tips. His brand is so big and they have so many channels now that we're just going to call it all Linus Media Group. So, following this clip being leaked online, Harper Fox took kindly to the commentary and posted this Twitter post online in a way that Linus didn't really seem to appreciate.
There's a fair number of people that are talking about the whole Trust Me Bros situation, where there were some creators that it seems like you guys are. Look, it's pretty clear that not everyone in the creator space handled that super professionally.
So, I'll try to summarize what Steve from Gamers Nexus was trying to say so that you get a pretty good idea of what was communicated without watching all 44 minutes. Essentially, what Steve is claiming is that Linus Media Group rushes their content by giving themselves arbitrary and self-imposed deadlines. He argues that these deadlines are not necessary.
We believe LTT or LMG is rushing too much to hit arbitrary and largely self-imposed deadlines.
He drives home this point multiple times throughout the video and argues that it is the main reason that has caused all the sloppy work and misinformation that has been showcased in the LMG videos as of recently. Now, LMG has over 120 employees, and collectively throughout all of their channels, they put out 25 plus videos per week. That's a lot of videos, but that's also a lot of people to help work on. Steve then goes on to the rest of the video, citing many data points for benchmarks mainly, showcasing all the different incorrect information and the inconsistencies within LMG's own videos.
Even though it's not actually true, they don't collect new data and new tests every single time, and it's not always necessary anyway.
He also shows that Linus is aware of the poor data that's being pushed into live videos and claims that it is an ethical issue. Because if the priority is hitting deadlines and not getting accurate information out to your viewers to make your jobs possible, then what kind of company is LMG?
It calls into question the motivations of the corporation, and does in fact make it look to be bottom line venture.
One that cares about their viewers, or one that cares about their bottom line. Three of these examples that Steve talked about are we're talking about in greater detail. Number one, the 300% incident. One of the cited benchmarks was a 4090 test, comparing it to a 3090 Ti. The benchmark was testing Cyberpunk at 4K with ray tracing on, where the 4090 was shown to be 300% better than the previous generation 3090 Ti. The current price of the older 3090 Ti is around $1,200 USD, and the current price of the 4090 is $1,600 USD. Steve argues that to the guy who is testing these cards, if he can't see an issue with those numbers right off the bat without doing any additional testing, then there is a massive problem. Which I have to agree. Not only is it unprecedented to see a new generation card perform 300% better than the last generation, but for it to only cost 25% more makes absolutely zero fucking sense. Steve later shows that the actual results with correct testing parameters should have only been about a 70% increase in the 4090's performance.
In reality, that should be closer to 72 to 75%. We explained this previously, but that's because LTT didn't properly set their test parameters and double-check that the graphic settings weren't changing due to other dependencies during test setup.
Now, the reason this is a big deal is because if you're Linus Media Group, a company that was recently offered to be bought out for $100 million, and you're essentially the biggest consumer tech media group in existence, then you probably shouldn't be fucking up data that bad. You're the guy that people look towards to make sure that they're not fucking up. So if you're fucking up, it's fucked. Number two, the Bill Labs incident. This one is bad. LMG did a review on a custom water block. I believe this custom water block fools both the CPU and the GPU. It's an interesting piece to say the least. It's definitely not something that most consumers would buy, but it's cool. Linus tested in a video, and naturally in Linus fashion, he uses the wrong graphics card.
You put it back in?
Get a shot of that, look at that. Ultimately, this changed the results of what the temperature should have actually been. This arguably being a big deal because anybody that gets into water cooling, especially custom water cooling, computer parts, care a lot about the temperature and the results. There were complaints about Linus testing this product poorly, to which he responded to very poorly on his live stream.
It's bad because it makes absolutely no sense and nobody should buy it.
He basically responded by saying even if the temperatures were lower, at the end of the day, it wouldn't change the general recommendation of the product, which is no one should buy it. It's an $800 water block. You shouldn't be looking to get this. Which, in my opinion, you can't really say that. While it's definitely an enthusiast piece, there are people who are willing to buy $1,000 keyboards. There are people who bought graphics cards at the peak of pandemic pricing. There are always people who are willing to spend an ungodly amount of money on a product just because it makes them happy. If Bobby has a disgruntled marriage, a shitty son, and a shitty job, and the only thing that keeps him from doing a backflip off a bridge is to spend $800 on a custom water block, then let him. Furthermore, Linus states that he could have had employees go back and test the video properly, but it would have cost him several $100s across multiple employees' time.
I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I can apologize for not spending another $100, $200, $300, $500 of various people's time sitting and engineering a workaround to a product that, no matter the result, nobody should buy.
This, again, is a horrible look. If you're a company that was offered $100 million to be bought out, and then you, the owner of the company, is caught complaining about what I assume would be a couple of grand to pay a couple employees to reshoot and retest the product, it's tone deaf to say the least. Overall, the attitude with which Linus approached this whole thing was just a really bad look, because even though Billet Labs sounds like an official name, ultimately it's just a startup involving two people trying to innovate the PC space. And to be frank, it is always a bad look when the bigger, more successful company is seen more or less putting down a little guy. That story never turned out well. But it gets worse. After the review was posted, Billet Labs asked for their one-of-one best prototype back so they could continue working on the product. LMG responded not once, but twice, saying that they would get their product back to them, only to have it auctioned off at the convention that I went to about a month later after the season. I even remember seeing it there when I walked past. LMG claimed that this was a miscommunication and that they would be compensating Billet Labs for the prototype. But later what was discovered is that email to actually compensate Billet Labs didn't come until Gamers Nexus posted their now 4+ million view video criticizing Linus Tech. Again, not a good look. Number 3, the Polish mouse incident. Long story short, one of LMG's many side channels did a review on a mouse made by Ponage, which was considered to be a premium gaming mouse. To which the reviewer confidently stated that it was a high-friction mouse and wasn't as smooth as advertised on their website. This was only to find a gaming mouse. To which the reviewer, not a good look. Number 3, the Ponage mouse incident. Long story short, one of LMG's many side channels did a review on a mouse made by Ponage, which was considered to be a premium gaming mouse. To which the reviewer confidently stated that it was a high-friction mouse and wasn't as smooth as advertised on their website. This was only to find out later that the plastic on the bottom of the mouse wasn't actually removed during the review.
LMG then eventually began the process of replacing the video in place once again. We assume this time with using the trim tool. That'll take a day or two to process. They're cutting the section about friction, but this doesn't fix the problem. They are choosing to leave the content live, whose conclusions were at least partially based on massively erroneous work, because they don't want to hurt their video performance.
I want to be honest, this is fucked up. We do not expect the top consumer tech media company in the world to make a mistake like not removing the plastic before reviewing a mouse. But holy shit, is it funny. He was so confidently unimpressed by a product that he didn't even unbox properly that it almost gave me Steph on Etsy and 5 purge.
This is not a smooth mouse, and that's really disappointing. The only question that remains is, am I recommending you buy this product? No.
So, all of that roughly summarizes the original 44-minute review made by Steve from Gamers Nexus. No less than 3 hours later after that video was posted, did Linus respond on the forums of the Linus Tech Tips website with an essay. Some of which honestly had some legitimate points, most of which sounded really stupid. The next day with a dedicated 12-minute segment in his regularly scheduled talk.
Linus' statement, it is an unhinged, unapologetic rant where he shirks responsibility and blames others.
I'm going to talk about 2 big things I want to mention in this response and then give an opinion about the situation thus far. One thing that Linus takes time to address in his essay is that Steve said that Linus sold the water block, to which Linus wanted to clarify that he didn't sell it, he auctioned it off for charity.
He tries to play weird semantic games like saying, quote, we didn't sell the product, we auctioned it.
I was laughing so hard at this because the reality is It doesn't fucking matter. These guys gave you their best prototype and asked for it back afterwards. You know, like a media review center. There was never any permission or consent to take or do anything with the water block afterwards. For there to have been such a miscommunication that it ended up in a silent auction afterwards is beyond me.
First of all, we're not going to argue the semantics about an item being sold against the will of a company versus being auctioned, and being for charity, which we already said, doesn't make that better. It makes it worse, because now you're roping in an innocent third party into the very awkward situation that can potentially make them look bad by proxy.
The second thing worth noting in this response is that Linus pointed out that Steve from Gamers Nexus never actually reached out to Linus for a comment. Steve responded by saying that Gamers Nexus doesn't reach out to big corporations for comment when their actions showcase how they feel about certain things.
We don't have to reach out to corporations when we think there's a patterned behavior, or that there may be a significant chance that they try to cover things up, or prepare a pre-written response that could twist the narrative, and in this case, manipulate the audience.
Basically, he said his actions spoke louder than his words, so he felt it was unnecessary. Now, here's where my opinion comes in, and it's worth paying attention to. I disagree with this take vehemently by Steve. Steve, who is a self-proclaimed journalist with a high level of integrity, failing to reach out for a comment, in my opinion, is telling. In almost every piece of media where a group is covering the actions of another group, they always reach out for comments. Because if they do respond, you can compare their words to their actions to see if it lines up and it helps paint a better picture of the situation, or they can decline to comment, which can speak even louder than an official statement. I can only assume one of the major reasons that Steve didn't reach out is because it was probably awkward to be like, hey, I'm doing a piece on how you fucked up. Do you have any comments on why you're fucking up? The reason I bring this up is because earlier in the original 44-minute video, Steve presents the why he even made it as an altruistic endeavor.
This is a very uncomfortable video for me to make. I haven't enjoyed the process of it, but this is something we feel is desperately needed, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. And it is not simply drama to talk about errors and factual testing issues in a way that hopefully brings to light the problems so that the media organization, LMG, can attempt to rectify them if it in fact wishes to do so.
He didn't want to add the original video because he claimed he wanted to demonstrate how valuable of a message this was for tech consumers and the viewers as a whole. In English, he basically said, I've got a lot to lose, but this is more important than me and my business. Which I don't fully agree with. A content piece like this will largely be viewed as drama, no matter how much you tell your viewers not to perceive it that way. Take a look at Linus' subreddit right now if you don't believe me. It's an absolute shit show. And while Steve claimed that he had lots to lose, I think that with the video he was able to put together, it would be ignorant to say that he also didn't have something to gain. Videos like this, where you slam a larger or more established creator than yourself, and present yourself as better, can net yourself some pretty die-hard fans who will support you for the long term. As someone who has made a couple of these pieces, trust me, I would know. On top of that, the views that Gamers Nexus is receiving on this 44-minute video, while not monetized immediately, will probably end up resulting in more ad revenue for the future and resulting in higher sponsorship offers if the numbers grow accordingly. Don't get me wrong, a lot of the points that Steve made in the video are valid and are worth being said. The Steve video talks about questioning the motives of LMG. I also think that it's fair to question the motives of Steve for making the video. I personally think it's fine to benefit from something if you are trying to do a good thing, but I don't think it's fine to present it like you're doing it solely for the sake of others. Which is why I think it's telling that Steve didn't ultimately reach out to Linus. I don't think that kind of thing can exist on YouTube because ultimately there is always money involved. As for Linus Tech Tips and the rest of LMG, a lot of you are probably thinking, Linus is a liar, LMG is untrustworthy, you shouldn't watch their videos if all they care about money more than us. To that,
How did you let those guys get back? Oh my god.
The point of content is to give a general idea of better understanding product with the consumer might buy. This is so that you can make a more informed decision and not waste your hard-earned money. While we did cover 3 big fuck-ups from LMG, the rest of the data that Steve cites as harmful and damaging, in my opinion, is a bit of an exaggeration. Don't get me wrong, Steve is right to say that Linus Media Group presenting misinformation is wrong, and that is true. But he came at them in a way that definitely evokes outrage. I know Steve approaches content differently from most creators, and it's definitely on his no friends in the industry type shit.
It is my job to ignore personal relationships. Yeah, if LMG is going to make false accusations and wants to try and use personal relationships to gain favor so that we don't cover something we think is not okay, it's not going to work with us. We don't play that game.
But as a human and creator myself, I don't like the way that Steve approaches. I think that there had to be a better way, even if it was simply just less harsh language. At the end of the day, LMG videos do still provide viewers with what is necessary. A better general idea of the product that you might be looking to purchase. Someone looking to buy the products that they cover would definitely understand more about them having watched the video versus not watching it at all. So, where does that leave us now? One day later, Linus Tech Tips posted an apology video led by their new CEO, Taryn Tong, accompanied by the rest of the leadership roles at LMG. The apology pretty much addressed all the concerns and clarified some of the points made by Steve. LMG said that they are halting all video production until they can get back to the standard that they feel they need to be at.
Effective immediately, all YouTube video production is on pause. And our teams are going to be spending this entire next week focusing on long-term workflow changes to make our content better in a lasting way.
Essentially, they promise to do better, and it looks that way. All's well that ends well, right? Wrong. Here is a 20-plus Twitter thread from ex-LMG employee Madison, where she says she literally cut her leg open to avoid the ridicule of taking the sick. She starts off by saying her daily obligations and her weekly obligations were insanely overwhelming, and they are now handled by an entire team at LMG. She said that she was belittled by her management, calling her work dog shit and her incompetent. Also being told that she has to put on her big girl pants and to be more assertive. To which she later states she was then called a bitch, bossy, and quote, to calm her tits by a male employee. She says she never talked about this originally when leaving LMG 2 years ago because she didn't want to face the backlash from the community and potentially harm her future career options because LMG is deeply connected within the consumer tech industry. I have some opinions on this, but I'll keep it short by saying, yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. LMG responded by tweeting out, "We are taking Madison's allegations seriously. We are conducting an internal assessment alongside bringing in a third-party investigator to look into the allegations." I don't know. I feel every company or corporation who finds itself in a scandal ends up doing this type of thing, and it very rarely actually amounts to anything. I'm not sure how investigating something that happened so long ago is going to help bring anything else to light. If there were any actual remarks, they would have been done in person. People can lie about what they said, and emails can be deleted. It seems very bleak, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, I think this is the right thing to do, and realistically, the only thing you can do with your LMG right now. I don't think they can afford to further lose public face, and honestly, it's the right thing to do if they just don't want to be a bad company. But it still just feels like a shitty situation for everybody involved. I feel bad for Madison. Hopefully she gets some reprieve from venting frustrations, because, to be honest, that's probably as good as it's going to get. Anyways, that was your TLDR. I know that was long for a TLDR, but this was a second.
You could have got me up, but you didn't even
If you want to support my channel, leave the video a like, subscribe for more content like this in the future, or just follow me on Twitch because I'm way more active on there. Anyways, have a good rest of your day. Goodbye.
I lost it, I laughed and I lost it. Okay, sorry. I do sound like Bart. I thought it was like this. Oh.
Hi, welcome back to PC Builder. I'm Jason. And what?
Jason? Oh, what the fuck? How'd Jason go away? What the fuck?
Alright, time to die again. Whoop, whoop. Isn't it routine after this? Do not know, do not care. God, don't you know anything? Huh?
I asked as a question.
Body.
This is your champion.
I wish I had a I wish I had like a lady.
We all kill. I just really enjoy it.
So like, I want to be risky and I want to go through the bubble.
To the bubble.
Just your teammate thinking like, what the fuck?
I'm sure he's fallen into a butthole before.
Excuse you.
Welcome back to PC Builder. I'm Jason. Now, whether you're building a budget gaming PC with a Ryzen 5600 or a 4K Ultra gaming
say
PC
what?
with a Ryzen 7800X 3D, getting the best motherboard, it can be really confusing. So we'll cover everything that you need to know to get the best motherboard for Ryzen 5000
Who you
and the
apologizing
best
to?
motherboard for Ryzen 7000 series CPUs, and we'll give you specific product recommendations for every budget level.
Are you
Remember,
high?
if you get value out of this video,
Oh my
please
gosh,
give it a
this
like.
game's so
Makes a
much better
huge
if you
difference to
were
the
high,
channel.
but I'm not.
And of course, subscribe.
I am.
Click that bell icon. That way you get notified when we release cool content. With that, let's jump into it. Before that, this video is sponsored by VIP SCD Keys. Say goodbye to crazy expensive Windows 10 licenses and that terrible activate
Yeah, I
Windows
really
10
like
water
that too.
right now. Use the links in the video description, head over to VIP SCD Key, and get a Windows 10 Home or Pro OEM license for a great price. Pick your product license, then use the PC Builder discount code PC25 for an additional 25% off. Go to the activation settings on your PC, put in the code, and boom! You have a fully licensed Windows 10 for a crazy low price, which can be upgraded for free to Windows 11. Use the links in the video description below. Let's quickly review which CPUs we'll focus on in this video. Given the current state of the market, Ryzen 5000 CPUs remain great value options for budget gaming builds. In particular, the Ryzen 5500, the Ryzen 5600, or the Ryzen 5600X. The Ryzen 5700X and 5800X 3D, those are good options for drop-in upgrades if you already own an AM4 motherboard. But if you are doing a new PC build with one of them, then any of the motherboards that we suggest for the Ryzen 5600 will also work fine. For Ryzen 7000 series CPUs, like the Ryzen 7600, 7600X, as well as the Ryzen 7700 and 7700X, they all make great mid-range to higher-end gaming CPUs, with the Ryzen 7800X 3D, their top gaming CPU right now. The great news is that for those of you buying a higher core count Ryzen CPU, like the 7900X or 7950X, any of the motherboards that we're going to recommend for Ryzen 7000 will also work just fine. For more on which CPU to pair with your GPU, see our best CPU and GPU combo video. Let's talk about motherboard chipsets, because oh my goodness, can they be confusing. From B450 to B550 to B650 to X670 to A620, and beyond. The first thing to focus on is the first number that comes after the letter. So for instance, focus on the 6 in the B650, as that tells you the generation of motherboard, often called the series. Chipsets in the 400 and 500 series, so B450 and B550 motherboards for instance, are all on the AM4 socket, which supports Ryzen 5000 and earlier CPUs, which have the pins on the CPU itself. Note that the 500 series boards support PCIe Gen 4 speed, while the 400 series is on PCIe Gen 3. More on that later in our motherboard recommendations. Chipsets in the 600 series, like the B650 and X670 motherboards, are on the AM5 socket with the pins on the motherboard, and they support Ryzen 7000 CPUs. So if you have a Ryzen 7000 CPU, you'll need a 600 series board, and for Ryzen 5000 CPUs, we recommend a 500 series board. Though for ultra budget builds, you can probably get away with a 400 series motherboard. Now let's talk about the letter in the chipset name. 99% of you will want to get a B series motherboard like a B550 or B650, depending on your CPU. The A series boards, they're super cut down versions that don't usually allow the use of Precision Boost Overdrive. That's AMD's set it and forget it auto overclocking feature that we do recommend that you use. But they also
Who are you
the same as the
talking
B
to,
series
son?
motherboards, so there's really no reason to consider. X570 motherboards for Ryzen 5000 are very overpriced.
Ask your
and they
mom.
don't offer any useful features over B550. X670 chipset motherboards for Ryzen 7000 CPUs can be really expensive, and totally useless features like support for PCIe Gen 5 graphics cards and SSDs. Even though there are no PCIe Gen 5 graphics cards, and likely won't be for quite a while. Not to mention that PCIe Gen 5 SSDs, they're very expensive, and they offer no tangible benefits to 99.9% of consumers over more
He is your
PCIe
savior,
Gen
huh?
3 or Gen 4 SSDs. See our best SSD for gaming video for more on that. So that leaves the B-series motherboards, which we strongly recommend for all but the most professional workstation users who need tons of extra storage and features. And for them, we will include X670 recommendations as well. So here it is. If you have a Ryzen 5500 CPU, you want to get either a B450 or B550 motherboard. If you have any of the Ryzen 5600, 5600X, or higher 4-count Ryzen 5000 CPUs, then you want a B550 motherboard. If you have a Ryzen 7000 CPU, 99% of you want a B650 motherboard, and for the handful of professional workstation super users, we'll recommend both B650 and X670 motherboards. Let's talk about motherboard BIOS and BIOS flashback. Now, in order to boot your system for the very first time, we call this the first system post. Your motherboard needs to be using a BIOS that's compatible with your CPU. BIOS flashback, Gigabyte calls this QFlash Plus. It allows you to update the motherboard BIOS without a compatible CPU installed, which is very useful. For Ryzen 5000 CPUs, most motherboards are now shipping with a BIOS that will work with virtually any of those CPUs, so it probably is not necessary. For Ryzen 7000 motherboards, everyone that I'm aware of has BIOS flashback, so you're good there. Just note that while they'll at least post with any of the original X CPUs, you might need to do a BIOS flashback with any of the non-X 7000 series Ryzen CPUs, like the 7700 non-X for instance, and of course the newer X3D Ryzen 7000 CPUs. We cover this step by step in our How to Build a PC 2023 video, so I'll leave a link to it down in the video description. Let's talk about motherboard size. There are 3 mainstream motherboard sizes, what we call form factors. The full-size ATX form factor, a 2/3 size called a micro ATX or MATX for short, and a miniature-sized motherboard with only one PCIe slot called an ITX motherboard.
Attention, the kill leader has been eliminated. Ring spa, minute to go. Only 45. Ring spa. Just 10 seconds. Package being delivered. Just a scan. 1 second. Pass me also. Certain masses also be. Replicator on its way down. One minute till ring close.
Ring's not that far. Patch me up, Doug. Thirty seconds. Only 10 seconds left.
Attention, delivering care package.
One more squad. Easy.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Ring's close. Only 1 minute to go. Ring's not that far. "30 seconds until close. Wicked."
Warning, ring movement in progress.
Looks like I'm inside the ring.
Round 5. Beginning ring countdown.
"1 minute till ring close." "45 until ring close. It's near. Easy." Looks like I'm inside the ring. Throwing Oxstar. Froggo. Ring's not that far. Seconds till close. Wiki.
Yo, Sleets! Oh, my buddy, I'm sorry. Yo. Are you there? I'm sorry, that was hours ago.
Just reject me so I can move on.
We'll get the win if your heart's in the right place.
nigga can't just be on some nerdy shit, bro.
I understand the conflict, and I'm fine with it.
Why were you talking about Jews? This has to be talking about trolling.
He hasn't watched film on me. I have striking, I have power, I have the size.
That was Jewish UFC fighter Natan Levy saying Baruch Atah goodbye to a Nick Fuentes supporting white supremacist Twitter troll who challenged him to a fight. I wish more of them would do that to UFC fighters, my God. And luckily for us, it is all on video. PTL, baby. Here's Levy explaining how anti-Semitic twerks on Twitter led to this brutally unfair yet fabulous matchup.
2 days ago, some wimp on Twitter posted a picture of his slim tricep, said this is what every white nationalist should look like, this is what everybody who follows Nick Fuentes should look like.
He is also a Holocaust denier who advocates race war and, I kid you not, burning women alive in America.
Somebody tagged me, and I commented, he built like a chopstick, definitely not a threat. Some guy jumped in the thread named Ben, and he said he's willing to come meet me to defend Nick Fuentes' honor and come spar with me. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, whatever, come, no problem, bring the win from the picture too, and this Fuentes, we can all meet, I'll Venmo you some cash for the gas. For me, that's another troll talking online. To my surprise, he DM'd me, told me he's coming to town, and he would love to take me up on the offer. All of a sudden, it wasn't as mean-spirited as it was prior. It's all about respect. Respect, bro.
Yeah, and then here's Ben, the Twitter troll, giving his side of the story.
I saw one of his posts come across Twitter. It was like critical of somebody who associates himself with America first and the political values that I value.
We all know that Israel controls the right wing. We all know that Jews run the world. We all know that they are not Christian. We all know they hate God.
As a defender of that, and as a former martial arts experience trainer, pretty much, it's going to be fun to come start.
Levy confronted him about Fuentes' anti-Semitic garbage, and as you'll see, he got real timid real fast for some reason.
Nick Fuentes is leading American first.
Hey, women, like just you. It's not a joke.
Political movement, based on furthering Christian debates.
We started talking on Twitter, right?
Yeah, no, I was messing around. Yeah.
Oh, you were messing around?
Yeah, no, I'm not a hateful person. I love everybody.
Why were we talking Why were we defending Nicholas Fuentes?
Well, I think because of what he says is right. I mean, you can later that behind the mask. But,
he denied the Holocaust.
I think it's more revisionist. So, not all aspects of it. Whether it be the numbers that might, have been different over the years. I'm just thinking.
How much do you think?
I just off the top of my head.
He's explicitly praised Hitler.
I don't know. Can I give you a clue?
You say 6 million.
Nick Fuentes' honor is on the line.
In a moment, we're going to show you who fared better in this fight and who got their ass beat. But Jenk, just midway through the story, what are your thoughts?
Look, I love the story for 2 reasons. One is the vicarious pleasure of watching the Bear Jew deal with this guy, which you guys are going to see in a second. Secondly, seeing these guys in the wild, because you see them online and they, spewing so much hatred and then excusing it as just trolling. But seeing them in person is interesting and it's different. And I've seen this a lot in my interactions with folks who are right-wingers, etc. They're hateful, but they don't realize they're hateful. And they, so he says, I don't know, I mean, you're Jewish, whatever, I don't mind you, I'm not hateful. I mean, the Jews, of course, control the world, and we are a Christian nation, and the Jews are lying about the Holocaust, but I'm not hateful. And he genuinely believes that he is not being hateful. But brother, that is hateful. You're spreading, because even if you don't do anything about it, although you did come down here to try to get into a physical altercation, you picked the wrong dude, but okay. But somebody else that sees that goes and shoots up a synagogue. So they're just not getting that their words have consequences, and so I've never met a right winger who said racist things or anti-Semitic things or bigoted things, and then said afterwards, "Oh yeah, I'm racist, or I'm anti-Semitic, or I'm bigoted." But no, what? I mean, I don't hate you, but you grew up Muslim. Of course, Muslims are wrong, and it's the religion of the devil and all that. But I mean, I don't hate you. You're saying something terribly hateful, and they're just not getting it. But good news is that a kick to the head might clear that up.
And, oftentimes, I think what goes on is, the group of people that they have hatred for, they're never really around them. So when they do come around somebody, whether they're Jewish or Black or Latino or gay, whatever it is, they see and feel the humanity, emanating off of that person. Oh, this is just a human being. Otherwise, you're just sitting behind a computer screen or watching Fox News or Newsmax and imagining all of these horrible, terrible people. But when you meet them in person, they're just people like everybody else. Another thing, obviously, this dude was clout chasing, because if he was just interested in sparring to, for training purposes, he could have just done it without cameras involved. So, just that online world chasing clout. And two, man, look, I mean, I don't know why this dude thought that he would do well against somebody who, fights professionally. I've been boxing on and off my whole life. I'm a big dude, but I could still get in the ring with a 17-year-old, kick my ass just because they do it more. Might not kick my ass outside the ring, but you see what I'm saying? It's like you're doing something very technical, like I'm going to go down for Nick Fuentes, a guy who, Nick Fuentes, who says having sex with women is gay. So he literally says that, like, okay, Nick, I guess having sex with dudes isn't gay, because that's kind of what you're getting at, but, whatever.
Yes, it's incredible, and it speaks so badly to this place we're in our culture, where, exactly as you put it, Jake, people think that it's an okay pastime to just talk trash online, and then act as though I'm not a hateful person, act as though, I was just saying that online. That's not how I am in life. Online is life for most people who don't like to leave their house very often, leave their confines of their safe spaces that they make fun of. That is the reality. That is what perpetuates the belief systems of people around the world these days. So what you put online is very much exactly who you are, and it can't be trolling. Makes you a troll. Literally, it's like a creature that lives under a bridge. It's not a fun pastime. And this dude says that he had 8 years of experience doing martial arts, even though he's never done a 5-minute round. He does also play UFC 4 a lot, which, for the record, is a video game. So let's see now if that preparation helped him at all. Please watch.
So Ben.
Yeah, and not a good beginning, but he kept going. Let's see if we got any better experience. Yeah, 8 years. 8 years. Let's see if it kicked into gear in this next part of the fight.
I knew he was zero coming. I didn't catch you with a couple good shots. 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. Murdered in the Holocaust. Okay, that's good. Now, Nick Fuentes. Nick, I failed. I know you're not a striker or wrestler, but if you'd like to come, it's on. You got a big mouth.
Yes, that is the best way to handle a racist, anti-Semitic, Nazi-sympathizing troll. The dude concluded he needed to do more research in the future. Yeah, how about do that next time before creating hate-filled opinions towards an entire group of people. After that, Levy's brother fought the troll's friend, and that somehow went even worse. Afterwards, that kid said he might have to reevaluate some of his friendships. I think Jewish jiu-jitsu fighter Natan Levy wrapped up this whole experience best.
It's a classic case of go on and find out.
Damn straight it is. And if any of you watching this have any feelings of ill will towards me, who is a Jewish person commentating about this publicly, I want you to put on your best boxing gloves and come down to wherever that guy Natan. I'm not much of a fighter.
You know, there is a silver lining here. I think there's actually a bunch of great things about this, of course. But I mean, a silver lining about this Ben guy who's supporting Fuentes. Because he didn't just go and shoot up the place, right? He didn't just go attack. He tried to do it in the ring. And, you know, partly out of hubris, because he's way bigger, right? Levy's a lightweight, and he says he's got experience in video games and things. But, like, I mean, the hubris is hilarious, because that guy is a professional. He's an actual professional, and he's got so much more speed and experience, etc. But at least he kept it in the ring, right? And at least they learned a lesson a little bit here. And I was kind of surprised how much the two guys, we didn't show you the other guy who got his ass kicked. We didn't show you the whole thing, but like, yeah, I mean, Natan knows what he's doing. He kicked him in the head and go, oh, see that coming? Yeah, he's way faster than you, right? And then his brother just made mincemeat of the other guy. And so... But after they got their ass kicked, they're like, and in the middle, as you saw, they're sorry. And that was like weirdly satisfying.
Yeah, they had to have humbled him legitimately some. I don't see how it wouldn't have. Because I don't know how old he was. It seemed like he was in his like early to mid-20s or something like that. But, you know, what a hell of a way to make your debut to the world. So, unfortunately, he's going to be that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's who he is now. But, yeah, it's definitely good that he didn't just run up and shoot it up. And, you know, people can plainly see, like, maybe this guy, Nick Fuentes, is actually an idiot. I'll say it again. Nick Fuentes said that a man having sex with a woman is gay. I don't know how that works out, but I guess he's rationalizing his own life.
Yeah. And of course, anytime that anybody espouses these idiotic beliefs, these old tropes, these anti-Semitic rhetoric, is an idiot, is a fool on its face. And the Jewish fighter's name is Natan. That's my dad Nathan's Hebrew name, Natan. And so I'd like to think, as my dad many times in his life, my late father stood up to Nazis and Nazi sympathizers. There was a kid in his high school wearing a Nazi helmet. My dad told him, that's off your head by the end of the day, or we're going to knock it off your head. And one time he was told to take off his Jewish star in a basketball game, and he said, if all the other players wearing their Christian cross stuff take off their necklaces, then I will, and got his way again. I think that's one little victory for my dad and for all good-minded people out there standing up for what is right in this world.
Thanks for watching the Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
Supplies in here. Attention. Delivery care package.
Got a care package on the way.
Let's go over there.
Enemy over there. Let's go that way.
We're spread out a lot. Watch your paths.
Hostile close.
slowly, don't I?
Sí, así le dicen en inglés, pero le dicen Fun Friday.
¿Por
O sea,
qué?
divertido
¿Cómo se escuchaba?
viernes. De que, ¿cómo dice? Como... Ah, cabrón, ¿por qué está triste? Bueno. Como... Al final... Es como que salimos afuera.
Ah, ok, ok. Como más dinámico.
Así como un recreo, así, segundo.
Como un receso.
Ajá.
Introducing your champion.
Tengo miedo.
Madre.
¿No con el mismo? Hola,
No.
¿o no?
Aquí, chingada. Ah, bueno, acá estamos. Nunca había caído aquí, por eso mejor sí.
A mí nomás me gustó así como... Zona así como...
¿Viene un equipo,
Sí.
Voy a quedar de este lado porque este vato cayó solo aquí.
Sí.
Vamos los dos por él, Emilio, por este que quedó solo. Bueno, maten a aquel, está solo.
Pues sí, pero después las armas. Sí, Mon, la créate todo. Gracias. Uy. Ay, le gané. Jejeje.
Alternator here.
Este vato que...
No sé, la neta, pero no.
Quebra uno, que están los dos de este lado.
Devotion here. First blood. Good thing it's not us.
¿Están queriendo pelear?
P20 alternator here. 1 minute. Rings nearby.
Vamos, Emilio, vas solo, ya voy contigo.
I'm in trouble. Someone crossed a vent. Get ready.
Estoy matando uno aquí.
I downed an enemy. 45 seconds.
Mata uno.
¿El otro está aquí por fuera? Ah, no sé. El vato que... Ah, lo quería matar con un escopazo. Tómale el sniper.
Qué bueno soy, la neta. Le pego un balazo en la
Ah,
mera jeta.
Sí. Agarré balas de light. ¿Ocupas?
Got some materials for
Sí, te agarré todas.
No necesito, estoy bien.
Oh,
La neta,
necesito.
jugar con la Whitman, tengo un cargador.
Bueno.
Hola, hello.
Hola.
Hello.
No habla español, Piquito.
We don't speak Spanish, sorry, bro. Nah, it's joke.
What?
A ver, Emilio, tú comunícate con él.
¿Por qué?
Es tu trabajo. ¿Por
Porque
qué
sí.
te tenemos allá?
Ah, nomás entiendo. Que entiendo no significa que hable. Pero...
¿Tienes que hablarlo, amigo? Hay que dar una volt.
Ah, ya tengo, pero bueno.
Si es una R99 me dices. O la marca. Oh, gente.
Lo marqué sin querer.
Vale.
Como que cúrate, ¿no? ¿O no tienes?
No lo necesito.
Ah, poco.
¿Cómo?
No, lo acabo de ver. Me lo gané limpiamente por estarme curando.
¡A la bestia! Tengo gente.
¿Dónde?
Me acaban de parar un pinche triple tag algo, güey, ya con la jeta, pero no me pegaron. No, tengo miedo.
¿No te dieron?
No, no me dieron. Sí, aquí están ya.
Apúntalo.
Sí, escuché el triple take.
Los vi. ¿Por qué uno? Son dos vatos, no nomás uno. Sí, son dos equipos creo que te.
Pero otro se me está matando. No, ¿cómo que? Nah, me llega por la espalda. Un Horizon por ahí está, ahí está.
You shielding up right here?
Están rushando los dos.
No puede ser, los caqué a los dos y no los puede matar. Me dispararon por la espalda y me quitaron todas las placas, no mames.
Oh, you see, Lifelines got your back. Evo shield here. Extended sniper mag here. Level 4. Optics here. Close range. Evo shield here. Level 3.
Rushed out some bread. And what was I watching? Oh, I finished it. Back to subscriptions, kid. I want nothing to do with that. Charlie. Charlie, why don't you just go away, Mr. Charlie, hey.
Yes, motherboard. and for very small form factor builds. Now, most of you will likely want either a full-size ATX or a micro ATX motherboard, but we'll also go through some ITX boards in our recommendations. Note that ITX boards tend to be much more expensive. Also, the PC case you buy needs to fit the motherboard, and while small motherboards will fit into larger cases, ATX motherboards will not fit into cases designed exclusively for smaller motherboards. So check your size compatibility before you buy a case. So what motherboard features should you be looking for? Well, in the past, we lead off with the discussion of the motherboard VRM, which is the little half square right here that delivers power to the CPU. And in previous generations of motherboards, it could overheat under heavy load. The great news is that any of the B450, B550, or B650 motherboards with a VRM heatsink, that's this piece of metal on top of the VRM to dissipate the heat, they will absolutely be fine for the CPUs that we recommend for. And in particular, both B550 and B650 motherboards generally have very good VRMs, to the point that you really don't need to worry about it, except on a handful of boards like the Asus Prime B550M-A and B650M-A motherboards, which we do not recommend. Next up is storage connections, starting with M.2 connectors. Motherboards range from one M.2 drive connector up to 5 and possibly even more on the board itself. Remember, you can also buy an add-in card to add additional M.2 connections. There are two primary types of M.2 connectors. One's intended for storage devices and one's intended for M.2 Wi-Fi adapters. Now, these M.2 connectors can run at different maximum speeds, from PCIe Gen 3 to Gen 4 to the newest and totally ludicrous Gen 5. Many motherboards now come with built-in heatsinks for M.2 drives, so consider that before you buy an SSD with a pre-installed heat shield. In addition, motherboards come with at least 4 SATA drive connections, though sometimes if you utilize more than one M.2 or some of the additional PCIe slots beyond the GPU one, then it might disable some of the SATA ports. If it does matter to you, consult the specs on the motherboard. Next up is motherboard audio. Now, the audio section of the motherboard is in the bottom left-hand corner of the board, and it's made up of capacitors and a Realtek audio codec chip. You use this audio anytime that you plug in an analog device with a connector that looks like this, either into the rear panel audio connectors or the ones on the front panel of your PC case. If instead you're plugging in a digital device with a connector like HDMI or USB, then you are bypassing the onboard motherboard audio processing, and you're instead using the secondary device for digital to analog conversion. Budget audio codecs can sound fine, and they're typically in the 800 series, such as the ALC 897. More premium audio codecs have better overall signal-to-noise ratios and additional audio signal boost for the front panel headphones like the ALC 1200. The best audio codecs are the ALC 1220 or new but similar ALC 4080, both of which offer additional encoding and decoding support, as well as support for high impedance headphones when using the front panel PC audio plugs. Let's talk USB connections, starting with the rear panel. Now, these can come in a couple different speeds and types. Most boards, they offer a range of USB-A connections ranging in speed from USB 2.0, those are usually the black USB connections, to the USB 3.2 Gen 1, typically colored blue, to USB 3.2 Gen 2 connections, often colored red. There are also USB Type-C connectors, which are smaller but faster ones. Motherboards also have headers to plug in the front PC case USB connections, both USB 3.2 and the slower 2.0 ports. And some come with USB Type-C headers, particularly the newer 600 series motherboards. In addition to USB connections, your motherboard will come with wired Ethernet. The older boards are generally 1 gigabit per second connections, while the newer 600 series boards come with at least 2.5 gigabit speed. Wi-Fi can also be built in, and if it is, it will also include Bluetooth connectivity, though you can buy an adapter either as a USB Wi-Fi adapter or a PCIe Wi-Fi add-in card to add this in. Let's jump into product recommendations, which are all linked down in the video description, and which you can use to check out pricing and availability in your region. We'll keep this list updated, including if new motherboards launch or if a board gets discontinued, which does happen from time to time. Let's jump into Ryzen 5000 series motherboards. So primarily we're looking at the 5600, 5600X, and the Ryzen 5500 here, although we could do the 5700X and the 5800X 3D, of course, given how their pricing continues to go. When we're building a gaming system at the kind of low to mid-range portion of the market, we primarily want to focus on getting the biggest, fastest graphics card we can, and then just getting a CPU that won't bottleneck it. And that's where we're going with these CPUs. They're really price efficient, so we don't want to then overspend on the motherboard, right? We want to make sure we're continuing to invest in our graphics card. So we've got some great value options here. Let's start off with the Ryzen 5500. That's a different architecture than the 5600. It only uses PCIe Gen 3 speeds. So you can put it on B550 motherboard, but if you can find a super cheap B450 motherboard like the Asus Prime B450M-A2, this one actually had BIOS flashback on it too. Great motherboard. I've been recommending it for a while for the Ryzen 5500. Really, it's got kind of ho-hum overall features. It does have 6 high-speed USB ports. It's got a weaker VRM, but you could probably upgrade that to a 5800X 3D in the future. Again, nothing to write home about except it's only $79. So for the 5500, I would look at one of these first. Let's jump over to B550 motherboards, which are more appropriate for like the Ryzen 5600, 5600X, so on and so forth, because they have PCIe Gen 4 at the top GPU slot and the top M.2 slot. And my favorite price to performance B550 motherboard is the ASRock B550M Pro 4. Right now selling for $106 can often be found for as little as $90 up to about $115 depending on when you find it. The reason I think this is the best price to performance is because it has upgraded audio. It's the budget level of motherboards where everything else I'm going to show you is going to be entry-level audio. It says ALC 1200 audio on it. It's got 5 audio capacitors on it. You just can't find that in this price class. That's why it's so great. It has a couple of M.2, included a M.2 heat shield on it, which is kind of a nice little added bonus to it. Has a bevy of rear panel USB connections, including a Type-C, 6 high-speed overall, and 2 Type-A there for like your keyboard, your mice, and everything. I really love this motherboard. The only thing it doesn't have is front panel USB Type-C, but honestly, at the budget level, you're probably not going to buy a case. It has a front panel USB Type-C. This is the motherboard that I really love. Doesn't have the BIOS flashback on it, so I haven't recommended it as often, but now I feel pretty comfortable recommending for anything. This is the first motherboard I would see if I could get. Let's move over to a couple alternative boards in the budget category, B550s. That's like the $90 up to about $120 category. They do not have upgraded audio on them. They do have a similar feature set. Some of them also have BIOS flashback, which is just kind of a nice to have that peace of mind when you're buying the board. And if you get one with an old BIOS for some reason, you can always flash it to the updated one and post your system. The first one we want to start with here, Gigabyte B550M DS3H. $89. There's also a version of this with Wi-Fi on it. It's called the AC version. Usually sells $10-15 more. Sometimes it's actually cheaper, which is a little crazy. In terms of rear panel connectivity, not the best, but certainly adequate for high-speed USB ports, for lower speed USB ports, the 2.0 ports. Again, no front panel USB Type-C to it, no heat shield on the M.2. You don't really need it, but in terms of aesthetics, it is what it is. The VRM is very, very sturdy on this one. You could run up to like a 5800X 3D very easily. And then we got like the MSI Pro B550M-VC. There's also the older -VDH version. The difference is the VC has the faster Wi-Fi on it. This board includes Wi-Fi on it, so that's kind of a nice to have. It's usually about a $20 to $30 feature or so. Also has a front panel USB Type-C header. The looks on this board aren't the greatest, for sure, but it's got a decent amount of rear panel connectivity to it. The DRMs are pretty good on it. $119, not bad for a Wi-Fi enabled motherboard as a first class. Let's quickly jump into some other more premium motherboards. If you don't want to break the bank, I would not spend more than about $160, $170 total, and there's a number of good choices here. ASRock B550M Steel Legend. This is basically the Pro 4 board with RGB, an additional heatsink on the top VRM, kind of more heatsink overall, just super nice, a little bit more rear panel connectivity, $129, often can find it even cheaper. If you're an Asus fan, I'd probably skip the ROG Strix boards unless they go on super sale. They're usually way too expensive for what you're getting. I like the Asus Tough Gaming. either the B550M, the micro ATX version, or the standard ATX. Really not any difference between the boards except essentially the size on it. They either come with Wi-Fi or without. You can decide to buy that if you want. VRMs are great on them. The only thing I don't like about these boards is, of course, it does not have the front panel USB Type-C on it. Seems a little oversight for a board on this price class, but it does have BIOS flashback, which is really nice. You usually find these anywhere from 140 for the micro ATX ones up to about 160-ish for the ATX ones. Finally, you got two ATX motherboards I really do like and have used. Gigabyte B550 Aorus Elite AXV2. We actually did our Ryzen 5800 X3D build on this board. Really, really liked it. It's got ALC 1200 audio on it. It's just super great VRMs on this board. You can really put any CPU you want on it. Got the front panel USB Type-C, a bevy of rear panel connectivity, $159. Love to see it come down a little bit, but that's not a bad price. And then finally from MSI, if you're an MSI person, go for the Tomahawk. There's a couple different versions of this board. There used to be the Gaming Edge Wi-Fi, which is basically the Tomahawk Wi-Fi, but they have come out with another version called the B550 Tomahawk Wi-Fi Max. Huge mouthful, thanks MSI. It's just an updated version of this board with Wi-Fi on it. Good rear panel connectivity, but not great. The Gigabyte board is quite a bit better. I do like it's got BIOS flashback on it, upgraded ALC 1200 audio on it. Overall, very, very nice motherboard for $169. Well, let's jump into the best motherboard for Ryzen 7000. Now, here's the thing. The market for these motherboards has changed dramatically since Ryzen 7000 was introduced. Prices have come way down, and a number of brand new motherboards, especially at the cheaper level, have been introduced in order to alleviate some of that price challenge. I expect that will continue to happen, so this is really about getting you the class of motherboard that you're looking for and giving you a couple of options. Check those links down in the video description, of course, for current pricing and availability. Starting with the best budget motherboard for Ryzen 7000, and there's too many to go through all of them. I'm just going to give you the highlights here. You're looking to spend $125 up to $160. Gigabyte and ASRock, at least right now in the market, absolutely rule the roost. Unfortunately, the Asus Prime boards are largely yuck. I would not get them. And then MSI is just overcharging for a number of its motherboards. I would look at the ASRock B650M Pro RS Wi-Fi. $150, you get Wi-Fi on it, just a non-Wi-Fi version for like $10 less. Now these motherboards, all of them are going to have entry-level audio, entry-level features. They're not going to have phenomenal rear panel USB connectivity, but it's decent. It's 4 high-speed ports, including a Type-C, 4 lower-speed 2.0 ports for your mice and keyboards. All of the boards, and remember, have BIOS flashback, so you get that as well. And I like this board because it's got 3 M.2 slots, 3 M.2s. Most people do not need that, but if you are somebody out there like a video editor where you want 3 drives to do in your video editing process, this is definitely one to check out. $150, the VRMs are super solid, as are most of the boards out there, with a front panel USB Type-C header. 2 thumbs up. Another board to take a look at, though, I don't like the $150 price right now. Have been selling for cheaper. It's a Gigabyte B650M DS3H. Very, very similar to the board we just looked at, except it only has 2 M.2 slots. I say only 2. Most users don't get beyond 1 anyway, so 2 is probably more than you need. Otherwise, it's really kind of the exact same motherboard for about the same price. Just lacks the Wi-Fi. That's why I'd like to see it a little bit cheaper. Let's jump more into the premium zone of motherboards. The good news is that these motherboards overall as a class have largely decreased in price from about like $240, $250 down to more to the $200 price point. And look at that, even lower right now. I was kind of shocked to see this price. This board typically sells for $199. They'll have upgraded audio on them, either ALC 1200, 1220, or 4080 audio codecs, as well as a lot more USB ports. Let's jump through. Let's start with this board, the MSI Mag B650M Mortar Wi-Fi. Phenomenal motherboard right now at $179. I would snap this thing up, snap it up. But even at $199, this is a great motherboard. Wi-Fi on it. It comes with a lot of rear panel USB connectivity. Those red ports are the highest speed. It comes with the Type-C. And then you get 4 of the USB 3.2s as well. That's really, really good. Got 2 M.2s on this one with heat shields. Got your front panel USB Type-C. Great VRMs. The board looks phenomenal. Honestly, for $179, this is really hard to beat. The Tomahawk B650 is basically like the ATX size version of the Mortar, except for one important thing is it has an additional M.2 slot on it. So you get 3 M.2s instead of just the 2. Comes with the Wi-Fi. The rear panel looks identical. Comes with a built-in I/O shield, as does the mortar on it. BIOS flashback on these boards. Great VRMs. You're going to pay a little bit more for the extra M.2 though, up to $209. Still good price. On the Gigabyte side, very similar feature set for the B650 Aorus Pro AX. Only the ATX size version. The Micro ATX Pro actually has cut down features. I don't necessarily recommend it unless it comes way down in price. More of a budget, kind of hot, slightly higher than budget tier motherboard. But the nice thing is ALC 1220 audio on this board here. It's got insane VRMs, really insane VRMs. These are great motherboards, has tons of rear panel USB connectivity. In addition to the ones we just saw on the Tomahawk and the Mortar, you get an additional 4 USB 2.0 ports on this. Right now selling for $229, not a bad price for this board. Sometimes this board can go up to $250. Definitely a little bit more pricey. Would love to see it come down a little bit. If you're someone who has to have an Asus motherboard, the Asus Tough Gaming is a good one to look at. B650 Plus. There's both a Micro ATX version as well as an ATX version. Only about a $10 difference between the two. Now these have ALC 1200 audio, not 1220 or 4080, which are the two higher ones, but still very, very good. Nice upgraded audio. It's got the Wi-Fi on it. In terms of rear panel connectivity, a little bit different here in that you've got 2 USB Type-Cs on it, which is nice, but then you've only got 2 other high-speed ports on it and 4 2.0 ports as well. Just a little bit different configuration. Maybe it's not as generous as some of the other board manufacturers, but still pretty good. You got the 3 M.2s under heat sinks. Overall, the VRMs are phenomenal. Has a really unique kind of, I like that blocky styling. I really do like that for the Tough motherboard. I think it does give it kind of a unique identity out there. 220 right now, 218. This board has been seen down to like 195 as well. Often it's the cheapest of the premium motherboards. The other motherboard I wanted to talk about here is the MSI MPG B650 Edge Wi-Fi. Really not that different than the Tomahawk. Maybe a little bit here and there. But the thing I think that most people will be looking at here is the RGB and the white kind of metallic stylings. Great for an all-white build. We will do like an all-white motherboard in just a moment. But if you're looking for a board that's kind of got that white styling to it, looks really cool. The other thing about this motherboard that I have not been able to figure out is it goes on sale more than any other motherboard I've seen. I don't quite understand that. Right now it's at $239, but you can often find this board all the way down to like $210. All right, for those of you who are looking for a color theme build, particularly those of you who want a white build, we'll do all black as well. I do really like the MSI MPG B650 Edge Wi-Fi. We already talked about this one. It's a little bit more silver than white on it. It has some cool RGB elements to it. I think overall would go really, really well with that kind of build. $239, it's got upgraded kind of everything across the board, including really nice rear panel connectivity. We also have the Gigabyte B650 Aero G. Now this is a board they market more towards creators, but it's basically the B650 Pro AX, except it's got the Aero styling to it. Really no difference whatsoever. Same amount of everything, just kind of has that more white, silvery, and slight kind of rainbow pastel picture to it. I think this would also really, really go well with a white theme build. But of course, if you are a purist, you absolutely have to have white on white on white. As always, we've got the NZXT N7 B650E. This board is basically an ASRock design, the motherboard itself, and then NZXT does all the styling to it. So it's got upgraded 1220 audio to it. It's got decent rear panel connectivity. Not as much high-speed connectivity as the other motherboards we were just looking at, but certainly plenty if you're just looking to do fun things like an all-white build. It does come with that clear CMOS button on the back, which I do really like, as well as the Wi-Fi. $316 right now. Wish it were a little bit cheaper, but that's where it's been running. And of course, if you're looking to do like a total blackout theme, the NZXT N7 B650 also comes in all matte black. Really super sharp motherboard. Again, $316. Let's quickly go through the best creator boards. So we're looking at boards that have 4 M.2 slots on them, lots and lots of storage, and they've got upgraded audio along with a bevy of high-speed rear USB connectivity for all your creator goodness. You'll see some X670 boards in here like I promised. Let's start off with the board that last year I called the best kind of mid-range X670 board. That is the ASRock X670E Steel Legend. Unfortunately, it's gone up in price by $30. I don't know what happened there. Should come down. And as a result, it has a lot of price competition. But let me show you, it does have upgraded ALC 1220 audio. I will say only 3 audio capacitors, not necessarily the end of the world. It doesn't even necessarily mean that much. 4 M.2 slots on it. So it's got pretty good rear panel connectivity. It's got your Wi-Fi on there. Then you've got relatively high speed, but not the highest speed, USB connectivity and a Type-C. Right now selling for $299. But in stiff competition to it is a board I probably would have pulled the trigger on over that right now. The Asus TUF Gaming X670E Plus Wi-Fi. This has 4 M.2 slots.
I want to talk about the Jonah Hill and Sarah.
Hello?
I want to get some barbecue, but I can't find your restaurant. Is it the Anderson Mill Road location?
Yeah, but we are closed today.
Oh, you're closing?
Yes.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you.
Why did she do this?
Holy frick, what's up, peeps? Welcome back to the channel. For the first time in many years, I'm actually excited for a brand new Call of Duty because it has been reported and dang near what it seems confirms that with the upcoming release of MW3, we will be getting all of the old MW2 maps remastered. Yes, that means if you pay $70 again for the brand new Call of Duty coming in November, that being MW3, it is set to have on launch all of the amazing maps that were in my favorite Call of Duty of all time, MW2. That is actually crazy if true. As Charlie Intel and many others are now reporting that all 16 MW2 2009 maps are confirmed for MW3. If you text each map's name, it'll send confirmation back and then showcasing all of the amazing 16 maps that were in MW2. Again, the best Call of Duty of all time. You can comment down below what your favorite Call of Duty was of all time, because I'm not always right, but I was in 8th grade, okay? I was coming home to the basement to play Mike Myers with the boys on this title every single day and on these maps every single day. So I'm a bit biased when it comes to my favorite Call of Duty, but this actually has me freaking excited. And that excitement lasted only a little bit of time before I realized, holy F, I paid 60 bucks 15, 14 years ago for this MW2 title and all the maps. And now, 10 plus years later, I gotta pay 70 bucks to play my favorite maps again? We are getting absolutely freaking robbed. But regardless of that, I think of some of my own personal favorites. You guys can also comment down below, not just your favorite Call of Duty, but your favorite maps of all time. And most of my favorite maps, again, with a bias, come from MW2. You think of the Terminal, you think of Estate, you think of High Rise, maybe Afghan. You could throw Scrapyard in there. You could throw, I'm going to be honest, you could throw at least half the maps in MW2 as some of the ones just based off nostalgia that I really like playing. Will I like it this time around as much as I did 14 years ago? That's still up for debate, but it will be worth the $70 this time around for me, because this could be a huge resurgence for Call of Duty. Although it does suck the fact that these maps could have just been brought back, I don't know, for free with the new game, but that's never going to happen. We always got to pay, right? But with all of this being said, I feel like we are set to have MW3 smash records. And along with that, some of the stuff we recently mentioned on this channel with Nadeshot calling out Infinity Ward for the handling of MW2 and Warzone 2 and the removing of Red Dot and Deddy, and hopefully those things, Red Dot already confirmed coming back too. This could be a great Call of Duty. And I have not said this the last 3 to 4 years, okay? I'm not here to shield you on Call of Duty. It's just for this one, I am actually really excited. We'll see if my nostalgia and the gameplay can actually live up to the expectations, and how long will people actually be able to play these old maps with the resurgence of the broader player base, maybe some of whom who are going to buy this Call of Duty that never played MW2 originally. Think about that. There are young kids who have never played MW2 maps. How wrong is that? And hopefully I can keep up, because I'm no longer a controller player. I'm now on mouse and keyboard. Maybe I got to switch back. What do you guys think about this? MW3 set to feature all MW2 maps remastered. Are you guys upset about this? Are you happy about it? Will it actually work? What's your favorite Call of Duty and Call of Duty maps? I don't know. Till next time, drink up. Thanks for subbing. We'll see you back here sometime soon.
Very beautiful. I would like to know.
Not enough.
One shower.
Whatever they give out for free at hotels. The real trick is use the small bottles, apparently. One in the shoulders. Yeah, what do you use? Field in mainly. I never used a blow dryer, so I don't know if that is a thing. I hear that's not good. Also, by the way, Rob, ouch. Oh, yeah. He's so much older than I am.
With your hair. I
But
can't tell
with, with my hope. And by the way, you can't tell what he's doing because he's bald. What do you do with your hair? And I'm joking. I'm like, oh, my hair's thinning. And I look over. I'm like, oh, privilege. Okay. My apologies. What do you do with your hair? That's what I want to see. Beard. Yeah. You got a hell of a beard, man. That's impressive. The company's just like, yeah, I know. It's not everything. I have this, but I haven't shaved it in 4 years. We had to cut some off and just glue it. I always say that guys respect guys with good beards. Like, women are like 50-50, some like, some don't. Guys are always like, dude, nice beard. And I always feel bad for guys who can't grow a good beard because it doesn't even look like they're trying to grow a beard. It just looks like they're going through something. And you're like, Family Guy? What's going on? Beards are like the male equivalent of bangs. Just like band breakup. Yeah, okay. Have you guys ever been at a urinal and taken a peek at each other? And does it make you feel better about yourself? We tour together. We've had to room together. We didn't even know fucking urinal. No, I've never purposefully looked at my colleagues' genitalia. And you also shouldn't. I don't think I've been able to peek at myself. Oh, fuck. Sorry, he's got great hair. That's alright. And the carpet smashed the drinks, too, so I just... So the first time it's long and long. It's long. Just sweep up that finger down.
And we close the show with Leedy Corbin, our resident tour host.
Because the donations are lots of love.
And last but not least for the Q&A, this animation.
Thanks for watching and sharing this video. And thank you for following me on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and everything. If you want to watch videos like this before anyone else, check out patreon.com/SteveHopstetter and come to a live show. I am touring just about everywhere. You can get tickets and see where all my shows are at stevehopstetter.com. Thanks for watching.
Guys, unfortunately, I have to start this video with some very distressing information. So, if you don't feel like crying right now, this is probably the best time to look away. Because Drake and Bobby Alto have unfollowed each other. I know, it ruined my week too. No seriousness, I do realise that statement probably made zero sense to the majority of you, so let me explain. This is Bobby Altoff, a TikToker with 6 million followers and gets a ridiculous amount of views on her videos. I mean, as we can see, here there's one with 22 million pretty much, 4 million, 6 million, 15, 9, 16, 11, ridiculous numbers. I mean, even on YouTube, she has 690,000 subscribers, which some of you might be thinking, that's not a very big YouTube channel, which first of all, I'd be very offended because I have a lot less than that. But it becomes a lot more impressive when you realise that she's only uploaded 6 videos, or 7 technically, which we'll get into later in the video. And in fact, if we look at Social Blade, 594,000 of them subscribers came within the last 30 days. So to say that Bobby Altoff has blew up on social media recently is a big understatement. I mean, here we can see that she's gained 20 million views just this month, but if you look up a bit further, she actually lost over 9 million views just, yesterday. Now that 9 million views that she lost on her channel is due to one video being deleted, which we will get into later in this video, but it's the reason why this kind of drama's all blew up on Twitter and TikTok and whatever else over the last day. But first, let me explain what type of content Bobby does, because even though she's blew up a lot more recently, she has been uploading content specifically on TikTok for a couple of years, and it was more like mum-style content, like mummy vlog type content. Okay, so here she has a favourite pregnancy hack, kind of a standard TikTok type video, and she's doing a brand deal. Not in my video, you fucking won't. And then she started doing this like awkward style of comedy, like in this character she plays, which is pretty like monotone. She doesn't really like raise her voice all that much, and she started doing these videos with her husband.
Today I thought it would be a fun idea to talk about our marriage. My husband sleeps downstairs and I sleep upstairs where the children sleep, and I take care of them all night long, so I'm generally pretty tired.
Yeah, so you kind of get the point, right? So even though she was successful at doing this type of content, like she was getting like good views on TikTok, it was nowhere near the levels that she's at now. She's kind of like a mainstream celebrity at this point with like the amount of recognition she's getting on every social media platform. And what's actually caused this is the fact that she started doing podcasts and getting these mega guests instantly. I mean, if we look at her channel right now, on her now 4th episode, technically 5th episode, she did one with Little Yachty, and then on her 6th episode, she did one with Mark Cuban, and she's just uploaded a video with Tiger. Now this 4th episode, that has now been deleted, was actually with Drake. She got Drake on her 4th ever podcast, which is fucking mental in its own right. So due to the fact that she got these like mega guests on instantly on her podcast, everywhere it seems, getting millions and millions and millions of views, people started coming up with these conspiracy theories that Bobby is an industry plant. Now if we look at the definition for industry plant, it says, an industry plant is largely accepted to mean an artist who presents themselves as being independent and doing things on their own terms, but secretly has the industry backing and money to fund them and to artificially shape such a narrative. So basically people are saying that Bobby isn't just this one-person crew that she seems to be, and she just happens to get these massive guests on just due to her, like, comedic talent, I guess. And what they are saying is a massive company has decided to use Bobby as the face of their content, and due to them being a massive company, they can get these, like, massive guests in to help Bobby out. But they're trying to portray her as just herself, doing this all herself, and she just happens to get these great guests on because she's brilliant at what she does. Amelia de Moldenberg is so good that they had to make Bobby Altoff for the US. The question remains, is Bobby an industry plant? Bobby Altoff is of Jewish descent and is signed to the same management as Drake. Yeah, I'm not really sure why they pointed out that she was of Jewish descent. I don't really get that bit, but they carry on to say her agent is TJ Bernardi, and she signed to WME without prior success. Her husband is also a millionaire. She is not self-made, and she is a plant by definition. Not sure why she's lying about it. Now, this whole WME stuff is very interesting. We'll get into that in just a second, but I just want to quickly say my opinion. I don't think she's an industry plant. I realise that might be a bit of a hot take nowadays, but I really don't. I could obviously be wrong, but I've seen a bunch of Bobby's like interviews now, and the story she tells seems to make sense to me. She says that it was after the Drake interview that WME even got in touch with her in the first place.
I posted the thing. I got a message from Andrew at WME. He says, like, I'm part of the touring team. Could we talk? I said, okay, because I didn't know what I was doing. They signed with me that night.
But yeah, as you can see, she says that it was after the Drake interview that WME got in contact with her, and I believe her. I don't see why she would lie about that. I could be wrong, I could be very stupid right now, but I believe her. Also, Drake has been known to speak to, like, influencers quite a lot in the past. He did, like, a live stream with Ninja back in the day. He's also been in contact with Chunks, who's a UK YouTuber. I remember there's a TikToker who does, like, these undercover Fed type skits on TikTok. Just TikTok skits, you know, your standard skits. And Drake got in contact with him to say that he liked the videos and stuff. I think he just does this stuff. And then obviously it would make sense that after the podcast went massively viral, like I'm talking ridiculous numbers on YouTube, it had like 9 million views in just like a few days really until it got deleted. The clips on TikTok have tens and tens and tens of millions of views. Like it went massive, so it would make sense why the same management that works with Drake would want to get in contact with Bobby, you know? And by the way, just to give some context as to how big WME are, let's just go through a list of people that they work with. Okay, so just looking down, it says Jessica Alba, Christian Bale, Matt Damon, Jake Gyllenhaal, I think it's pronounced, Kate Hudson, Hugh Jackman, like a bunch of ridiculously famous people. And now to add even more context as to how big WME are, they are part of the Endeavour network. I believe it was WMA was a company, Endeavour second company, they joined forces or something along them lines. And now WME and Endeavour owns the UFC and recently have just acquired the WWE. So massive, massive company as you can tell. Obviously Drake's on there too. They have like a bunch of like different agencies within the companies that work with like actors or like musicians or even influencers. Now the thing that could be a bit sketchy here is that the influencer portion of their agency is separate, right? They have a specific agency for influencers, and Ethan Klein recently came out to talk about WME's influencer agency and how bad it is.
The influencer side, they literally just email anyone with 50,000 views and try to just parasite any money off them.
Yeah, so that's not exactly a good look, but Ethan even goes on further to say that like Bobby should be very careful.
Girl, you should be careful about that, because you go big, all of a sudden you have all these people reaching out to you, and you're like, oh, WME, that sounds great. No, they're fucking horrible.
Yeah, and we hear about stuff like this all the time. Like, as soon as someone goes a bit viral, the videos start going good, or like the music starts going big, these massive companies will reach out to them, promise them the world. You think it's great because this company is huge, you've heard of them before, they work with massive artists, and then it turns out not to be great, so they just rip you off because you didn't really know what you were doing at the time. So hopefully for Bobby's sake this isn't the case, but one clip that I did see of Bobby in an interview recently did make me think it could possibly be the case. Because when Bobby was on the BFF's podcast, she spoke about her financial situation. She said that she's in debt, she's now on her third credit card, nearly maxed that out, no one's paying for her flights or anything, she has to pay for them all herself, which you would think a massive agency like WME would pay for when she's like getting these flights to do these interviews.
I always wanted to make a lot of money, so I would.
Are you?
Yes.
Money yet?
I haven't actually seen any of the money because, like, you know.
I've been. I don't know where Greg is. I've been on for too long. I was about to get off. I'll play.
No, that's not why. Because it takes like.
Yeah, so she also says in this interview that she has 15 people on her team now, which is a lot of people to pay. So all I'm saying is that it's going to be a big percentage, I'd imagine, being taken out of their money.
It's 2 a.m. where Greg is. 2:15.
Every single day. Like nannies are like, and then hotels, like flights, everything. I've been just like, even to come here, I just spent like $2,000. Like that's money that I don't have yet. I put on a credit card. Yeah, I swear to God, I am. But people keep saying that. I'm like, who's gonna like? Can I don't want to. If anything, take my flights, I will take it. I don't know where that's coming from.
Yeah, so even Paul Noy, who knows about companies, let's be honest, he's a very, very successful businessman. He says, William Morris, who is WME, are they not paying for it? And she says no, which is a bit of a red flag. Like I said, fingers crossed she isn't getting taken advantage of, but I mean, it's hard to trust any of these companies. There's a reason why they're so big. But now you're aware of who Bobby Altop is, the type of content she's done, and that she blew up so quickly, and all that stuff. Let's get into the drama that happened yesterday with Drake. So like I mentioned earlier, Drake and Bobby Altop come together. Bobby Altop says that it was actually Drake who followed her first Instagram. She then messaged Drake to see that he would do the podcast. Didn't think he would, then he did, and they did it like 3 days later. Now that video was going incredibly viral up until yesterday when we got the heartbreaking news that they followed each other. Drake and Bobby Altop have unfollowed each other on Instagram and their interview is deleted from YouTube. 52 million views. 52 million views on that tweet. Tell me how they unfollowed each other. Fucking mental, innit? No, I can't lie. I don't really give a shit about it. Couldn't care less if they unfollowed each other or whatever, but clearly a lot of people do. I mean, here's another tweet that says Bobby Altop and Drake unfollowed each other on Instagram and she seems to have deleted any content from a Drake interview on socials. 33 million views. I don't really understand why people care so much. And even on TikTok, this is getting ridiculous amounts of views. Here's just a video of someone talking about the fact that they unfollowed each other. 3.2 million views. It's just a bloke talking about that they unfollowed. Like, I don't understand. So yeah, you can probably see why I'm uploading this video, can't you? If this doesn't get 33 million views at least, I'm going to be gutted. But yeah, like I said, people definitely care about this situation. In fact, they care so much that there's been a bunch of conspiracy theories that came out as to why they've now unfollowed each other
on the stairs above you.
Podcast being deleted. And to be fair, it does seem like something big must have happened because
yeah, you're good. They're still on the stairs.
Podcast deleted, all pictures and Instagram deleted together, all content together has been deleted. They clearly don't seem to like each other anymore. Now, the first theory that I saw a lot of people talking about was this, saying Drake tried to slide on Bobby and she unfollowed him. LMAO. Now, this has 316,000 views. Yeah, I'm going to keep pointing that out because this is getting ridiculous. But yeah, like we just read there, a lot of people seem to think that Drake tried to hook up with Bobby and then she didn't want to, and that's why they've been following each other. And I believe this theory came from a clip in their podcast.
Okay.
I do it.
Thank you.
I got it. Yeah. Yeah, dude.
You do it. Asked America and he said do it. Not funny.
I mean, yeah, it's a funny clip in a comedy podcast, you know, she's playing the character and everything. It's funny. It also has 37 million views, by the way. Yeah, I can kind of see why people thought that she might be an industry plant, because these numbers are genuinely insane. But yeah, getting back to the point, I think this clip might have something to do with the fact that people thought Drake tried to hook up with Bobby, but I don't know. It's a clip in a comedy podcast where they both are.
It has to work. It must be on the other side. Chat.
Did I go? You did not. I hit it. I hit the back of my car. I'm so scared. I hit like a fence. I hit this fence. I'm so scared to look out of my car.
I'm getting hot.
Oh my god.
What happened?
I'm so nervous. No, it was a fence, thankfully. But I'm worried about my car.
I'm just smoking weed.
Alright, bro.
It's fine.
Red can't smoke. He on house arrest.
Greg in the same house or something.
And you already know that if I hurt my car, I'm not fixing that.
I live in Chicagoland. Greg lives in Indianapolis.
It's fine.
I see.
He gave up on
Yeah.
us.
No, I knew it wasn't a person.
Fucking
I knew it was like, I knew it was backing into a fence, so I was like, didn't really care. And then it crept up on me like way too fast.
11.
Oh, shit.
Let's check out this way. Medkit here. Shield cell here.
It's fine. Hey, wait. Wait, it's fine. Oh, let's turn up. Wait, what was that scary noise then? There's nothing here. Right? I'm gonna have to show my license plate. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Wait. Oops. What was that scary noise? Rear right?
Did you kill one of those guys?
It just died. Oh. Ah, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. I can just paint it. Right? Like, it's all good. I can just wash it off, no?
No. Oh my god. What?
If I
What?
it'll go away.
What are you talking about? She's rubbing it.
Right? It's, at least it wasn't. Oh, I hit this thing. Oh my god, is this where my car got? Is this my car? It's not that bad. It could be a lot worse. It kind of gives it some effects. You know? It's like a tattoo for my car. Honestly, I'm proud of myself. Not being in a car accident for 8 months. That's
One coming on your backside.
All right. So this is great.
Damn.
I'm definitely improving as a human.
Was that 2 teams or 1?
You celebrate. It's fine. Yeah. It's not that bad. Chat. If I had to get that fixed, they would have to replace the whole bumper, right? And like, I don't want to do that. So fuck it. But the only thing that I'm worried about is that I want to trade this car in eventually for a newer car. So like, that just decreases the value. You saw? Okay, this stupid thing is supposed to beep, right? It's supposed to be like beep, beep, beep when I get close to something. It beeps once, and then by the time it beeps, I already ran into the thing. Elon Musk. That's in my mouth. I went too fast. It was too low. Oh. It's fine. It's fine. It's all Elon's fault. Definitely not my fault because I was an idiot and I was distracted, no?
Hello everyone and welcome back to part 4 of my How to Build a PC. This video admittedly has been delayed pretty significantly. So today I'm going to be walking you through the basics for setting up a brand new PC that you've just assembled, installing Windows 11, getting the system set up, basically taking you from a PC that you've just built to a PC that you can actually use. Today's video is brought to you by the Corsair IQ Low System Hub, a single small controller that manages all of your system cooling and RGB lighting. The IQ Link System Hub mounts magnetically to your case and can control up to 14 devices, 7 per port, with daisy chain support so you can simplify your cable management while still enabling various synchronized RGB. Corsair's IQ software can automatically configure IQ Link components while enabling precise fan speed control and real-time system monitoring. Click the sponsor link in the video's description for more on the Corsair IQ Link System Hub. Before I get into the tutorial, I wanted to say a big thank you to those of you who did watch my Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3 videos. Part 1 was an introduction in PC basics, Part 2 was a budget-oriented build, and that's going to be the one that I'm setting up today. Part 2 is a high-end build with lots more bells and whistles, and Part 4, of course, is set up. And I'm not going to go into all the details as to why this video was so long delayed, but in order to actually produce it in a timely fashion, I'm sticking to the basics today, just doing the setup on the budget PC, but I will include links to the other videos as well as a bunch of helpful stuff down in this video's description. All that said, let's kick off the tutorial with some preparation and going over the parts that you'll need. The things you need to get your system set up, you will need the system, of course, the actual computer that you built, along with some of the accessories that came with it, such as a power cord. You will also need peripherals, a mouse and a keyboard, and you'll need a monitor to connect the computer to. I actually have 2 monitors over here, one that's right there, and one that's right here. Part of the reason I have the one right here is because the next thing you'll need for this setup is another computer, at least temporarily, in order to get your Windows installer USB set up. If you already have a Windows 11 USB installer, you can get by without the additional computer. But I'm going to be assuming that you have one at least temporarily, because that will be some of the first steps I go over. Along with that additional computer, you will need a USB drive to make into your Windows 11 installer. So it will be white and blank, so make sure you have nothing important on it. I recommend one that's at least 8 gigabytes in capacity, but you can use a larger one if that's all you have. You should also have a reasonable understanding of the hardware that's in the system that you presumably just built, which you probably already have. But keep in mind at least the brand and model of the motherboard that you use, because that would be important. And keeping your motherboard accessories on hand and even the manual can be helpful as well, because the last thing you need for this setup is internet. Either a wired connection to your home router, represented by this Ethernet cable, or your PC might have built-in Wi-Fi depending on the type of motherboard that you install. The motherboard we're using in this system does not have built-in Wi-Fi, but if yours came with that, it probably came with a Wi-Fi antenna, and you probably want to grab that and connect it to the antenna leads on the back of your motherboard's I/O. If the system you built doesn't have Wi-Fi and you don't have close access to your router to plug in an actual cable, fortunately there are $10 to $20-ish USB Wi-Fi adapters available. You just plug into one of the USB ports in the back of your motherboard, so that's an easy way to add wireless internet if your motherboard doesn't come with it. After you're excited about getting a new PC set up, you can go ahead and start plugging things in now, such as your AC power cable, which goes into your power supply. You also need to switch the power supply on. Mouse and keyboard are typically just going to plug in with standard USB connectors, so plug those in. I only have a Type-C for my keyboard, and there's none on the motherboard. Fortunately, it's one I can use temporarily up here on the front panel I/O. To plug in your monitor, you'll probably have an HDMI cable like this one, or possibly a DisplayPort. Plug that into your graphics card here. Note that your motherboard I/O might have some video out connectors if your CPU has integrated graphics. But if you have installed a discrete graphics card, you want to plug your monitor into that and not to the motherboard. Lastly, for wired internet, we have an Ethernet cable here that will plug in right there. But I'm actually going to leave that unplugged for now. Now that everything's plugged in, I'm going to set that PC aside and take out my USB drive, because I'm going to use the other computer to make this into a Windows 11 USB installer. So here in this system, I can see the USB drive that I've just plugged in. It is empty and blank right now. So next I'm going to pull up my browser and I'm going to go over to the Microsoft.com website, the download Windows 11 page, which I will link in this video's description. And there's info on this page that you can read, but what I'm going to do is create Windows 11 installation media, the second option right here. Go ahead and click download now. And over here it is downloading the media creation tool. This is a pretty small utility, so once it's downloaded, I'm going to double click to run it. I get a user account control prompt. I'm going to click yes for that. And then it will take me to this page, getting a few things ready, some licenses that we must read completely and thoroughly and agree to. We're going with English and the Windows 11 edition. Recommended options for this PC is usually going to be okay for you to choose. And we're doing a USB flash drive, not creating an ISO file. Because I only have one USB drive that's connected that's viable to set up as a USB installer, that's what it's chosen, but do bear in mind if you have multiple drives connected, you want to make sure that you choose the right one here. And at this point we have a little bit of a wait. It needs to download Windows 11 to plop it onto the USB drive. That might go faster or slower depending on your internet connection speed, but take a short coffee break here and we'll come back once the progress has gotten up to 100%. And thankfully, it finished. This took a little bit longer than I was expecting, so again, bear in mind internet connection speed and the speed of the USB drive might affect that. Let's click finish.
I need another shield if nobody sees
I'm going to rename this to Win 11 USB, just so I know what it is. And this is still a USB drive, so we can still add some stuff to this that might be helpful as we go through a setup on the new computer.
I might have one in this box when I land.
The things I'm going to download now are the latest UEFI or BIOS for our motherboard to update that to the latest version. And I'm also going to get the network driver for whatever network device I have on the motherboard, whether that's wired internet or Wi-Fi. Sometimes Windows 11 will recognize that off the bat, but sometimes it won't. And if it doesn't, you can't connect to the internet, so having that up front can be helpful. So if you find your motherboard's product page, and for this it's the Gigabyte V550 Gaming XV2, and note that sometimes there's different revisions, so make sure you've chosen the proper revision. If you're curious, it's usually on the label on your motherboard box, revision 1.1. We're going to click on support, and then we're going to go to downloads. Note that we're installing Windows 11, so go ahead and choose that. We don't need to worry about other drivers like the audio or the chipset just yet. Of course, you could download those now if you wanted to. I want the LAN driver, so I'm going to download that. And then for the BIOS here, there's probably quite a few different revisions, so you can go ahead and take a look at those. Chances are you just want to get the latest BIOS that's available, but you might want to go back a version or two if the latest one is a beta, for example. So on my Windows 11 USB, I'm just going to make a new folder for the motherboard. I like to label the folder the name of the motherboard. It helps me keep things sorted. We'll do one here for BIOS and a folder for the LAN. The two downloads are zipped or compressed folders, so we will want to decompress them. For the BIOS in particular, there's 4 files. The only one we actually need is this file here, which is the actual BIOS. And then for the LAN, we have this executable file here, so I'll drop that.
Keep over here.
Wait for that to copy over. Verify that it's there, and we should be good to go. So now I'm going to take my newly created Windows 11 USB installer and plug it into one of the open USB ports on the back of the new system. And now we can turn the system on for the first time, or maybe the second or third time if you already did a few practice startups. Now when the system first powers on, it will try to find a drive that's connected that might have an operating system to load up. It might reach out to your USB drive. If it doesn't find that,
and automatically boot off the USB drive. That's a cool thing if it does that. Alternatively, you want to tap the delete button as the system boots up, and you get a splash screen on the screen like this. Usually it will be the brand name of your motherboard. If you tap the delete button while the system is initially booting up, it will take you into the UEFI or BIOS environment. BIOS stands for Basic Input Output System, and that's where you can control and adjust some of the low-level features of the motherboard, and that's also where you can do some useful things like updating the UEFI or BIOS. So you can see there at the bottom it says delete to enter BIOS setup or QFlash. Tap and delete. That'll take us to this screen here. This is the easy mode UEFI BIOS. This will show us some basic information about the parts we have installed, like what our motherboard is, the current BIOS version, what CPU we have installed, the Ryzen 5 5600, our RAM that's installed, and we can even see the 2 DIMMs and the 2 DIMM slots with 8 gigs per stick. We can see connected drives, we can see our fans are spinning and the RPMs over here. And very importantly, if we click on M.2, we can see our Kingston NV2 1TB SSD there. That's where we're going to install Windows. But before any of that, let's update the UEFI. We can access that down here with QFlash. There's a shortcut by hitting F8, or you can just click it. We want to update the BIOS. It's automatically pulled up our USB drive that's plugged in right here. So I'm going to click that folder that I made, go to the BIOS folder, and then there's the BIOS file that I copied. We'll hit next. Are you sure to update? Yes. And here we'll verify the file, and then it will go ahead and run through the update. Here's where you should be very careful not to disconnect, unplug, or shut off your computer while it's going through this process. I do need to click one more to start. Most motherboards now have a USB BIOS flashback function that will allow you to recover in case you have a bad BIOS update, failure, or power outage in the middle of it, but it's something you want to avoid if you can. And once again, we'll wait a few moments until this finishes. After the update completes, the system will automatically reboot, and here is where you want to go into the Windows 11 installation environment. As mentioned before, if you don't have any drives connected that have operating systems loaded onto them, it will often just reach out to that USB drive if it's the only bootable device, and automatically boot from there. So the restart might just take you into the Windows 11 installation environment, but if that doesn't happen for you, you're going to want to hit delete again to get back into the UEFI menu as we have just now. And you'll want to find a menu for boot devices or boot sequence. Again, since we're in easy mode here, it's trying to put the most useful stuff right here at the front for you. So we have a boot sequence here that we can choose, and we can quickly and easily just drag and drop these to rearrange them. The UEFI generic flash disk is what we're booting off of. So that being first is where it should be, and if we restart, it will boot off of that drive. Switching over to advanced mode, we also have a boot menu, and here you could also change the boot priorities. Sometimes there'll be a boot override option here, and you can just choose the device you want to boot from. That's another way. But if we save and exit, I'm going to try to show you the last thing, which is a quick boot menu that you can access as the system is booting up. Instead of pressing delete, we're going to press, I think it's F11 or F12. So it says on that splash screen that shows up at the bottom, it happened so quickly I wasn't able to see, but I was tapping F11 and F12 and it got me to this menu. So here you can just directly choose your boot device. Again, we're just going with the UEFI generic flash disk. That's Windows installer, so selecting that will boot off of the USB drive. This is the first screen you'll see after booting out to the USB drive. Change these if you need to. We're using English and we're in the US, so we'll stick with that. Note that your USB installer has a repair function, so don't format it or get rid of it after you have Windows 11 installed. Keep it around so you can choose repair your computer if you ever come across problems in the future. I'm just going to click install now. If you have a Windows 11 product key or even an older product key for Windows 10 or Windows 8, you can punch it in here. You can also do that after Windows is installed though, so we're just going to choose I don't have a product key for now. And then here you want to choose your Windows 11 version, which is likely either going to be Windows 11 Home or Windows 11 Pro. I'm going with Windows 11 Pro. But make sure you choose the version of the key type that you have if you already have a key. There's another license here that we will very thoroughly read and accept. And as for installation type, we want to go with custom because a clean install is always going to be the best way to go. This screen is where you choose where you want to install Windows. Note that the drive name, like drive 0, means these are both partitions on the same drive. We actually have 2 drives connected right now. One of them already has some games on it. I can tell by the amount of gigabytes here that that is the 2 terabyte drive, and it has another partition. But we're not installing there, we're just installing on drive 1. Here again, the drive you installed is completely erased and overwritten. So if you haven't already backed up data off of the drive you're installing Windows 11 onto, stop right now, reboot, connect the drive elsewhere, and copy stuff off of that before you format it. You can also run into a question at this point where if you have multiple drives installed, and let's say they're all brand new drives, but maybe you have multiple M.2 drives that are installed up against the motherboard, and you wanted to do that before you install the graphics card, because it would be a pain in the butt to remove the graphics card to install more M.2 drives. Here again, your manual can help out if you go to the storage section where it talks about SATA connected devices or M.2 connected devices. And here we usually list, based on the actual physical connector on the board that the drive is connected to, the order that they go in, and that should help you determine which drive you actually want to install to. If you are installing to a drive that already has partitions, you should select each partition and hit the delete button to delete that partition so that you're just installing to unallocated space on this new drive. You can create partitions yourself, but I find it's easiest just to click next at that point, and the installer will automatically set up your partitions for you, using up the maximum amount of space on the drive. And here we once again have a short wait as it installs the Windows files onto that drive. This part's usually a little bit faster, especially if you're using a fast SSD, so probably in the 5 to 10 minute range. After the installation completes, it will automatically restart and boot you into Windows for the first time. Note here that if you change your boot order to boot off of that USB drive, it might boot back into the Windows installation utility, and you don't want to install Windows again, you just did that. So just keep in mind if you change that UEFI setting, you might want to go back into the UEFI to change it back, but typically it will just reboot and then boot off of the drive that just installed Windows to, as it is doing now. And now we're in the Windows 11 initial environment, so here's where we're going to choose stuff like, what is your country or region? What kind of keyboard layout you have? Do you want to add a second keyboard? There's some accessibility options in here if you need it. And it's kind of funny because this is my first time working with this most latest Windows 11 installer, and this is the point where it wants you to connect to a network, so it can tie you into the Microsoft account. So I'm not sure what it does here, if it doesn't recognize any network connectivity devices. Maybe it lets you bypass this, but right now it's saying, hey, you've got Ethernet, plug in your internet so we can connect. Now some people who have a Microsoft account have their Windows installation tied to their Microsoft account, and that's totally fine if you want to do it that way. It does allow Microsoft to track you a little bit more closely though, and if you're like me, I like to go the old school method and install Windows to this PC rather than having Windows tied to me personally. Fortunately, there is a workaround for this. It's just a little bit of a pain in the butt, so bear with me. I'm going to press Shift and F10. That will open up a command prompt. I'm going to type this, and I'll put this in the video description down below as well. OOBE backslash bypass NRO. And then I'll hit Enter. That will reboot the system, and theoretically when it reboots, it will let me bypass that requirement to have an internet connection. Back to our setup steps, US. And now magically we have a button that we can click that says, I don't have internet. And then we can continue with limited setup. And now we can just punch in our name. You can make it your name, you can make it a name for your computer, whatever you want to call it. I'm going with B550XV2, which sounds cool. I would also recommend you add a password. I'm going to skip it now for ease of use, but a password is definitely something you should have on your system. And now I'm going to select privacy settings. And this is, again, one of those things that's giving Microsoft more permission to track you. And if you're the kind of person who thinks like, oh, I love seeing advertisements, having them more tailored to me would be a good thing, then yes, you can leave these on. Personally, I like to deselect pretty much every single one of these. None of them are required to use Windows or even to use Windows properly. I think the most useful one that you'd want to keep on maybe is Find My Device, but that's a lot more useful for something that's portable like a laptop. I might turn them off. Accept. Oh, hi. That Windows says hi to you, and there's a few more messages, and in just a few moments, we should be in the Windows 11 actual operating system environment, where we can do stuff. Almost there. And there we are, it's Windows 11. And Windows 11, thanks to the tie-in with the UEFI, has certain stuff that might pop up automatically. Download the Gigabyte App Center.
Personally, the software that ships with a lot of motherboards, or that they want you to use with a lot of motherboards, I find to be a little bit bloated and unnecessary. So I usually select do not show this message again and cancel. But if you open up Explorer and go to this PC, you should be able to see your drive that you just installed Windows to, which is mostly empty. It's only got the Windows data on there for right now. An additional drive, if it's already set up, might show up there as well. This is my 2 terabyte Sega drive, which has a bunch of games on it. And then this drive here, which is our USB installer that we made. And if we open that up, we can see the folder that we made before. And if the internet wasn't working, then we would probably want to run this file right here to install the LAN driver. Alternatively, if the Windows 11 installer was able to recognize your network connection hardware, then you can just plug in your Ethernet cable now. And hooray, we now have an internet connection. Fantastic. Okay. A few things that you can do at this point, but personally, the first things I like to do with a freshly installed copy of Windows is to get Windows Update going and do all the Windows updates as quickly as you can, and to install the basic motherboard drivers, specifically the chipset driver I think is the most important. So I'm going to hit the Windows key and I'm going to type Update. Windows Updates is in the settings. You can also go right here to check for updates, and will automatically check for updates, and it's probably going to come up with a pretty long list. Fun thing about Windows Update, it will automatically update your graphics driver. So my screen just turned off there for a second and then turned back on, and if you're looking at the screen cap, you might notice things are looking a little bit sharper now. That is because it automatically updated my display resolution to 4K, because the capture card I'm running through is 4K capable, which is why I did that. What I'm going to make though is that as it's running Windows Update, it might be installing stuff in the background, such as so screen flashing off and then back on is pretty normal. So your update experience might vary. It's going to be downloading some things, it's going to be installing some things. Because I have an Asus device connected, it's asking me if I want to download Armory Crate. That's another motherboard-provided software utility that I don't want, so I'm going to cancel that. And at various points, you'll see this button here turn to Restart Now. So if you see this prompting you to restart, you can go ahead and click Restart. It'll probably do some additional installation things as it's restarting. And again, depending on when you're installing Windows, when you're watching this video, you might have fewer or more updates to run through. But the basic idea is run Windows Update, restart when it asks you, run Windows Update again, repeat that over and over again until when you click Find More Updates, it says you're up to date. So now that we've rebooted, I am checking for updates again, just like I said. There are more updates, so it's going to download and install those as well. Some will download and install automatically. You might have to tell it to download and install some of those. That one's really quick at least. We're going to have to use Microsoft Edge at least briefly, and I always turn off all the things that like try to access your data and have you log in and do all those things. No, Microsoft, I don't want to just let me search for something on Google, please. Okay. So when you're running Windows Update, it will be downloading and installing a more up-to-date chipset driver for your motherboard. It will also probably download and install a more up-to-date graphics driver for your video card. But usually what Windows Update has available might not be the latest and greatest. So I'm going to go back to Gigabyte's motherboard page. And I'm also going to go to the NVIDIA driver download page. Since we're running an NVIDIA graphics card here, I would go to the AMD Radeon driver download page if I was downloading a graphics driver for an AMD Radeon GPU. For the motherboard, I'm going to go back to the support tab again, and I'm going to go down here to drivers. And again, you don't need all of these. Like, your sound will work without the full-on Realtek HD audio driver, but it might give you some more features if you download this. Since we're going for the basics here, I will definitely want the latest chipset driver, which is from April 2022. So chances are the Windows Update 1 is totally fine for that. Since the latest chipset for the B550 chipset on the motherboard we're using is that old, that is likely what Windows installed, but we can download it anyway. Over on NVIDIA, I'm going to choose the RTX 30 series. We have a 3060 Ti installed here. Windows 11, search. Download, and download.
Heads up, new kill leader.
Okay. Now generally speaking, you shouldn't overlap driver installation, so if Windows Update is running in the background, try not to install like your graphics drivers or your chipset drivers at that exact same time. This is prompting me for another restart, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
There's two inside.
Alright, we've rebooted once again, so I'm going to open up Explorer, go over to my downloads. Let's go ahead and get that motherboard driver installed. Remember, it comes in a zipped package, so you gotta pull it out of the zip in order to actually run this. I'm gonna do some UI tweaks here in just a second, so we can actually see file extensions and stuff like that. Okay, that one seems to have finished. And now noting also that we have an NVIDIA icon down here in our system tray, so I'm gonna double click that to see what version of the NVIDIA drivers got installed. 457.51 versus the one I just downloaded, which is 536.67. So the Windows available one that will download through Windows Update, quite a bit older than the most recent NVIDIA driver. So I'm going to load that up too. Go ahead and click yes, click OK.
Have a good night.
Again, in my quest to reduce software bloat, I usually just go with the graphics driver and not the graphics driver and the GeForce Experience. If you use a GeForce Experience, if you use it for game capture or anything like that, by all means install that too. For now, I'm going to keep things simple. I usually choose custom here. That way I can make sure the proper things are selected, and since it's a completely fresh Windows install, a clean installation shouldn't be necessary. And once again, we have a little bit of a wait. This should be the last of the major driver level software updates that we need to do for the system. I would keep running Windows Update to make sure that's okay, but while this installs in the background, I'm going to do a couple more quick UI tweaks. So for instance, your toolbar is in the center by default in Windows 11. Do you like it that way? I don't.